Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 Weather Day.
And good afternoon, everyone. Nick Weig here with you at the Alert Center as we're approaching the 5:30 point of our Wednesday evening. We are coming on for a couple of reasons. We were awaiting the potential of a severe thunderstorm warning to be issued for a storm just west of the First Alert 6 area. It was showing some strong indicators of producing some large hail, and just seconds ago that severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued. The severe thunderstorm warning, we'll get that information for you here, just issued a short time ago for portions of Greeley County until 6 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm was located near Erickson, or 17 miles northeast of Ord, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. So that is the new severe thunderstorm warning you see on the left side of your screen. We have had a severe thunderstorm warning in northwest Iowa that has been in effect for some time now for a small portion of now just Woodbury and Ida counties. This is for a storm that was capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That storm has weakened, and so that severe thunderstorm warning has shrunk down quite a bit. The other reason we were going ahead to start our expanded coverage here on streaming is just seconds ago, the Storm Prediction Center issued a severe thunderstorm watch for all of the counties you see there shaded in yellow. This does include the Omaha metro area. Severe thunderstorm watch now in effect until midnight tonight for areas including Norfolk, Tacoma, Columbus, Fremont, Blair, Wahoo, York, Lincoln, Beatrice, Nebraska City, Plattsmouth, the Omaha metro area, and then as well in Iowa, Atlantic, Harlan, and Denison. Severe thunderstorm watch now in effect until midnight tonight. All right, let's go ahead and go back to live first alert radar, and we'll show you why the concern with this severe thunderstorm out in the Greeley area. There you see a very pronounced hail core right on the northern edge of this warning box. I believe this is right in between a couple of forecast offices, so that might explain a little bit of the discrepancy there in the box. But you can see that rather potent hail core just southeast of Erickson, and right now on radar indications, it is indicating a very strong hail core, upwards of 1.7 inch diameter hail being detected in this storm. So certainly 1 inch diameter hail is a strong possibility in this area just southeast of Erickson, near the Highway 91 and 281 intersection. In that general area, we do have a DOT camera available to us. This is at the intersection of Highway 281 and Highway 70 near Bartlett. You can see it's been raining there for some time in relation to this severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. We're going to go ahead and try and get this up on the screen here for you. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and keep that on the screen. There you see that severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. Now to give you an idea of where this camera is located, just want to make sure I'm on the right roadways here. So this is going to be on the northern edge, just outside of the warned area. So if you take a look at that image in the upper right portion of your screen, that camera is located right around here. In relation to that hail core, so just northeast of where that hail core has been detected. It will hopefully not pass over this camera and over those major roadways, but anyone driving south of Bartlett along Highway 281, there is a very strong hail core, and if you happen to be or know somebody in the greater Spalding area, now is the time to get any sensitive objects to shelter as a hail core is approaching your area from the west, and will be arriving here within the next 15 to 30 minutes or so, as the storm is just slowly moving to the east-southeast at about 15 miles per hour. I want to switch over to velocity mode. The primary concern we had going into this event was not necessarily large hail, but strong damaging winds. And we're not seeing any significant wind gusts being detected by radar. We are seeing a little bit of rotation in the storm, but right now it remains broad. It's not really in the area that we would expect to see rotation that would produce tornadoes. And we should stress that the risk for tornadoes tonight is extremely low. That is not going to be the primary concern. Right now, the primary concern is for strong damaging winds and large hail, and largely we believe the primary threat ultimately tonight will be strong damaging winds. But for as these storms initially develop, we're going to see these rather potent hail cores, as you can see there right now west of Spalding. I'll get a new estimate on that for you here. Right now, the NexRad is detecting upwards of 1.8 inch diameter hail embedded in this severe thunderstorm. And that is what is headed towards Spalding and has the capacity of producing some very damaging hail as it's passing over that Highway 281 corridor between Erickson and Spalding. So right now, that is the primary area of concern as these storms are just getting going right now across the area. All right, let's go ahead and back out now and take a look at the bigger picture. There you see that severe thunderstorm watch now in effect until midnight tonight. This does include the metro area. These storms, we've been watching this line of scattered showers and thunderstorms kind of draped across northeast Nebraska. There was concern that these could ultimately produce some severe weather, and it appears that that may be the case now as they're becoming a little bit more rooted into the energy at the surface and are beginning to explode a little bit more. But we have seen them strengthen quickly and then not maintain necessarily all their intensity as they continue to trek off to the east. There is still an atmospheric cap in place that is preventing more widespread development, but that could change as we move deeper into the evening hours. All right, let's go back now to live first alert radar because we do have a new warning to tell you about in northwest Iowa. So we'll go ahead and put that up here on the screen for you. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued for portions of Woodbury and Ida counties until 6:30 this evening. A severe thunderstorm is located over Correctionville, 19 miles northwest of Ida Grove, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. So a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Woodbury and Ida counties until 6:30 this evening. You can see those warnings now scrolling at the bottom of your screen with the expiration countdown that you see on your screen. And again, we're going to be monitoring both of these storms. Let's zoom back out here again so you can see the kind of what has happened over the last 30 to 60 minutes with these storms. And really this line of light showers has really failed to develop much until just within the last 30 minutes or so. And you're seeing right along this line, this boundary is now producing some strong to severe thunderstorms as they continue to trek to the east-southeast very slowly right now, between 15 and 20 miles per hour. But we are monitoring that line for additional development over the next couple of hours. The National Weather Service had been talking to the Storm Prediction Center and finally making the decision to go ahead and issue this severe thunderstorm watch, which is now in effect until midnight tonight. Update from the National Weather Service regarding the storm in the Greeley area. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in back on that here. The Weather Service says that the most intense portion of the storm is crossing Highway 281 right now. You can see it right over the 281 corridor right now. Extrapolation of current motion brings it into Boone County north of Primrose between 6 and 6:30. There you see it approaching the Spalding area, and it continues to intensify. This is some pretty rapid intensification, which certainly would indicate that this is capable of producing some large hail. And if we check the hail detector, that hail core is maintaining its intensity, and if anything is getting bigger as it is approaching the Highway 91 281 corridor, now with nearly 2-inch diameter hail detected aloft. That camera that you see on your screen, we're going to go ahead and switch back over to the preset mode here. That camera that you see on your screen is actually on the north side of this cell, so it should avoid the large hail core that we're seeing. The circle you see on your screen is where that camera is located. But seeing a lot of intense rainfall at times, reduced visibility. Obviously, the camera is pointed down at the ground, so we're not getting the best view at what's happening in the area. But the DOT camera is obviously focused on the roadways, and it does help us get an idea if and where that large hail may be falling. Let's take a wider view of that camera right now. There you see, again, this is the intersection of Highway 70 and 281. South of Bartlett, between Bartlett and Spalding, and just south of this camera is where we're monitoring a very strong hail core. It's really hard to tell if there's any hail falling on this camera. I'm going to try and take a closer look at it here. No, I don't think there's any hail. I think those are just some large raindrops. These storms are exploding very quickly, and you might notice sometimes you get kind of those more elevated, those bigger raindrops that fall. They tend to occur in these elevated storms outside or away from the main hail core, which fortunately is going to pass south of this intersection. But anybody traveling along Highway 281 between Bartlett and Spalding is unfortunately going to be in the path of this hail core. We'll go ahead and put this back in the split for you so you can get an idea. There is that hail core that we've been monitoring with this severe thunderstorm warning storm in Greeley County. Do another quick scan of this. And 1.7 inch diameter hail still being detected in that hail core. And I believe that is tracking to the east-southeast at about 15 miles per hour at last report from the National Weather Service. Let's go ahead and back out and give you a wider view here. There you see that severe thunderstorm watch now in effect for much of western Iowa, eastern Nebraska until midnight tonight. This is for that line of showers and thunderstorms you see making its way through the two states and slowly moving off to the east-southeast. And we're seeing some explosive development, not just in central Nebraska, but over in northwest Iowa as well. Let's switch back to First Alert Radar here and take a closer look at that. You can see those storms stretching further north and east away from our viewing area, but obviously approaching the Ida Grove portion of northwest Iowa, but and between Ida Grove and Correctionville, some very intense showers and thunderstorms right along the Highway 20 corridor. And unfortunately, that's the area where we're seeing these pockets of potentially large hail-producing storms that are pushing off to the east very slowly at about 15 miles per hour. Again, as we put this in motion, you can see the motion of these storms over the last hour as they have just begun in the last 30 minutes or so to rapidly intensify. We were going to see if that trend continues here over the next few hours, but the threat is there, and so that is why the National Weather Service has issued this severe thunderstorm watch now in effect until midnight tonight for the counties you see shaded in yellow. Severe thunderstorm watch now in effect until midnight tonight. This does include the Omaha metro areas. We do expect strong to severe showers and thunderstorms to push through the area later this evening. So now would be the time. If you're in the metro area, the storms aren't going to be here anytime soon, but this would be a good time to perhaps prepare. And if you have anything that you don't want to be left outside, should there be some large hail or some strong damaging winds, now would be a good time to get that stuff taken care of so that you're not worried about it later. Should these storms continue to maintain their intensity as they move closer to the metro area later this evening. Just taking a quick check at the Storm Prediction Center, the National Weather Service, no other updates since that watch was issued. But again, we're going to continue to monitor this as we do have now a severe thunderstorm warning north of our area, west of our area, and those are going to be potentially impacting portions of the First Alert 6 area as we push deeper into the evening and overnight hours. That watch now in effect until midnight tonight. All right, let's take a look at that camera at the intersection of 281 and 70. This is south of Bartlett. Some more intense rain now falling over that area where a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. This is actually, I believe, just outside of the warning, but just north of an area where we're getting indications of some rather intense rain and hail that is likely being produced. That hail core right over an intersection just south of this one at Highway 281 and 91 has just weakened considerably. Unfortunately, that may be a sign that it has dropped some of those larger hailstones as it has approached the Highway 91, 281 area just west of Spalding. Again, that's just a few miles south of the camera you're seeing on your screen right now. We'll go ahead and put this up with the radar once again. There you see that hail core that we've been telling you about. Just a few minutes ago, we were getting radar estimates of 1.7 to 1.9 inch diameter hail, now down to 1.3. Unfortunately, that could be an indicator that some of those larger hailstones may have fallen now. And if so, hopefully that took place over a rural area and away from any persons or property that may have experienced any damage from that. But right now, the main concern is with this hail core approaching the Highway 91, 281 corridor. And so the National Weather Service continues to monitor that. We'll have to see if this hail core continues to weaken. Sometimes they do fall apart rather quickly. Other times they drop their largest hailstones, they weaken a little bit on the scans, and then they begin producing more hailstones and re-strengthen. And so we're going to see which way that this severe thunderstorm goes. Taking a quick look at the velocity, getting a little bit of some broad rotation in there. Not necessarily an area that raises a lot of red flags about potential for tornadoes. We can't rule out an isolated tornado tonight, but it is not the primary threat. Far from it, in fact. But we could see some brief spin-ups, and at the very least, when you see that rotation in these storms, that is an indicator of a rotating supercell. And rotating supercells, as they explode in the first hour or two of their development, that's when we see that rotation help aid in large hail development. And then eventually, once it becomes what we call outflow dominant and more wind is beginning to blow away from the storm rather than into the storm, fueling it, that's when we often see these storms accelerate and produce strong damaging winds. And later tonight, we think that that's going to be the primary threat, is the potential for strong damaging winds, and in the initial development of these storms, a greater potential for large hail, like what we've seen in these radar returns. But for right now, severe thunderstorm warning does continue. I believe we have an update from the Weather Service. We do. A severe thunderstorm warning continues for portions of northern Greeley County until 6 o'clock. A severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles southeast of Erickson, or 20 miles east of Ord, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch diameter hail are the primary threats. Greeley and Spalding are the main communities in the path of this. Now, hopefully it will pass just north of Greeley, as it is moving more east than southeast, it appears. We'll run that back here. Whoops. And you can kind of see, if we rock it back and forth, how this cell has developed rather quickly. And we've seen that the storm itself largely moving to the east, but if you notice that hail core, that purple area where the hail is likely located, we've seen that kind of matriculating further to the south and east, and that is a sign that it may be riding that boundary in that area. And certainly remains pretty entrenched into the energy at the surface, and would certainly be an indicator that these storms may not be weakening anytime soon. Even though we're seeing that hail core kind of fall apart, we're going to have to see if it's able to regenerate itself here over the next 30 minutes, or if the storm itself will fall apart. That's something that we saw in the storms earlier this afternoon. That's why they held off on issuing this watch. But now, as you see, as we put the radar into motion, you can see, especially in western Iowa and then back over where we have our Greeley County warning, that these storms have not only strengthened rapidly, but they are maintaining their intensity. And we will have to see if they are able to assert dominance over the rest of this complex, or if we'll see additional strong to severe thunderstorms develop along this line right now, stretching back from central Nebraska up into northeast Nebraska, into northwest Iowa, along this boundary system. And as this continues to push through the area, that is why we have that severe thunderstorm watch you see for the counties shaded in yellow until midnight tonight. So again, we do have, it looks like we did just get an update on that severe thunderstorm warning in northwest Iowa. We'll go ahead and check that out for you. Zoom that out a little bit. So severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect for portions of Woodbury and Ida counties until 6:30 this evening. The severe thunderstorm was located near Correctionville, or 15 miles west of Ida Grove, moving to the southeast at 20 miles per hour, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and 1-inch diameter hail remain the primary threats. Real quickly, let's take a look at the hail detection on this. There you see, a hail core has weakened considerably, not really there anymore. As we take a look at the velocity scans, there's not really anything to indicate any strong winds, but we are some distance away from the radar sites. This is right in between the Omaha and Sioux Falls radar locations. So right now we're getting data in from the Omaha radar site. But again, a little bit of a muddled view, but this storm does have a history of being indicative of large hail. No actual reports of any severe weather. When those do come in, you will see them scrolling at the top of your screen along with our counters, keeping track of the number of severe weather reports that will hopefully not come in later this evening, but unfortunately that is a real possibility. All right, let's go back out to Greeley County now, where that severe thunderstorm warning continues until 6 o'clock. We're still seeing a lot of weakening in this storm. That's some good news. Hail core still there, right along the 281-91 interchange west of Spalding and north of Greeley, but certainly not as potent as what we saw earlier. And let's go ahead and switch over to velocity mode and see what story that tells us. Still a little bit of broad rotation in this storm. I don't think it's anything to be concerned with so far as tornadoes, but would at least indicate that there's still some potential for these storms to continue to recycle, regenerate. We will just have to see if that is in fact what happens. Let's go back now to live first alert radar, and we'll put this into motion for you so you can see how quickly it's developed and then how quickly it's begun to weaken. So we're going to have to see which one of those trends kind of wins out here over the next hour as these storms continue tracking to the east, because if they aren't able to maintain their intensity, then the Weather Service is going to have to decide what they do when this warning expires here. Whether or not they need to continue it, or maybe just hold off and see what this storm does. It may just fall apart like all the others have this afternoon. And that has kind of been, if you've been joining us with the live streams, that has kind of been the mode of all of these storms that we've seen, is that they rapidly intensify, often producing large hail, and then they just as rapidly weaken. It's just kind of that heat of the day, pulsing type of thunderstorm activity that is pretty common this time of year. But if a storm can get going, and we had this happen in southern Nebraska a few days ago, if a storm can get going and really get rooted into that energy and become a rotating supercell, that is when you see a one particular cell that can travel for several hours and produce strong winds, large hail, and perhaps a tornado or two. That is what we saw in southern Nebraska a few days ago, as at least one tornado touched down, and there were several reports of damaging wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour with that storm. So as this storm on radar appears to be weakening, we will have to see if that trend continues, and if it does, whether any additional storms will begin to develop in its wake. If we zoom out, you can see some additional thunderstorm development now out ahead of this, west of the York area, that beginning to fire up now. And there may be some other boundaries out there with all of the storm systems that have kind of fired up in the greater area, and they leave what we call boundaries out there. And these boundaries can be focal points for additional severe thunderstorm development, and I think that's what we're seeing west of the York area. As you see on the bottom of your screen, we're getting an update on the severe thunderstorm warning for Greeley County. That thunderstorm warning will continue, set to expire until 6 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm is located near Spalding, 23 miles east of Ord, moving to the southeast at 15 miles per hour. Go ahead and take a closer look at that if you happen to know anybody in that area, or you're joining us from central Nebraska. Again, thanks for joining us. There you see that severe thunderstorm warning that does remain in effect until 6 o'clock for northern Greeley County, as the storm is now approaching the Spalding area. The good news, at least on radar, is we're getting indications that hail core has weakened considerably and may or may not be capable of producing 1-inch diameter hail. But still, if you're in the Spalding area, you should be prepared for the potential of some hail embedded in some heavy rain, and of course lightning. There are a lot of lightning with these storms as they're very rapidly expanding, and just within the last 15 minutes in this one cell alone, look at that, more than 70 reports of lightning strikes from this storm. So as we've seen with all the others, very electrical, very and as we saw here in the metro area, you don't have to have a severe thunderstorm to cause problems. We had thousands of people lose power, likely from a lightning strike several days ago. And so even if there isn't any severe weather that you experience, that lightning can be a problem and can certainly cause damage in and of itself, especially to area power grids. So something to keep an eye out for as these storms continue to push off to the southeast now at about 15 miles per hour. Here's a wider view now as we're watching some storms between Lincoln and Grand Island start to fire up, and that is why we still have, and we still have to watch out for the potential as we move through the next 6 hours or so. The severe thunderstorm watch is in effect until midnight tonight, and this does include the Omaha metro area as well as the surrounding area, Blair, Fremont, Wahoo, Lincoln, Beatrice, and so on. The severe thunderstorm watch is in effect until midnight tonight. Again, Nick here with you, First Alert 6 in Omaha, as we are tracking this Severe weather threat for the evening. And there you see our two warnings, one in northwest Iowa, one in central Nebraska, as these storms are moving very slowly to the southeast at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. So again, we continue to track this as it is moving closer to the First Alert 6 viewing area. We'll have an update for you coming up on First Alert 6 at 6 with Chief Meteorologist Matt Surwey in the Weather Center. Looks like we're getting another update on our northwest Iowa storm. You see that scrolling at the bottom of your screen, so we'll give you the information on that. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for portions of Woodbury and Ida counties until 6:30 this evening. A severe thunderstorm located near Battle Creek, or 10 miles west of Ida Grove, moving southeast now at 25 miles per hour. Looks like there may have been some update on that storm from the ground, but I'm not seeing anything. The National Weather Service is indicating that there may have been some spotter reports of hail in that northwest Iowa storm. Also just coming in on our Greeley County storm, Weather Service says obviously watching the weakening trend. Main concerns look to be quarter-sized hail, which will be fairly brief. What they call a wet microburst wind could produce some damaging wind gusts upwards of 50 to 70 miles per hour, along with very heavy downpours. There are some indications we could see some significant rainfall totals in isolated areas of eastern Nebraska tonight, and so that's why they're not just talking about strong damaging winds and large hail, but the potential for some flooding or flash flooding, especially because of the amount of moisture that's available for these storms to drop. And their very slow-moving nature, as they really just kind of sit over an area for a long period of time because they're moving so slow. And we've seen, as the line of thunderstorms continues to evolve, we have seen areas in some of our recent severe weather events just see round after round of thunderstorms, not necessarily severe, but capable of producing a lot of heavy rain in a very short amount of time. There you see that cell that's now just getting its act together near Grand Island. That is certainly going to bear some watching. Not severe yet, but certainly something that I want to take a look at that one's trend as our Greeley County storm continues to weaken. And yeah, not really a cell that's really maintaining any intensity northeast of Grand Island. Again, we're still kind of in this situation where we're dealing with these storms that are pulsing in nature. They kind of rapidly develop and rapidly weaken. That's what we're seeing in Greeley County right now. But what we're keeping an eye out for is what we saw a few days ago when we saw a line of strong thunderstorms kind of pulsing up and down. And then all of a sudden, one of those cells stopped pulsing and kind of took over the show, producing a fair amount of severe weather reports over several hours in central and southeastern Nebraska. So it could be a situation similar to that tonight, where we're going to be watching some storms strengthen and weaken, and new storms take their place. And it really just depends on what kind of atmosphere they can get hold of. The main concern right now is that the dynamics aren't particularly strong for a long duration or widespread severe weather event, but we could see these sporadic warnings pop up from time to time over the next several hours in a frequency enough that would justify issuing the severe thunderstorm watch now in effect for the area until midnight tonight. Taking a look at some of the weather tools available to us, and some of these are experimental. They're still kind of figuring out just how accurate they are. But one of those the National Weather Service is highlighting is indicating the main area in the watch area that they are focusing in on is looks like anywhere from Tacoma back towards York, including the Lincoln area and the metro area here as well, and then upwards into northwest Iowa. Obviously, this is pretty much everything out ahead of this broken line of showers and thunderstorms, but this would be the primary area of concern tonight that these storms could tap into some better energy available and produce a little bit more widespread severe weather. So that's the area, the main area for the next, say 3 to 4 hours we're going to be keeping an eye on as these storms continue to push slowly off to the east-southeast at anywhere from 15 to 20 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern Greeley County, now set to expire in about 7 minutes. As you can see, this has weakened considerably from what we saw. The hail core has almost all but disappeared at this point. Still seeing some broad rotation, so I'm very curious how that's going to play out. If the storm's going to continue to fall apart, or if we're going to see it begin to maybe pick up some more strength as it moves closer towards Spalding, Albion, even the Cedar Rapids area of Nebraska. And remains to be seen if this storm can kind of get its act together again, or if it will call it quits, and then we will be on standby for additional storms to develop over the next several hours. Again, this complex is pushing off to the east-southeast about 15 to 20 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and throw this in motion for you so you can kind of see what's been taking place over the last hour. We are seeing that new development over in the Grand Island area, and main area of concern for additional development is basically all points due east of this complex of storms. And so that's why we have that severe thunderstorm watch now in effect for much of the First Alert 6 viewing area, including the Omaha metro area, until midnight this evening. There you see we did just get in that Woodbury County report from northwest Iowa, 1-inch diameter hail falling about 20 minutes ago near Correctionville. That is the first severe weather report that the Weather Service has received of 1-inch diameter hail, about the size of a quarter, near Correctionville in northwest Iowa. That coming in, or that hail falling just about 20 minutes ago, that report just coming in a short time ago. Again, these storms a good distance away from the Omaha metro area, but we are going to be standing by because you see there, severe thunderstorm watch now in effect until midnight tonight for much alerts viewing area, including the Omaha metro area. This severe thunderstorm warning, primary threat we believe to be strong damaging winds. However, as these storms initially develop, we're seeing some pretty decent hail cores pop up with them, but so far any hail cores have also weakened rather quickly as well. And so again, we're continuing to monitor this for additional development, keeping a close eye on some new development in the Grand Island area, as well as areas west of Omaha and Lincoln over the next 2 to 3 hours is our area of most concern right now. All right, let's go back now to live First Alert radar. There you see those two warnings on either side of the First Alert 6 viewing area. We are seeing some considerable weakening in the storm in Greeley County, so I'm not clear what the Weather Service is going to do. I would not be surprised if they let that expire. One other thing to watch out for is with any of these stronger storms, if they do strengthen quickly and then just as quickly collapse, during that collapse is when we can see not only some of that large hail come down to the ground, but also if there's any downdrafts or microbursts, could see a strong gust of wind in a collapsing thunderstorm. The National Weather Service in Hastings saying that they were picking up a signature of a microburst near Blue Hill. Not a severe one, but with a little bit better resolution near the radar site, they were able to pick that up. There could have been some stronger wind gusts upwards of 50 miles per hour as that took place. You're also seeing we're getting a lot more development a little bit closer to the metro here as this line is trying to fill in. And that may be why we're seeing this storm in Greeley County weaken, is it may have fallen behind the main line of development, or the main line of potential development. As we go back to live First Alert radar here, I'll show you what I mean. We're seeing some storms kind of pop up in front of it, and this could be the new area of thunderstorm development. So really over the Tacoma area back towards Columbus, this is an area we're going to keep a close watch on over the next 30 to 60 minutes. And actually, I'm very curious about the Tacoma area right now. Let's see if we can get some cameras going up there. I'm just going to get a good look at where those storms are right now, because we do have a handful of cameras in that area. We'll get to that in just a minute, but we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just northeast of the Tacoma area. There you see it on your screen right now. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Monona County until 6:45 this evening. Severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from 3 miles east of Danbury to 3 miles northeast of Castana to 2 miles east of Ottawa. This is moving to the east at 35 miles per hour, so a little bit quicker motion on this severe thunderstorm warned storm. Seeing a couple of decent hail cores near Mapleton and Ottawa, and then also seeing some broad turbulence in these storms that would certainly be associated with developing hail cores, but not necessarily any threat of tornadoes in that area. I wanted to go back out now. We'll zoom out so you can see that warning that's just been issued for Monona County until 6:45. But we do have some other storms that are kind of popping up all over the place near Tacoma, Oakland, West Point, and so on. We do have some DOT cameras in that area. We're going to see if we can see anything from any of those cameras. There we go. So we're going to go ahead and put a camera back up on the screen here for you. This is the Nebraska Department of Transportation camera. This is, I believe, in the Oakland area. So let's go ahead and zoom in on that. That would be the cell here west of Tacoma. So just want to keep an eye on some showers and thunderstorms in that area. I believe this camera is on the south side of this cell, so we'll see if we see any action on this camera as this storm kind of wraps around the community right now. Not really getting a good hail signature out of these, but there's certainly some concern about some developing aspects of these storms. There you see live radar. We'll throw this in motion so you can see how this has developed over the last few minutes. Again, that rapid intensification just in a scan or two. Still below severe limits right now, but does bear some watching as we move through the next hour or so. Again, there you see the warnings that remain in effect right now. The severe thunderstorm warning for Greeley County has been allowed to expire. Right now, it does not appear the National Weather Service plans to continue that warning. We have the new severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Monona County in western Iowa for this developing line of showers and thunderstorms. So let's go ahead and zoom in on that area. And there you see the remnants of that severe thunderstorm warning for a small area of Ida and Woodbury counties until 6:30 this evening. That one will likely be canceled early, although it looks like there may be a new severe thunderstorm warning over there until 6:30 for just another portion of Woodbury and Ida counties to make up for that storm that is now exiting the original severe thunderstorm warned area. But again, here's that severe thunderstorm warning now for Monona County that we're keeping a close eye on. And so this is the area right here. That is the primary concern for additional development as we push through the evening hours. Now just after 6 o'clock here in Omaha at the Blackstone Plaza, as we are continuing to monitor the situation. There you see some new severe thunderstorm warnings just north. Actually, this does include the far northeast portion of our viewing area over in the Carroll area. Severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for portions of Calhoun, Carroll, Crawford, and Sac counties. Severe thunderstorm warning issued for those counties until 6:45 this evening. Severe thunderstorm located near Lakeview, 5 miles southwest of Sac City, moving to the southeast at 35 miles per hour. So these storms are moving a little bit faster, and that could be indicative of a new intensifying threat for some strong damaging winds. But large hail remains possible with these storms. But we could see that transition more to a, if any of these storms hold their intensity, we could see this transition over to more of a strong damaging wind event. There you see those hail cores around the greater Sac City area, capable of producing 1-inch diameter hail in that area. And also starting to get, this is a pretty distant for the radar. This is right in between the Omaha and Des Moines radar sites, but at least on the Des Moines radar, switch over to kind of getting a hint of it on the Omaha radar as well. But there could be some strong wind gusts on the back side of this that right now, pretty intense wind gusts aloft. This is this far from the radar. The data coming in has got to be from several thousand feet up. And so just because we're getting indications of some very strong wind gusts in these storms, it doesn't mean those strong winds are reaching the surface. Now, if these storms were to begin to collapse, that may change, and we could see a very brief but powerful wind gust in this area. But right now, if we put this into motion, you can see just kind of pulsing along, not really maintaining, at the very least, maintaining their intensity, but not really growing any stronger. So that's some good news there. If you know anybody in the Wall Lake, Sac City, Lake City, Rockwell City area, all those cities that are under this severe thunderstorm warning. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for Monona County. There you see how things have developed there just within the last 15 minutes or so. We're also seeing additional development now west of Tacoma that we want to keep our eye on. In fact, that camera in the upper right portion of your screen is a little honed in on this area. So let's go ahead and zoom in on that. This is monitoring the storms in the Oakland area. This is the intersection of Highway 32 and 77 south of Oakland. So that camera is located right about there where I drew that white circle. We're not seeing a whole lot. There's kind of a bit of a donut hole there between a couple of cells that have tried to get going here. And so it doesn't appear to be any major rainfall in the area where this camera is located. But just north of that, there is a developing hail core that I'm sure the National Weather Service is going to be keeping an eye on. There you see right over Oakland, in fact, according to the radar, right over the camera, but not really picking up any indication of hail falling. I want to take that full because now we're getting indications of something falling, whether it's rain or hail. Let's go ahead and take that live here. Can't quite make out. Can't really tell that any hailstones are bouncing in the grass or on the roadway, so this may just be some pretty large raindrops. But could be some small hail embedded in with this, as the radar is picking up a hail core right over the area this camera is located. Again, this is the 3277 interchange south of Oakland, there at that roundabout, where it did just start to rain, and just keeping an eye out to see if any hailstones are reaching the ground. Again, this is not a warned storm, but as you're going to see the camera kind of cycle through some various views here for a little bit, there you get a good indicator, if we don't lose the signal, of at the very least, some very intense rainfall happening in the area south of Oakland. But again, can't really make out any hail. If there's any hail embedded with that rain, it's likely small and not causing any problems. But just abundance of caution, as there is a hail core that's developed over the Oakland area just within the last few minutes, right where this camera is. So we wanted to keep an eye on this in case we spotted any hail on this camera, as the storms continue to push off to the southeast, now at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Again, this is just south of the Oakland area. And this is not a severe thunderstorm warned storm at this time, but it is showing indications that it is growing stronger, capable of producing some small hail at the very least. And so far, we're not seeing any indications of that hail falling in this particular area. Although if it is falling, it's going to be very, very small. It's really hard to make out if any of it is collecting in the grass or on the roadways. But again, this is if there were some hail falling, this is where we would see it in the Oakland area. All right, let's take you back live now to First Alert Radar. There is that hail core that we wanted to check out with the DOT camera. At best, 1-inch diameter hail, likely not hitting the ground, but could be some small hailstones falling in that area. As we zoom out here, there you see the severe thunderstorm watch in effect until midnight tonight. Severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect for Monona County until 6:30. Those cells east of Grand Island we were keeping an eye on now producing severe weather as well. And this is another area of concern where conditions are a little bit more favorable, especially along the I-80 corridor west of Lincoln. And we're seeing a very potent storm there all by itself. And I want to put this into motion. You can see how it essentially has developed without moving. Really popped up right there northeast of Grand Island and has just been progressively getting stronger without actually much in the way of any forward motion. The severe thunderstorm warning that was issued is for portions of Hall, Hamilton, Howard, and Merritt counties until 6:30 this evening. And yeah, the National Weather Service does confirm this storm is nearly stationary. National Weather Service in Omaha is talking about the Oakland storm we just showed you. They are monitoring that for a new severe thunderstorm warning, so we may need to stand by for that as well. But right now, a very interesting cell here in northeast of Grand Island, where it is, as you see there, it's developing and expanding eastward, but the actual storm is not moving. So northeast of Grand Island, right along Highway 30 is where we're seeing this. And really getting intense here over the last 10 or 15 minutes or so. Let's take a look at some of the scans coming from this. There you see the very potent hail core. That is probably the largest hail core we've seen today, approaching 2-inch diameter hail being detected by radar. Quick check of some of the velocity. Maybe a little bit of rotation, not very organized, but you know, this storm isn't even moving right now. There's no forward motion on this right now. So I would say right now the primary concern would be large hail right in that Highway 30 corridor northeast of Grand Island. All right, let's go back out to the wide view right now. There you see these storms also beginning to pop up in the Oakland area. We've been showing you the camera there just south of Oakland, west of the Tacoma area. Let's zoom in on that area because we're concerned there could be some large hail in this one as well. We'd been monitoring the DOT camera south of Oakland at the 3277 interchange, and that is where it looked like there may have been some small hail falling earlier. Can't really confirm that from the camera image here, but now getting some much more intense rainfall in that area as that storm, this strong thunderstorm, continues to push off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. And there you see that image coming in from the Oakland area. The National Weather Service in Omaha monitoring this area for the possibility of a severe thunderstorm warning, but that has not been issued yet. The warnings that have been issued, you see those scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Warning continues for Ida and Woodbury counties in northwest Iowa. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Monona County until 6:30. And then our latest warning for Calhoun, Carroll, Crawford, and Sac counties in northwest Iowa. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 6:45. All right, let's take you back out live now to First Alert Radar as we are watching these storms continue to kind of pop up along this line. Let's go ahead and zoom back out here so you can get a better look at what we're talking about. And there you see from Grand Island upwards into northwest Iowa, we're seeing some very rapid intensification, almost in unison. Certainly has the potential of quickly producing some hail cores, and if these storms then begin to collapse rather quickly, that is when we become concerned of some downdrafts or microbursts that could reach 60 to 70 miles per hour in brief gusts, and that can certainly do a lot of damage depending on your relation to the storm. So again, the threat, it's kind of all over the place right now. It's not very organized, however that can change. And the potential is going to exist for some time now, so that is why that severe thunderstorm watch does remain in effect for the county shaded in yellow until midnight tonight, and this does include the Omaha metro area. All right, let's go back to live first alert radar now. There you see the warnings that have been issued in the northeastern portion of our viewing area in northwest Iowa. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for portions of Sac, Calhoun, Crawford, and Carroll counties until 6:45. That storm is moving to the southeast at 35 miles per hour. Main concern is 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Monona County until 6:45 this evening, with the storm moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. 1-inch diameter hail, 60 mile an hour winds, the primary threat. And then our new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Hamilton, Merrick, Howard, and Hall counties will continue until 6:30 for a storm that has largely not moved at all. And I want to go check that out once again here. And again, we'll put this in motion. You're going to see that cell just not really moving at all, but really building up a pretty intense hail core, hopefully nowhere near any populated areas. But again, very curious to see the behavior of this storm now, all by itself, really tapping into the energy and not moving at all. There you see the radar indicating hail upwards of 2 inches in diameter. And when you're talking 2-inch diameter, you're getting into the realm of egg-sized hail. So a very, very potent severe thunderstorm there. And I believe, I'll just double check here. This is just a general severe thunderstorm warning, and still just talking about 1-inch diameter hail. Hopefully that is falling over an unpopulated area, which would be the best case scenario right now. Again, Nick Weig here with you, First Alert 6 in Omaha. I want to thank everybody who's joining us on YouTube, Facebook, our streaming channels. If you're joining us on your Roku device as well, thank you so much for joining us. As always, the best way to support our efforts is to like our streams on Facebook and YouTube, and be sure to subscribe to the channel and hit that bell icon if you'd like to be notified when we go live for severe weather, breaking news, or other live coverage. We do that several times every day around the clock. To provide you with up-to-the-minute information, especially in situations like this, as we're monitoring this very rapid, and it appears right now the area southwest of Columbus may be the main show here, unless we see more development over by Tacoma. We're seeing some extremely rapid development now in these storms northeast of Grand Island, just pushing into the western part of the First Alert 6 viewing area. Watch what happens when we put this into motion. I mean, we're talking 15-20 minutes. You see those cells north of the warned area very quickly ramp up. And so if you're in the Columbus area, you need to get ready, because you are next in line. There's no severe thunderstorm warnings headed for you right now, but these storms are developing quickly. They're not moving very fast, and are beginning to show some signs, if they can maintain their intensity, of developing into some potential supercells here, capable of producing some large hail and strong damaging winds. A lot of hail cores now popping up out of this, and would not be surprised to see the National Weather Service issue some new severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, with all the volatility, all of the rapid development, that is indicative of a very, very, very potent atmosphere. In fact, take a look at this area. In 15 minutes, more than nearly 250 strikes of lightning in that area. So very, very potent system right now. If we back this out and give you a wider view, there you see the overall complex over the last hour, and just that rapid development we've seen in the last 10 or 15 minutes or so. Besides the large hail, one of the main concerns is with these rapidly developing cells is oftentimes we can see rapid collapsing as well, and that can cause a huge rush of air down towards the surface in the form of what we call a microburst. and that can produce one very powerful gust of wind capable of producing damage. And that remains a very strong concern for tonight. So if you have any sensitive items outside, sensitive to wind or hail, now would be the time to get them indoors. And beyond that, beyond the threat for strong winds and large hail, we also have a concern for some very heavy rainfall producing some flooding in some areas. We mentioned this severe thunderstorm warning west of York. That storm's not even moving. And so undoubtedly, if those caught underneath that cell are going to be experiencing some extremely heavy rainfall totals over the next hour or two. Just getting a new update on that warning in west of the York area. You'll probably see that update at the bottom of your screen shortly. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for portions of Hamilton, Merrick, Howard, and Hall counties. There you see it now scrolling. Severe thunderstorm now located near Chapman, 8 miles northeast of Grand Island, and still not moving. It is stationary. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail remain the primary threats. So severe thunderstorm warning for Hall, Hamilton, Howard, and Merrick counties continues until 6:30 this evening. All right, if you bear with me, we are going to see if we can't get an update on the Columbus area where they're kind of becoming surrounded by some very rapid intensification. We'll see if we can pull up a camera in that area. So we're going to go northwest of Columbus as we're seeing showers and thunderstorms kind of develop to the north of Columbus, to the west of Columbus. And hopefully this one will provide us with a good view if we can get it up and running here. Okay. So we've got that camera right now not really seeing much. Obviously the storms are far enough away. Let's go ahead and put this in a split since it's not the most exciting camera image. But again, this is the intersection of highways 22 rather, and Highway 81. This is northwest of Columbus. So if you see that picture on your screen, that camera is located right here. If I can draw it, there we go. So that camera is located there. You can see a small cell developing north of this camera. The camera itself, I believe, is looking to the west, but I don't have an official word on that. I believe it is looking towards the west, but you can see all of the development around it. And if we back out the radar a little bit here, let me go ahead and take that off the screen, and we put this into motion, you can see just how quickly things to the west of Columbus have gotten active, especially that Highway 22 corridor right there that is headed straight for Columbus. So if you're in the Columbus area, now's the time to get that sensitive stuff into a safe place as this strong thunderstorm continues to move closer to your area. And undoubtedly there is a potential that this could go severe relatively soon. Now an update, let's go down further down towards northeast of Grand Island. That storm that hasn't really moved, still doing pretty well, but beginning to lose a little bit of punch, and it appears that an outflow boundary may have shot out of this storm kind of this way, and because of that we're seeing that storm kind of weaken a little bit, but still remains a very strong thunderstorm. Officially the strongest reported wind gust out of this at the local airport, 48 miles per hour. Also 1-inch diameter hail reported near Chapman, that coming in a short time ago. in relation to this storm. So 1-inch diameter hail has been confirmed with this severe thunderstorm warned cell, as we see now additional storms trying to get going north of it, but not reaching severe limits yet. Still, though, they bear some watching, especially if you're in the greater Columbus area, as these storms continue to develop and then push off to the east-southeast at anywhere from 20 to 35 miles per hour. And so that is why we do have this severe thunderstorm watch that will remain in effect until midnight tonight for much of the First Alert 6 viewing area, including the Omaha Metro. There you see the complex of thunderstorms essentially in a broken line. You see the severe thunderstorms in northwest Iowa. You see the severe thunderstorms in central Nebraska. And if we throw this into motion, there you see kind of the general movement of this line as it begins to traipse across the First Alert 6 viewing area. And there you see those storms we were keeping an eye on have just gone severe. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Hamilton, Merrick, and Nance counties until 7 o'clock this evening. The primary threat with these storms is going to be wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. So if we zoom in on this area, I'll give you a better idea of what we're looking at here. We'll switch over to the live mode. Again, hail core is still very evident. Oops, that is not the right scan. Hail core pretty evident still northeast of Grand Island in that stationary storm, getting some small hail cores beginning to take shape in these. But what they're also seeing is these pockets of what appear to be at times, depending on the radar, this is the Omaha radar, pretty far away for a good velocity scan. But if we switch over to the Hastings radar, still getting some areas where there could be some strong gusty winds embedded in these storms. So again, something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on as they continue to push off to the southeast at about, well, one storm is stationary, another moving at, if I can double check my math here, 15 miles per hour. We've seen the storms out in northwest Iowa moving a little bit faster at about 35 miles per hour. But there you see those warnings now in effect, and the severe thunderstorm watch that remains in effect until midnight tonight. All right, let's go back now to live First Alert radar as these storms continue to make their way east-southeast across the area. And areas of Columbus and York and the surrounding area, you need to get ready as the potential for severe weather is increasing in your area over the next 30 to 60 minutes. So again, there are all the warnings in effect right now. Several in and around the First Alert 6 viewing area. Also beginning to get those hail reports coming into the National Weather Service. As you see the two so far scrolling at the top of your screen. I believe a third one came in just within the last few minutes. So we should see that update here shortly with that new information. But again, we're just kind of monitoring the overall pattern of this line of showers and thunderstorms capable of producing some large hail as well as some strong damaging winds, and in some cases some brief but damaging wind gusts. Especially that is the concern with those storms to the west of Columbus and York right now, as those are inching closer to the First Alert 6 viewing area. Danny over on Facebook asking, is there any rotation in the storm around Oakland to Kama, seeing a lowering cloud? Well, thanks for that report, by the way, Danny. Yeah, I mean, you're going to see some lowerings. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's rotation you need to be concerned about. But let's go ahead and zoom in on that area because we haven't had any warnings as those storms haven't really been able to maintain their intensity. So very weak hail core detection, nothing that should be producing any problems. Seeing some potentially gusty winds on the backside of this, but no rotation really to speak of. And depending on where you're seeing that that lowering, it could just be a bit of a sometimes what we call a scud cloud. It may also be a shelf cloud if it's along the leading edge. And really, those are just indicative of some gusty winds, not necessarily severe winds, but obviously as a storm is approaching, they can look awfully menacing, but doesn't always mean that there is severe weather or a tornado or a rotation that is going to be causing problems in your areas. But still a strong thunderstorm in the Tacoma area right now, pushing off to the southeast at anywhere from 20 to 30 miles per hour. We do still have our severe thunderstorm warnings for portions of northwest Iowa, primarily for strong winds, as that line is really filled in, but not really grown much in terms of intensity. If we back out the radar now, you can see those storms in the northeast part of our area, and then the storms approaching the western part of the First Alert 6 area. These are primarily for the potential of some brief, strong wind gusts, as well as still a hail threat northeast of Grand Island, where a very small but very powerful hail core remains a problem near the Highway 30 area northeast of Grand Island. Anyone traveling in that area needs to be advised that there is potential of some pretty large hail in association with that cell. If we switch over to velocity, just getting some indications of some of the winds kind of feeding into this, not really seeing any strong indicators of rotation or very strong winds, but there is a concern about some brief what we call microbursts or downdrafts as these storms kind of pulse up and down, and sometimes when they pulse down, they can produce some severe weather, primarily in the form of strong winds. There you see a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Hamilton, Merrick, and Hall County until 7 o'clock tonight. This is essentially a replacement severe thunderstorm warning for the warning that you're going to see come off the screen here in about 10 seconds, as that warning has expired. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for central Hamilton, southwestern Merrick, and northeastern Hall County. As you see that warning now expiring at the bottom of your screen, and we should see the new one replace it shortly. Any second now. There it goes. New warning now in effect for Hall, Hamilton, and Merrick County until 7 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm was located near Chapman, 9 miles northeast of Grand Island, moving southeast at just 10 miles per hour. So this was that storm that was largely stationary for quite a while, and now is just moving very, very slowly to the southeast at 10 miles per hour. But there you can see along that Highway 30 corridor, excuse me, some concerns for some large hail and maybe some gusty winds, but not really getting any indication of that. There could see some stronger wind gusts up in the Prairie Creek area of this warning, but then also down here along Highway 30 getting some indications of some very weak rotation. So we will have to see if that manifests itself into anything else. Could be large hail. I believe that's where we're detecting the large hail core, and so obviously rotation and turbulence in the atmosphere certainly feeds that hail development right there along the Highway 30 corridor northeast of Grand Island. So severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Hall, Hamilton, and Merrick counties until 7 o'clock this evening. Severe thunderstorm watch continues for most of the area, including the Omaha metro area, until midnight tonight, as these showers and thunderstorms slowly make their way across our area over the next several hours. And now we have yet another severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued, and this was for another area of interest that we were keeping an eye on. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Harrison, Monona, and Burt counties. The severe thunderstorm warning will remain in effect until 7:15 this evening. This does include the Little Sioux area, as well as portions of the I-29 corridor. A severe thunderstorm right now located 4 miles southeast of Blencoe, or 13 miles northeast of Tacoma, moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. Primary threats from this storm are hail, as well as some strong damaging wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour. So severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Monona, Harrison, and Burt counties until 7:15 this evening. As you see a new scan coming in right now. Take a closer look at this. There you see that hail core that is of primary concern. As we look at some of the velocity scans, again, not really seeing much of concern here on the velocity scans. But again, as these storms kind of pulse up and down, that is where you could see a brief wind gust approaching 60 miles per hour. But again, with most of these storms, the primary threat appears to be the potential for some large hail. And so that is the case with this storm. Now under a severe thunderstorm warning, there you see including the Little Sioux area until 7:15 this evening. I know someone over on Facebook was asking about the Gretna area. There's still a potential for some showers and thunderstorms tonight. Severe thunderstorm watch continues until midnight tonight, and so we're going to be continuing to monitor all of that for you. Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwy is in the Weather Center right now, and we're going to check in with him with an update on this severe thunderstorm warning.
Dew points in the low to mid 70s. This is one thing that's not going anywhere. Coming up, I'll show you how long these warm temperatures are going to stick around and when we might get a little bit of a break from the humidity. Brian?
All right, I guess we got in on the tail end of Matt's update there, but again, we're going to continue to monitor the situation with these severe thunderstorm warnings that are now in effect. We'll go ahead and take that off the screen. That was a camera in the Columbus area we're going to keep an eye on as those storms approach the Columbus area. All right, let's zoom back out here, get a wider view. You can see those storms beginning to fire up, as we said, northeast of Grand Island, producing severe thunderstorm warnings there, as well as along the I-29 corridor between Omaha and Sioux City, as that line of showers and thunderstorms continues to push to the southeast right now. If we go back to live first alert radar, there's a closer look at those as warnings continue for the Carroll area in northwest Iowa. And then back along that line, west of Denison, over towards Tacoma, east of Tacoma rather, is where that severe thunderstorm warning is. And then also we have these new warnings for Hamilton, Merrick, and Nance counties that will remain in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. So quite an area of severe weather right now possible. And so far, we are getting some reports of some severe hail here and there. We've had about 3 reports so far. I don't believe we've had any updates on those. Again, I do want to stress, because this kind of gets lost in severe weather coverage, but one thing, if you're in an area that's underneath one of these storms that are very slow moving, is you need to be on the lookout for some localized flooding. Some of these storms are going to drop several inches of rain over some local areas, and that can produce some flash flooding, some long-term flooding for a little while, but just something to keep an eye out for. As these storms continue, would not be surprised to see some flood advisories issued or flash flood warnings issued, depending on just how much rain falls over a given area over a short period of time. National Weather Service in Omaha providing us an update on the severe thunderstorm warning for the Blencoe and Little Sioux area. So let's go ahead and zoom in on that area for you. National Weather Service says that they are seeing a rapidly intensifying updraft. And so they are raising additional concern of severe hail possible with this storm, saying that quarter-sized or 1-inch diameter hail is likely as this storm continues southeast towards Little Sioux and Pisgah in western Iowa. So there you see the hail core just around the Blencoe area, getting indications from radar of hailstones just above 1 inch in diameter. But the National Weather Service concerned about the overall trend of this storm, that it could produce even larger hailstones in that area as it continues to push off to the east-southeast at 15 to 20 miles per hour. Okay, here's that wider view right now of all the watches and warnings in effect as these storms are really beginning to fire up both in central Nebraska and western Iowa as well. As we switch back to live first alert radar, there you see the warnings in effect that we've been keeping an eye on. Storms now approaching the Columbus and York corridor in the western part of our viewing area, and then those storms in northwest Iowa stretching almost back towards Tacoma, capable of producing some large hail and some brief gusty winds as well. Again, on the bottom of your screen, you're seeing all of the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect at this time, with information updated from the National Weather Service. And then on the top portion of your screen is all of the latest storm reports from today. Right now, just hail reports in our area. as these storms have rapidly intensified and maintain their intensity in order to produce looks like largely 1-inch diameter hail reports that we've received from the various areas impacted by these strong to severe thunderstorms. Okay, it looks like we did get an update on one of our severe thunderstorm warnings. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for southeastern Monona County, so they've pared this warning down as this is pushed off to the south and east at 30 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm is located along a line extending from 7 miles southeast of Ute to 3 miles east of Soldier to 4 miles west of Moorhead, again moving east-southeast at 30 miles per hour. This primary concern with this storm is 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. So let's go ahead and just double check on that area, make sure we're not seeing anything too concerning on radar other than the potential of some large hail falling around the Moorhead area. Not really getting any indications of strong winds yet, but you can see some mixing there of the reds and greens, especially on the leading edge of this severe thunderstorm. And that could be indicative of some air inflow coming into the storm, and that is also the area where we're seeing the large hail that is possibly falling in this area being picked up by that turbulence. And we continue to monitor that as we don't believe this is indicative of a developing tornado, but more indicative of a strengthening storm capable of producing large hail. All right, Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe is providing an update right now on First Alert 6 at 6. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And you'll probably see one issued shortly. Here are the arrival times of this line. It'll start to get into Maple River by about 6:45, Carroll by 6:51, Erling by about 7:10, and toward Logan by 7:15. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible with this line moving down to the south and east. Plus, we have this big cluster of storms just about to get into our viewing area. Arrival times on this one will start to get into Platte and Polk County by about 6:45, Osceola almost 7 o'clock, and down toward the Bellwood area by about 7:13. Be keeping a close eye on that one for when it gets into the Omaha metro. It'd probably be a little bit after 9 o'clock tonight. Brian?
All right, check out this video now from northwest Iowa. It is a massive fire tearing through a machine shed shop. It happened in the...
Okay, that was the latest from Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe on the storms that we're keeping an eye on for. There you see that severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for portions of the Little Sioux and Moorhead areas in western Iowa. And we've been keeping an eye on some of that rotation along the leading edge. Not necessarily indicative of any type of concerning rotation in terms of a tornado, but certainly indicative of what may be fueling these storms and producing at least the potential of some large hail in these areas. We've seen the storm in the Little Sioux area weaken quite a bit here as it's moved away from the Missouri River. We'll have to see if that trend continues as these storms do occasionally continue to pulse up and down. If we back out now, we turn our attention to those storms west of the First Alert 6 area, northeast of Grand Island. And we're going to go ahead and take a closer look at those as those appear to be maintaining their intensity a little bit better than those in western Iowa right now. And you can see there hasn't been a lot of movement in these storms. These storms moving very slowly at just about 15 miles per hour to the east-southeast. But they are still capable. That is not the right scan. There we go. They are still capable of producing some large hail and, in fact, getting some indication of hail upwards of 1.5 inches in diameter. So certainly 1-inch diameter hail is possible in some of these areas. If we zoom in a little closer on this hail core here, you can see exactly where that is. Near the West Newman and Fullerton areas, near the intersections of Highway 14 and 22. Did we just get an update on this? Yes, severe thunderstorm still located along a line extending from near Genoa to Fullerton to near Archer, moving to the east at 15 miles per hour, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Quarter-sized hail remain the primary threats. See if we have any potential cameras in that area. I'm not sure that we do. There you see those two hail cores, one near Genoa, one near Fullerton. as part of this severe thunderstorm warning. And I don't believe there are any cameras in that area that we can check out. No, not seeing any cameras in the area that would really give us a look at what's going on in this storm. We're kind of in a very rural part of Nebraska, which is obviously good news. Hopefully, if there is any hail falling, it's falling away from any populated areas. If we zoom back out here, give you a wider view of these showers and thunderstorms now stretching from northern Iowa all the way back through Nebraska here in the Grand Island area. And we're seeing two areas of along this line really taking shape. We're seeing these storms that are warned in western Iowa, east of Tacoma, kind of weakening considerably as some storms further out to the east are beginning to take shape. And then we have this complex of severe thunderstorms west of Columbus and York, largely maintaining their intensity, but just not moving very fast. And so that is certainly why we may not be seeing any severe weather. We're seeing these warnings kind of issued for the same areas. These storms are just not moving. We're getting some new indication. That's off the Omaha radar. We're still getting some indication of some stronger gusty winds on the backside of these storms, but nothing terribly organized, just maybe more indicative of the instability in the atmosphere than any significant wind gusts in those areas. But we do still have a couple of potent hail cores still showing up on radar, and otherwise the main concern as we move deeper into the evening hours, other than strong winds and large hail, is going to be the fact that wherever these storms are and are moving very slowly, we're going to be seeing some pretty large rain reports coming in. That could trigger some localized flash flooding as well. Just seeing if we're getting an update on any of our warnings here. National Weather Service in Hastings is advising these storms could produce upwards of 2 to 3 inches of rain in spots as they pass over. National Weather Service in Omaha reports just received a report of nickel and dime-sized hail in the Blencoe area. Now that's not severe. That is below severe limits, but nickel and dime-sized hail in the Blencoe area. So we'll zoom in on that. And there you see where a pretty weak hail core has passed by. And obviously, there you see as it was passing near Blencoe, it was a little bit more potent. And then as the larger hailstones in that storm fell to the ground, you see the hail signature really drop off here on radar. Hopefully that will not re-intensify, but hopefully there was no damage. That should not have caused any damage in that area, but some dime to nickel-sized hail again falling just a short time ago in the Blencoe area. So that's the latest report from the National Weather Service. Right now, just hail reports coming in. No reports of serious wind gusts, and obviously no reports of any tornadoes. Again, I want to thank everyone for joining us on YouTube, Facebook, FirstAlert6.com, on our Roku channels, and our 24-hour or 24/7 streaming weather channel as well, as we're continuing our expanded coverage of this threat for severe weather across the area this evening. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect, as you see on your screen, until midnight tonight. We do have various areas under severe thunderstorm warnings, primarily for large hail, but also some brief damaging wind gusts as well. So also keeping an eye out for that. But again, thanks for joining us. As always, make sure you like and subscribe to our channel, as that will help support our efforts to get the word out when people need to hear it here across Iowa and Nebraska. And Nick Weig here with you, First Alert 6 in Omaha, as we are tracking these strong to severe thunderstorms across our area. As you can see over the last hour, some rapid development now bearing down on the Columbus and York areas. Let's get another radar update from Chief Meteorologist Matt Surwey.
Southwest Columbus along the Platte River, that's what's going to slowly push toward the Omaha metro this evening. So if you need to get the dog out on a walk, I mean, the pavement's still kind of hot, but maybe running around in the yard, tire them out a little bit, because your time to be dry in the Omaha metro is going to be running out here, especially after about 8 o'clock. That severe thunderstorm watch goes until midnight, and I think that's a good time frame because we could see a few rounds of thunderstorms kind of develop along this slow-moving front. Most of them are going to start to push in by about 8 to 9 o'clock in the Omaha metro. But then you can see through 10 o'clock, more scattered thunderstorms kind of back build behind that. And that's how we could get some places that pick up over an inch of rain, the places that see the strongest cores a few times as we go through this evening. But those should clear south after midnight and then will be dry as we go into the majority of Thursday. It could just be an isolated shower down to our south to start the day. Good chance of scattered severe thunderstorms tonight. They'll push south after midnight with overnight lows right around 70 degrees. Tomorrow, 86, so about 10 degrees cooler than today. We got up to 95 degrees at Epley this afternoon. But remember, it's going to be pretty humid. Any rain's going to be early in the morning. We'll go partly to mostly sunny as we head through the afternoon. Pretty good pool weather over the next few days. Temperatures in the mid to upper 80s, getting even warmer as we go into the weekend. Very low rain chances during the daylight hours Thursday and Friday. If you're planning ahead to Saturday and you actually have tickets to go down to Kansas City for Argentina and Switzerland, upper 80s and humid at Kansas City Stadium, as they're calling it during the World Cup. Hit-miss thunderstorms are possible. There could be some brief delays, but everyone's going to be taking hydration breaks. Please stay hydrated if you're going to that game on Saturday. And then the heat, yeah, hydration breaks aplenty next week with those high temperatures in the upper 90s and likely near 100 degrees, either for a day or two. Our first triple-digit temperature of the season possible in Omaha. Download the First Alert 6 weather app. Track those storms as they move closer to Omaha as we go through this evening. Then, Brian, you can use that to take a look at the 10-day forecast and see how big those numbers get over the next few days.
All right, that was Chief Meteorologist Matt Surwey. As we were Nick Weig back with you here in the Alert Center. Just getting an update from the National Weather Service in Hastings about those storms west of Columbus and York. Not really west of Columbus anymore, as we're seeing some additional development of strong thunderstorms in that area. We're going to check out that camera again here in just a bit, because that is right over the area we've been watching. But I wanted to bring to your attention some of these storms that we've been watching in the Fullerton area. This is not really seeing, and I want to rock this back because this is quite the report the Weather Service just received. Okay, so you see how the hail core really ramped up there, right around there, and then quickly faded away. At some point here, again, this is a little old if you can see the timestamp, but at some point in this area, a storm spotter just reported 2-inch diameter hail. Weather Service stressing, obviously this is an exception and not the rule. Mostly small hail, but again, at least a couple of stones in this area fell 2 inches in diameter. To put that in perspective, that's about the size of an egg. So that is some awfully big hailstones that fell in that area. But again, not expecting a lot of widespread reports of hail that large as these storms traverse across the area. If we go back to live First Alert radar, we want to focus in again on the Columbus area. I'm going to get that camera pulled up again. There you see we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning being issued or an update on the severe thunderstorm warning for Hamilton, Merrick, and Nance counties. Just updating with that report of 2-inch diameter hail, but not very concerned that is going to be an ongoing threat as that hail core has collapsed considerably. Going to take a look at a couple of cameras here in the Columbus area and see if we can bring one of those up. Okay, let's see if we can get this up here. So let's take you out live now. This is the Nebraska Department of Transportation camera near Columbus. This is at the intersection of highways 22 and 81. We'll get this up on the screen with our radar in just a moment, but this is an area not under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but we're seeing some rapid development in this area, and so we have some concerns that this may quickly become a severe weather threat for the greater Columbus area. We're going to go ahead and zoom this out and put the radar back up on the screen. There you see the area we're looking at right now. Developing hail core in that area, as well as some indications in that broad rotation likely fueling that hail core. So we could see some intensification of the hailstones in this area. But to give you an idea of what we're looking at on your screen, this right here is where that camera is located. So we do expect things to get rather wet there very quickly as these storms continue to push off very slowly to the east. In fact, you may see a couple of drops of rain popping up on the camera. I suspect maybe that camera is pointed eastward. And that may be part of the reason. If anything, I would say that camera is pointed southeastward. I believe, yeah, so the camera is going to spin around here a few times and then go back to that shot. So now it's looking a little more towards the west, and you're seeing those dark skies off in the distance. But again, this is looking more southeast away from the storm. The only good thing with that is we won't see the storm approaching, but once it's there, it may shield the camera from some of the rain as this approaches the area. These are rapidly developing storms like we've seen all afternoon and evening. And we'll see that camera kind of bounce back around back to its location here. I believe that's looking southeast along Highway 81. And then on the left side of your screen is the intersection with Highway 22. So I believe that camera is pointed to the southeast. So we'll go ahead and keep an eye on that as the storm approaches the Columbus area. Right now, not a severe thunderstorm warned storm, but a lot of strong thunderstorms in that area. All right, let's go ahead and back out the image here once again. Live first alert radar here. As we have a couple of major areas of showers and thunderstorms. First, over in western Iowa, where we do still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect east of Tacoma, as well as for portions of Iowa between Carroll and Fort Dodge. On the far northeastern part of our viewing area, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect there. We also now have severe thunderstorm warnings approaching our area to the west. We'll see what the Weather Service does with these as these continue to move off slowly to the east-southeast at about 15 miles per hour. No update from the National Weather Service yet on this. I believe this is just exiting the Hastings coverage area and is approaching the Omaha area. So the Omaha Weather Service is going to have to decide what they're going to do with these storms in and around the Columbus area as they do get closer. Right now, at last report, these storms were moving to the east-southeast at about 15 miles per hour, so very slow motion in these storms. But this is obviously the area of most concern we have for our coverage area, as these storms have largely stayed below severe limits, but have at least maintained their organization and coverage area. And so this is an area that we want to keep an eye out for as the storms do begin to do a little bit better job of maintaining their intensity in these pockets that they have kind of laid out for themselves. Let's zoom back out here and put this back into the loop so you can see what's been going on over the last hour. And there you see those two large areas of showers and thunderstorms, occasionally producing large hail. No wind reports, no tornado reports so far, just hail reports. In fact, one hail report of 2 inches in diameter just southwest of Fullerton coming in just minutes ago. But all signs indicate that hail core has weakened considerably, and that hail that size should not be a threat for that area. But you can see the general pattern here with these storms as they are now beginning to enter more of the First Alert 6 viewing area, and will eventually bring showers and thunderstorms to the Omaha metro area. Again, that is why we have a severe thunderstorm watch still in effect until midnight tonight. The severe thunderstorm watch primarily for strong damaging winds and large hail. And so we will be continuing our expanded coverage here as we continue into the evening hours, and these storms continue to push across the First Alert 6 viewing area. So that's the latest look from Live First Alert Radar. The upper right portion of your screen, you're looking at a live picture from the Highway 22 88 or 81 interchange north of Columbus on the western side of our viewing area. We're going to go ahead and give you a better look at that as we take that image full. And there, as you can see, traffic moving along just fine. Rain and heavy rain at times is beginning to approach this area as the showers and thunderstorms slowly move off east at about 15 miles per hour. Now, there's no warning in effect for the greater Columbus area right now, but this is a pretty potent storm that does have a history of producing large hail. And so we are working to get any additional reports in that area. A short time ago, the storm approaching this area did produce a 2-inch hailstone near Fullerton. They do not expect larger or hail that large to be in the area as these storms pass through, but certainly the potential of some 1-inch diameter hail that can still produce some damage if that were to fall. All right, let's go ahead and put this back in the split as we want to put Live First Alert Radar back up here for you. And right on cue, there is the warning that we've been talking about for that area. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for the Columbus area. Whoops, didn't mean to zoom in like that. There we go. So this is right in the area that you see in that Department of Transportation camera. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Platte County until 7:45 this evening. Severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from Platte Center to 3 miles east of Monroe to 4 miles northeast of Silver Creek, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch diameter hail, or about the size of quarters, are the primary threats with this storm. Again, this storm is moving to the southeast at 15 miles per hour. So if you're in the Columbus area, things are about to get a little bumpy here as the storm makes its way through, and you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45 this evening. Again, we're going to go ahead and monitor as able to make out some of the lightning flashes, even though there's plenty of daylight out there right now. But again, I believe this camera in the north of the Columbus area is actually looking southeast away from the storm, so we're not going to see it approach. But hopefully that direction will shield the camera a little bit as the rain, as you see there, begins to fall at a heavier rate as that severe thunderstorm approaches the greater Columbus area. To give you a perspective on where this camera is located in relation to what we're seeing on the radar, this is where it's at. And so that is where that camera is located, and it is looking to the southeast towards the Columbus area. So again, looking away from the storm. That's why it doesn't appear all that menacing on camera, as we're looking away from the storm. But undoubtedly, we're going to be seeing some pretty intense rainfall and possibly some hail falling in this area in the next not too distant future. As you see, more lightning flashes kind of reflecting off the roadway, and more rain beginning to fall on the camera there, unfortunately. But we're going to keep an eye on that as the severe thunderstorm warning now in effect does include the Columbus area. That warning is in effect until 7:45 this evening. I know some people over on Facebook have been asking about the potential for severe weather in the Omaha area. Severe thunderstorm watch does include the Omaha metro area until midnight tonight. These showers and thunderstorms are expected to pass over the Omaha area later this evening, especially after 8 o'clock. So we could see strong to severe thunderstorms in the metro area between now and midnight. And we could see several rounds of thunderstorms as these lines continue to push through the area tonight. And so beyond the potential for some large hail and ultimately some strong damaging winds as well, we're really going to be on the lookout of some isolated flooding as the National Weather Service is concerned about several inches of rain falling in some areas, especially those that get caught underneath these storms that are not really moving that fast at all. And so we saw this with the storms several days ago, a similar situation played out where the storms popped up, produced severe weather, but then didn't really move very quickly, or other storms developed behind it. And so we saw some areas that received several inches of rainfall. And obviously, if that were to take place in a more populated area, you'd have to deal with some urban street flooding as well. So it's kind of a secondary issue to watch out for tonight as these storms continue across the area. But again, right now, just monitoring this severe thunderstorm warned storm now approaching the Columbus area. Let's for a moment here zoom the radar out and give you a better look at what's going on. I want to leave that camera on there just in case, but again, excuse me, there you see the severe thunderstorm warning stretching all the way from Carroll. No warning now for the Denison area. But east of Tacoma, that severe thunderstorm warning. That severe thunderstorm warning does continue. However, that storm has weakened considerably. And as we come back and look at the western part of our viewing area, I want to throw the radar into motion here, and you can kind of see the general pattern of these storms as they've fired up. Not really necessarily looking that potent on radar, with the exception of the occasional strong hail core as we're seeing east of the Grand Island area. But again, still the potential for some large hail and some brief gusty winds in the Columbus area over the next hour, as that severe thunderstorm warning will remain in effect until 7:45 this evening. Again, you're looking at a live image from the camera north of Columbus, looking towards Columbus, so away from the storm. This is the location of that camera you see in the upper right portion of your screen as the rain is beginning to fall at a bit of a heavier clip there. They're kind of on the northern edge of this severe thunderstorm warned storm. And but undoubtedly we're going to see the rain really pick up as the core of this complex of showers and thunderstorms passes over. Again, this is northwest of Columbus at the intersection of highways 81 and 22. And this camera is looking to the southeast away from the storm. So we're going to likely see some pretty heavy rainfall, and we're going to be on the lookout for any indication of hail. Right now, radar not really picking up any intense hail cores. However, there could be some small hail that falls in the area between Platte Center and Columbus here shortly. And now we do have, is this in Iowa? Let's back out the radar here. So I believe, oh, that is the wrong radar. I believe this is a new severe thunderstorm warning down in the Hamilton area. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for portions of Hamilton County until 7:45. That's the information you see scrolling on the bottom of your screen. Severe thunderstorm located near Phillips, or 13 miles east of Grand Island, moving to the east at just 10 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail are the primary threats. And as we've been watching all evening, there you see another strong hail core that has developed, and once it collapses, hopefully not over the Marquette or Aurora areas, we see a large hail reach the ground, and then that hail core really diminishes. Again, where that hail core is where we're seeing that turbulence in the atmosphere, some broad rotation, likely kicking up those hailstones in size and intensity before they hit the ground. So new severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Hamilton County until 7:45. Let's go back now to live first alert radar on the upper right portion of your screen. That is a live look just northwest of Columbus at the intersection of highways 81 and 22. And want to take a closer look at that now, because as you can see, the rain has really picked up in that area as the core of the storm now passing over this area, again, northwest of Columbus. So if not any dangerous winds or large hail, it's certainly going to be some slick roadways and reduced visibility, as these curtains of rain are really dropping some heavy rainfall totals, and these storms are just not moving that fast at about 15 miles per hour. You can see kind of those sheets of rain blowing from left to right as the storm passes over the camera northwest of Columbus and begins entering the city. But right now you can see traffic at least managing this well. Traffic not very busy out there, fortunately, as severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect for the greater Columbus area until 7:45 this evening. All right, we're going to go ahead and back that out. Again, we'll keep that up in the corner of your screen. As long as go back here to live first alert radar, you can see Just hail reports have come in so far this afternoon with these storms, but we do expect if these storms maintain their intensity over the next several hours, we could see that hail threat come down a bit and become a little more concerned with some strong gusty winds, as well as very heavy rainfall that could produce some localized flooding in areas that receive several inches of rain. But you can see, obviously, the rain and the wind really picking up there on that camera. I'll go ahead and again locate where that camera is right now, right on the leading edge here of the heaviest portion of the cell. And so that is why we're monitoring this camera right now, because it's giving us our best look at what's going on out there right now as these storms continue to push into the First Alert 6 viewing area. Just checking on any updates from our various National Weather Service offices. National Weather Service in Omaha says storms have intensified over Platte County, prompting the warning that you see here in effect for the Columbus and Platte Center area. Large hail up to quarter size will be the initial hazard, with damaging winds becoming more likely as the storms begin to collapse. A gust of 48 miles per hour was recently reported in the southwest part of the county south of Monroe. So not a severe wind gust, but certainly indicative of what can happen as these storms kind of collapse in on themselves at times. But right now, there you see the latest scan as that severe thunderstorm warning continues until 7:45 for Platte County. It looks like we may be getting an update on that as well. You see scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from 4 miles northeast of Lakeview to 3 miles north of Duncan to 4 miles north of Silver Creek, now moving east at 25 miles per hour. Right now, the only threat is for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So not even concerned about hail. There could be some small hail in this storm, but nothing that would cause any major problems. Right now, the primary concern is with some brief damaging wind gusts along with the heavy rain you see falling in the Platte County area right now. Again, this camera just in between Platte Center and Columbus at the intersection of highways 81 and 22. Right now experiencing very, very heavy rainfall as well as some gusty winds. The camera here is going to do some automated views here for the next minute or so. I believe we're now kind of looking, now we're looking back towards the area we were looking at, looking southeast towards Columbus. And obviously some pretty intense rainfall there on the highway right now. Now this is kind of looking back into the storm, looking northwest, and you can see traffic's managing to move along pretty well in that direction. They're driving away from the storm, and so visibility is probably a little bit better than those traveling westbound into the storm along Highway 81. But obviously there you see some of the vehicles now flashing their brights as visibility is greatly reduced in that area. And, you know, obviously doing the right thing, keeping distance between vehicles, because braking distance is increased significantly when there is road conditions like this. With heavy rain falling, you can have hydroplaning issues as well. So obviously seeing a lot of people just flashing their hazard lights out of an abundance of caution as this the heavy portion of the storm now passes through the Platte Center and Columbus areas. So far, even though there is some concern for some 60 mile per hour wind gusts, no reports greater than about 40 to 50 miles per hour. The National Weather Service saying they're a little surprised by that, but do say that because these are very isolated pockets of strong wind gusts, it's not as widespread as often you would see in more fast-moving storms. It's possible that we're seeing some stronger microbursts and downdrafts, but just in very rural areas. And so that obviously is good because we don't want to see any damage to any populated areas. There you see winds obviously picking up on the camera. Some of those stronger wind gusts that they have been concerned about right northwest of Columbus. You're seeing it live here on the DOT camera at the intersection of Highway 22 and 81. The camera now rocking around as some stronger wind gusts now moving through that area. Again, this is looking at the intersection of highways 22 and 81 near Columbus, looking southeast towards Columbus along Highway 81, and you can see traffic really slowing down as it looks like one of those microbursts may have taken place there as the camera is really rocking around, and you can see visibility is is greatly reduced. We're going to go ahead and keep this camera up as long as we can, but I'm just going to, off camera here, take a quick look at the radar to see if we're getting any indication of some stronger wind gusts. And we are seeing some indications of some stronger wind gusts blowing through that area now. Some very broad rotation as well being detected by radar. Right now, radar really detecting wind gusts anywhere from 40 to 45 miles per hour. But again, that is well above the surface, as we don't know what's happening at the surface with the help of storm spotters and cameras like you see here from the Nebraska Department of Transportation, because this is so far from the radar beam that it's measuring wind gusts well up in the atmosphere, and some of the stronger winds are down at the surface. And so obviously, as you see here, there could certainly be some winds approaching 50 miles per hour or more, and some of these stronger gusts, as you see the sheets of rain blowing from left to right there on the screen. Again, we're looking southeastward towards Columbus along Highway 81 at the 22 interchange. And you can see traffic there moving very, very slowly now. Most motorists now have their hazards on, as visibility greatly reduced by that driving rain and strong winds. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for this portion of Platte County until 7:45 this evening. All right, we're going to back out now. I'm going to leave that image up on the upper right portion of the screen for now, but there you see some of the stronger, getting some indications on radar, some pockets of stronger wind gusts. One of those areas just passing over this camera, as you saw, really saw some sheets of rain indicating some pretty strong wind gusts in this area, and certainly the radar is backing that up. So that is the primary threat, as this is now approaching the Columbus area. Just within the next few minutes or so, those stronger winds are going to reach the Columbus area as they continue to push off to the east-southeast at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. Switching back over to precip mode here, you can see some very intense rainfall in the area of the camera there, northwest of Columbus. Hail right now, not much of a concern, as the hail cores are really beginning to weaken quite a bit, as we are likely beginning to transition to more of a wind and heavy rain threat with these storms. A little bit of a hail core east of Grand Island. That's one of the newer storms, and that's kind of the pattern that we've seen, that as these storms develop, they do produce hail cores that don't really maintain their intensity. You can also see, as we switched over to velocity mode, some of the pockets of strong wind gusts that we've been keeping an eye on as well. But as we go back here live to First Alert Radar, we're going to go back in on Platte County and the Columbus area where this severe thunderstorm is making its way across the area. You can see northwest of Columbus, where the DOT camera is located, things have calmed down considerably from just minutes ago. So some good news as that storm is passing through the area. Getting an update from the National Weather Service in Omaha. I don't want to neglect our friends in western Iowa, but they are monitoring the Denison area southeast of Denison for a possible severe thunderstorm warning. Strong wind gusts being detected in the Dow City area. Nothing severe at this time. There you see there is a potential for some large hail over the Buck Grove area right now, but really concerned about some of the stronger wind gusts that are being detected by radar right now. Again, this is a pretty good distance away from the radar site, both Omaha and Des Moines, but certainly getting some indications that there are some stronger winds in this storm around the Buck Grove area. Obviously, that is likely fueling the hail core you see there, but also could be translating into some stronger wind gusts at the surface and also on the leading edge. So we kind of look for those kind of bowing segments as indicators of some stronger winds, and we're kind of seeing that between Denison and Defiance. So again, this is not a severe thunderstorm warning storm, but the National Weather Service in Omaha just kind of keeping an eye on it as it is beginning to approach those severe limits in western Iowa. So there's the full picture across our area right now. There you see the storms in Denison and Carroll, and now we have this complex impacting the Columbus area, where a severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect until 7:45 this evening. Tammy over on Facebook, thanks for the reports from Columbus. Yeah, fortunately it looks like although there's some concern for some strong damaging winds, there's been no confirmation that the winds have reached that level. Certainly gotten gusty, but yeah, a lot of heavy rain falling in that area. So obviously for motorists, they need to be aware of that. And as you saw on the camera a short time ago, most motorists have got their hazards on or slowing down and giving themselves extra braking distance, which is exactly what we want to see during thunderstorms like this. So fortunately, we're hoping we can get through these storms without any major issues, but we do still have the potential for severe weather as we continue into the evening hours as a severe thunderstorm watch, and I'll go ahead and put that back up on the screen here for you. Severe thunderstorm watch does continue for the area until midnight this evening. Just getting a quick check on any potential power outages being caused by the storms. About 500 to 600 people without power in Monona and Ida counties in western Iowa. And then here in Nebraska, not a whole lot of outages being reported, and I'm not sure any of these are actually associated with the thunderstorms, as they are not in areas where any strong thunderstorms have passed by recently. So right now, the good news is most of the warnings have expired. I believe we do not have any warnings at this time in western Iowa, but again, the National Weather Service keeping a close eye on that storm south of Denison. And then our one severe thunderstorm warning for the Columbus area of Platte County remains in effect until 7:45. We've seen that storm considerably weaken quite a bit as well. So we'll see what the Weather Service does with that. But again, we're still getting the pulsing nature of these storms. We're going to go and put this in motion. With the exception of that one cell approaching the Stromsburg area, that one is not severe, but is beginning to take on a little bit more of a signal indicative of some strong gusty winds in that area. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. But right now, the only warnings in effect are for Hamilton and Platte counties, as well as, actually that may be it. So those are the only warnings in effect right now. As you can see, this line not really filling in yet north of Omaha. We'll have to see if that pattern continues as these storms continue to push off to the east-southeast at about 15 miles per hour. Just checking in with our friends at the National Weather Service. No updates from them here on any of these storms that they're keeping an eye on. I'm going to take a moment to see what views we may be getting from some of our cameras in the metro area at these distant storms. So if you're joining us in the Omaha area, Nick Weig here with you as we are tracking some severe weather across portions of our area, primarily in the Columbus area, as strong showers and thunderstorms continue to push through portions of western Iowa and Nebraska. We're seeing some of these storms beginning to weaken a bit, but we're also seeing indications of a secondary line beginning to form as well. So we are obviously going to be keeping a close eye on that as we move into the evening hours. No thunderstorms threatening the Omaha metro area at this time. However, a severe thunderstorm watch does remain in effect until midnight this evening, as there is still the potential for additional severe thunderstorm development over the next several hours as these storms make their way to the east-southeast very slowly at about 15 miles per hour. We showed you on the DOT camera northwest of Columbus some of those stronger bands of winds that push through. No indication that they reach severe limits. The National Weather Service just getting a confirmed report of a wind gust in Columbus at 45 miles per hour. So certainly gusty, but not something that's expected to cause any significant damage. 45 mile per hour wind gust again reported in the Columbus area. If we zoom in, I want to actually go down to our thunderstorm west of York in the Aurora area. Whoops. A very compact storm here. Just getting an update that the storm is located near Aurora, 16 miles east of Grand Island, moving to the east at just 10 miles per hour. Still concerned for some large hail and some strong gusty winds, but I don't believe we've gotten any reports of any severe weather from this storm. There you can see as we put the velocity into motion, very disorganized right now. Not exactly bad news as these storms continue to push very slowly off to the east. That slow movement, of course, is going to continue to continue the prospect of the potential of some heavy rain leading to some localized flash flooding that we're going to have to keep an eye out for, especially if we get some heavy rain here in the metro area. That can certainly cause some urban street flooding that could make travel difficult later this evening if these storms do happen to push through the metro area. So a severe thunderstorm warning, the only warning we have in effect right now is for Hamilton County and the Columbus area. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 7:45 this evening, so about another 20 minutes. As these storms continue to push off slowly to the east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. If we put the radar into motion here, you can see where some additional development is taking place. We're trying to get going here northwest between Tacoma and Blair, but really nothing of any major concern right now. The storms, as they've pushed to the east, have begun to lose quite a bit of their punch. And we're going to have to see what the Weather Service does with this as, again, we just have the one warned storm, and even that one looks like it has weakened considerably. So we may have to keep an eye on whether or not we will have any warnings in effect. However, even if these storms do continue their weakening trend, there is still the potential for additional development later tonight. That's why this watch is going to go until midnight, so we're going to have to keep a close eye on this as these continue to slowly drift to the east at just about 10 to 15 miles per hour. And of course, because of that slow movement, there is the potential for some isolated flooding that we'll also have to keep an eye out for. And the camera we were watching up in the Columbus area kind of shows that. You can see all of the water collecting in the ditches and the median there, and likely some standing water, especially on the shoulder there of Highway 81. And so the good news is the rain has eased off quite a bit, but obviously anywhere where this heavy rain continues to fall over the next several hours could be prone to some localized flash flooding and maybe some minor street flooding. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that as we continue to move through the evening and overnight hours. All right, back out live now to First Alert Radar. And there you see the trend that we are following here as these storms appear to be largely weakening a little bit, but still rather potent. I want to zoom in on the York area where no warning has been issued for this storm, but still indicative of some gusty winds in that area as they continue to move off to the east very slowly. So certainly keeping an eye out for that. As we back out here, you can see the area as a whole We just have that one warning right now in effect for the Columbus area until 7:45 this evening. No word from the Weather Service if it looks like they are going to continue that warning. The Columbus airport a short time ago reporting a 52-mile-per-hour wind gust. Again, that's not severe, but it's getting closer, and 52-mile-an-hour gusts can cause some very isolated pockets of damage, but nothing widespread. But still, 52-mile-per-hour wind gust. We're also getting an update coming in from the Storm Prediction Center. And they're going to scan that here. And this update is primarily for western Iowa. The potential for a wind threat in western Iowa, so areas east of Omaha, the potential for a wind threat is increasing tonight. And there you see the National Weather Service, because of those stronger wind gusts, has gone ahead and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning that will ultimately replace that one still in effect. A severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of, well, that is not the right tool. I apologize. There we go. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Butler, Colfax, and Platte counties until 8 o'clock this evening. Severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from near Richland to near Bellwood to 5 miles southeast of Duncan, moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. Right now, no concerns for hail. The only concern is with some isolated wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. So this is primarily a wind threat now. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Butler, Colfax, and Platte counties until 8 o'clock. This does include the communities of Bellwood, Columbus, David City, and Schuyler, primarily for the threat of some brief 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. A 52-mile-per-hour wind gust was just reported at the Columbus airport a couple of minutes ago, and so that is what has prompted the National Weather Service to go ahead and issue a new warning. Even though it doesn't look all that strong on radar at this time, it is still capable of producing, maybe not hail, but still producing some strong wind gusts. It is quite a bit of a distance away from the radar, but the radar is picking up, at least aloft, some stronger wind gusts being detected in this storm. And if we just do a quick scan here, getting some indication of wind gusts aloft upwards of 60 to 65 miles per hour north of the Bellwood area. Again, that doesn't mean that those winds are reaching the surface, but if these storms were to kind of collapse in on themselves, those stronger winds get forced down to the surface, and we could see very brief but very powerful wind gusts in areas that unfortunately get caught in the path of that. So from Columbus to Bellwood and points east up towards Schuyler, some pockets of some very strong wind gusts appear to be the primary threat, because it looks like this storm may be losing a bit of its punch. There's a new outflow boundary kind of ejecting out of that. So hopefully that threat will subside, but for now, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions, well, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Hamilton County until 7:45, and now our new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Colfax, Platte, and Butler counties until 8 o'clock this evening. As we're crossing the 7:30 hour, Nick Weig here with you. Thanks for joining us here for extended severe weather coverage as part of First Alert 6. We want to let you know that Severe Thunderstorm Watch remains in effect for most of the First Alert 6 viewing area, including the Omaha metro area, until midnight this evening for this line of showers and thunderstorms slowly making their way through, beginning to transition from a threat of large hail, which is really all we've seen so far, but beginning to show signs that it's going to begin moving a little further to the south and maybe transitioning to more of a strong damaging wind event. And so that's what we're going to be keeping an eye out for as it makes its way across the area over the next several hours. There's a look at that new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for areas south and east of Columbus. We'll go ahead and zoom in that. Not a very strong storm right now, but does have a history of producing some rather gusty winds. We're also monitoring some additional development trying to get going north of the Fremont area, but really unable to get going. We do expect these storms to continue to pick up a little bit of speed as this begins to transition from a large hail event to a strong wind event. And again, that is why the severe thunderstorm warning severe thunderstorm watch will remain in effect until midnight this evening. We're going to take a look and see. We are about to lose sunlight here in the Omaha area as the sun is beginning to fall behind the clouds, sparked off by these storms well to our west. But otherwise not really seeing any clear signs of any significant development near the metro area at this time. But again, severe thunderstorm watch does remain in effect until midnight tonight as these storms continue to slowly move off to the east-southeast at about 15 miles per hour. We also have that severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for about another 10 minutes for Hamilton County. I do not believe we've received any additional severe weather reports from that particular storm. Just checking some of our city cameras here in the metro area. Just to see if we can see anything in the distance from these storms, but now that the sun is sort of fallen behind some of the clouds out there, but not really seeing a whole heck of a lot. That's not surprising. There's still quite a distance between the metro area and these thunderstorms, and just monitoring the area for additional development, especially from Columbus to Scribner over towards Blair. Kind of that area where the line hasn't really filled in yet is the area we're going to keep a close eye on here. And now we have, this is new, a tornado warning now in effect for Hamilton County. Tornado warning now in effect for Hamilton County. We'll get that on the screen here for you. I believe this is radar indicated. Tornado warning, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Aurora, or 60 miles east of Grand Island, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Tornado warning now in effect for a radar indicated tornado over the community of Aurora. Tornado warning now in effect until 8 o'clock this evening. We're going to work to see if there are any cameras in that area. I am not aware of any, but we will check that out. See if we can get any indication as to what is going on down there. Okay, we do not have any cameras near this storm. The cameras are all south along I-80. So we're going to see if we can't find one that is working in that area. And this may be looking to the east. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put that up on the screen with the radar. I want to leave the radar up here because this is, again, is a radar indicated. This camera is located well south and east of the concerning area, but you can see on the left side of that image, and I'll make it larger here for just a moment, you can see some of the storm clouds kind of gathering to the north as this camera is looking to the east now along Interstate 80. But we will keep an eye on this as it approaches the Henderson area. If it does continue on that southeasterly trend. But right now, let's take a look at the radar for more on what's prompted this tornado warning, because again, this is radar indicated. No confirmation of a tornado on the ground at this time. and just some very broad rotation right now. And really hard to make out much of anything that raises alarm bells here. The Weather Service said there were indications of a more organized updraft, transient supercell structure, and it looks like they received video of a wall cloud from local emergency management over Aurora, and so that is what has prompted this tornado warning. This is not a tornado on the ground. This was the potential of a developing tornado, and we will work to but again, just getting a report of a rotating wall cloud, which has apparently prompted this tornado warning for Hamilton County, now in effect until 8 o'clock this evening. And we're just checking to confirm who shot this video, and if it is emergency management video, we will try and bring that to you. But right now, again, all I can tell you is that there is a video of a rotating wall cloud near Aurora, and that is what has prompted this tornado warning, although it doesn't look very potent on radar. Again, these are very low-based thunderstorms, and so some of the rotation may be hard to detect. And so this is where those eyes and ears on the ground really come in handy, because they are there when conditions suggest that there may not be that there is no suggestion of tornadic activity, but in fact on the ground there is. And so that is what has prompted this tornado warning, not for a tornado on the ground, but a potentially rotating supercell in that area. Looks like we may be losing our signal on our Henderson traffic camera along I-80. It's trying to come back there. So if you know anyone in and around Aurora, the sirens did sound there a few minutes ago out of concern for this area of rotation that prompted the tornado warning. And just getting a new photo from Aurora Fire of what looks like could be a, I don't want to call that a wall cloud, but at very least what we would call a rain-free base. And just kind of an area of no precipitation falling and a low-hanging cloud. But it looks like storm spotters near Hampton now. Storm spotters got eyes on some type of lowering. Not clear yet if it's rotating. Just keeping an eye on these velocity scans. Not really seeing anything overly concerning, but again, that doesn't mean that there isn't rotation near the surface. But right now, it's being reported in the greater Aurora area. And I'm going to pull up a photo here from, it's going to take me just a moment to get this up and running, so I do apologize. But this is severe weather on the fly for you. Okay, looks like we're getting an update on that tornado warning. We'll get that information for you here. Tornado warning remains in effect for portions of Hamilton County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Aurora, moving to the east at 15 miles per hour. Quarter-sized hail is also possible. Now, there in that latest scan, we're getting a little bit better definition. But real quickly, I want to turn your attention. This is a photo we just got in from Aurora Fire Department. Kurt Smith snapping this photo. And I apologize why it is not taking it full there. I am not sure, so I apologize for that. Let me see if I can get that fixed. But that image is, I think I may know what the issue is there. The joys of live TV coverage, folks. But we will get this hopefully a little bit better for you in just a moment. But you can see that that kind of rain-free base there that they're keeping an eye on. This is from Kurt Smith with the Aurora Fire Department, and we want to thank Kurt for sharing this photo with us. There we go. There's a better view of that. So this, again, is looking towards the Hampton area from Aurora. And there you see what we would call a rain-free base. That would be an area where if a tornado were to develop, this is where we would likely see it. And so this is what has prompted that tornado warning for Hamilton County that is now in effect until 8 o'clock this evening. So there you see that is the storm that prompted this tornado warning. We are also keeping an eye out for any additional updates on what's going on with this storm. But again, this lowering has triggered a tornado warning in the Hampton and Aurora areas, where there's some broad rotation going on, and now spotters have reported a rotating wall cloud. We did see video of that, can certainly vouch that they are seeing that, and they're monitoring this kind of rain-free base near Hampton and Aurora right now. So that tornado warning does remain in effect for that area. I do want to quickly get back to some of our other troublesome areas. Let's go live now to back live to First Alert Radar. We're going to back the radar out here real quickly. And maybe, there we go. And just want to give you an update from the National Weather Service. Did just report just east of Columbus a 61 mile per hour wind gust. So I want to go back and check out that storm there, because that is one impacting our area. But a 61 mile an hour wind gust. These storms do not look strong at all. They don't look potent at all on radar. But they do have some strong wind gusts, and part of that it has to do with as these storms begin to kind of lose their punch and they kind of collapse in on themselves. It's not uncommon to get these strong winds to kind of be forced out of the storm as they are making their way across the area. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Butler, Colfax, and Platte counties until 8 o'clock this evening. And then now we're also monitoring that tornado warning that has now been issued for portions of Hamilton County after spotters reported a rotating wall cloud in that area. Just keeping an eye on the chat on that tornado warning. Does remain in effect until 8 o'clock this evening. Now getting hopefully some indications that the tornado threat with that storm is beginning to ease off. Let's go ahead and go back down to that tornado warning in Hamilton County now. Not getting a lot of cooperation with the radar right now. I apologize for that, but yeah, still seeing some area of rotation right around the Aurora area, and so that is what is concerning right now. But there are spotters on this storm right now, and if anything were to be produced from this, we're going to hear about it from them. As right now, it looks like that rotation continues to linger over the Aurora area. So anyone in Aurora over towards the Hampton area, you need to be in your safe space right now because a tornado could spin up at any moment, as the radar is now becoming a little bit more indicative of more of a organized rotation in that area. So just waiting to get an update from local emergency management and storm spotters in that area that did confirm that there was a rotating wall cloud at least at one time. And then we did get an update on that from Aurora Fire, who sent us this image of, can't really say if that's a wall cloud or not, but certainly a rain-free base. And if this was a storm capable of rotating into and producing a tornado, it would take place in that area you see on the screen right there. So that tornado warning continues for Hamilton County until 8 o'clock this evening, as the concern still exists for a tornado to be produced by this storm in and around the Aurora and Hampton areas. Let's back out here real quick. So we have our tornado warning now in effect for portions of Hamilton County. We still have our severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Colfax and Butler counties, as they've kind of shrunk that warning area down. This is an update that just came in about a minute ago. Severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from near Schuyler to Octavia to 4 miles northeast of David City to 3 miles southwest of Bellwood, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Again, not very strong on radar, but this is a collapsing thunderstorm, and collapsing thunderstorms do occasionally produce severe wind gusts. There was a confirmed wind gust east of Columbus with this collapsing storm of 61 miles per hour. So although it doesn't look all that impressive on radar, that's why that warning remains in effect, at least for the next 9 minutes, as again, that warning is set to expire at 8 o'clock, as well as that tornado warning now in effect for Hamilton County. The National Weather Service in Omaha is now monitoring additional thunderstorm development north of the metro area. So this is the area you see right here, from Woodbine in western Iowa back to south of Tacoma, south of Scribner, north of Fremont. I'll go ahead and put this in motion for you so you can kind of see what they're talking about. So we are seeing some thunderstorms trying to get their act together north of the metro area, so we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. But right now, just some general showers and thunderstorms approaching the northern part of the metro area, but it does bear some watching as we move deeper into your Wednesday evening. So there you see the severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for about another 8 minutes or so for portions of Colfax and Butler counties. And for that same time period, we do still have a tornado warning in effect for portions of Hamilton County. It looks like they've just pared that down quite a bit. A very small area now under that tornado warning. Let's switch over to velocity mode here. And, well, that may be a little bit of good news, as we're not seeing much in the way of rotation anymore. So that is certainly something we would like to see. But again, that warning will continue until 8 o'clock. I don't think we have... No other updates. Local storm spotters reported 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts in the Hampton area. But again, right now, no indication that it is about to produce a tornado. So that tornado warning is scheduled to expire at 8 o'clock. And where they go from there, we'll have to see. Again, we also have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Colfax County as well as Butler County, but again, much weaker on radar. And if it did, there was a confirmed report of a 61 mile per hour wind gust with this storm east of Columbus, and certainly it appears that may have taken place as this storm system was collapsing in on itself. And when it does that, when it kind of collapses in, that wind kind of rushes down from above and it spreads out around the storm. And that may be what has happened east of Columbus, because that has really fallen apart. So I would be surprised, unless they get a new report, that warning is going to be extended beyond 8 o'clock. Okay, looks like we're just getting another update from the Storm Prediction Center. I don't believe this has to do with our area. This is more for western portions of of Nebraska, as another line of strong to severe thunderstorms is impacting that area this evening. So that is not really of concern for us. The National Weather Service specifically removed Aurora from the tornado warning as it has moved out of that area. Again, that tornado warning as well as the severe thunderstorm warning for Butler and Colfax County all set to expire at 8 o'clock. And those are the only warnings in the First Alert 6 viewing area and beyond our viewing area for that matter that are in effect at this time. If we zoom out, you can see this complex of showers and thunderstorms making its way through the area and at times has produced severe weather. Now getting some wind damage reports that have come in association with these storms. Let's take a look and see what we've got. If we go down the gambit here, there is a loop on these thunderstorms that have developed in western Iowa and Nebraska. There is the severe thunderstorm watch again that remains in effect until midnight tonight. And just want to check out some of these storm reports, because we're getting some of the wind reports around Columbus. So I want to focus in on those. And we had it looks like there were two reports. The report of the 61 mile per hour wind gust we told you about in the Richland area east of Columbus. And then also in Columbus, 60 mile per hour wind gust was confirmed by the public in Columbus. And so that is what sparked this severe thunderstorm warning to continue until 8 o'clock. But again, it appears that threat is weakened considerably as these storms have continued to push off to the east very slowly at about 15 miles per hour. We do have some new severe thunderstorm development taking place in areas north of the Omaha metro that we're going to keep an eye out on as well. We are keeping our cameras focused in on some of these areas on our CityCam network, but they're still pretty distant from our camera, and so not really seeing much in the way of concerning development. Want to see if we can't double check some of our cameras here. Just want to take a look at our Epley airfield camera here and see if we can spot anything developing to the north. Not a whole lot. As it gets darker, we may pick up a little bit of lightning on the Epley airfield camera here. But we're at this very moment not seeing a whole lot concerning on that. Just want to check out our Blackstone camera. And yeah, not really seeing anything as the storm system is still a good distance away from our cameras here in the metro area. But again, keeping an eye on some of that development now taking place over by Fremont. Nothing severe at this time, but certainly something that bears watching as we move through the next hour or two, and this line of showers and thunderstorms gets a little closer to the metro area here in Omaha. So severe thunderstorm warning for Butler and Colfax, tornado warning for Hamilton County, all set to expire here in just about 2 minutes. And then that is it for the warnings at this time. But again, we are monitoring some additional thunderstorm development. We have more strong storms developing out in the York area, and then we're also monitoring some of this new development north of the metro between Tacoma, Blair, Missouri Valley, back towards Fremont, getting some showers and thunderstorms trying to get going. But at least for now, still well below severe limits, not getting any indication of any significant hail. Nothing really on velocity to indicate any major rotation. Maybe some gusty winds northwest of Fremont. But again, right now, nothing approaching severe limits in this area. As we zoom out here to take a wider view, you can see those storms starting to refire in the Grand Island area, trying to get some additional development there. Also, if we zoom in a little bit here, there you can see some of the development trying to get going up near Blair and Fremont. If we go back to live first alert radar again, you can see that there. But right now, no indication of any ongoing severe weather at this time. The tornado warning has been is going to expire here for Hamilton County in about a minute. Same goes for the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Colfax and Butler counties. And so we may have to wait and see what the National Weather Service does. But right now, not really seeing much on radar too concerning. Emergency managers in Aurora, down in Hamilton County, now reporting pea-sized hail and heavy rain. Nothing in terms of severe weather. So again, it looks like here in about 30 seconds, we're going to see that very small tornado warning and that severe thunderstorm warning come off our screen here. You can it's really hard to make out that tornado warning in the lower portion of your screen, as it's kind of matching the radar returns right now. But again, we're going to see those polygons disappear in just about 5 seconds as these severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warnings expire. And there they go. So no warnings are in effect now for the First Alert 6 viewing area and beyond. That is the good news, but a severe thunderstorm watch does remain in effect until midnight tonight as we continue to watch for ongoing strong to severe thunderstorms to develop across the area. This severe thunderstorm watch does include the Omaha metro area at this time. So again, severe thunderstorm watch for the Omaha metro area until midnight this evening. As we watch this line of showers and thunderstorms make its way closer, we'll be monitoring additional development. For now, since we've been going here for what I believe is about 3 hours, 2 hours, 2.5 hours or so, we'll say. Well, and there you go. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has replaced that tornado warning. So we'll get that information for you right now. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Hamilton and York counties until 8:45 this evening. This is the area where that tornado warning had been in effect. Oop, that is the wrong radar. There we go. So we'll go ahead and get some new information here for you on this. And then we're going to go ahead and pull up, I don't know if we still have our Henderson traffic camera up right now. We do. Let me see if I can get that up here. Okay. Okay, so this is what it looks like from the DOT camera along Interstate 80 near Henderson. As you can see, it's still pointed away from the radar. Signal hasn't been terribly good. We may have to look and find another camera in that site. But as it's getting a little darker, even though it's pointed away from the storm, you're seeing the flashes of lightning. So we're going to be monitoring this. But a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of York and Hamilton County until 8:45 this evening. Severe thunderstorm was located over Hampton, or 17 miles west of York, moving to the southeast at 20 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail are the primary threats. This does include York, Aurora, Henderson, Hampton, Bradshaw, Stockham, and Lushton, as well as Interstate 80 between mile markers 328 and 361. So a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for these areas until 8:45 this evening. All right, we're going to go ahead and put that in the box here with First Alert Radar as we're keeping an eye on this storm system that has a history of producing some large hail. But right now, the main concerns are with some strong gusty winds. We do have, looks like a new hail core that is unfortunately developed right over Interstate 80. So I'm going to go ahead and take the camera off the screen here. And we're going to see if we can't... pull up another traffic camera in that area. But that is certainly a concerning hail core signature that we're getting on radar. It's south of Aurora now. And we'll see if we can't find a camera in that area. Okay, we're trying to get the camera to come up here. This is along I-80 near Aurora. This is where that hail core is located right now. So we're going to go ahead and keep an eye on this. I want to take it full here for just a moment. Let's get a better look at what's going on there. So there you see traffic slowed down considerably with that heavy rain and possibly some hail falling in this area. This is Interstate 80 near Aurora. And not quite sure which direction the camera is pointed, but you can see a lot of hazard lights on, traffic moving very, very slowly on the interstate through this, as there could be some hail falling in that area as well. So again, the severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Hamilton and York counties until 8:45. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail are the primary threats with this severe thunderstorm. And it is passing right over Interstate 80 right now, as you can see on this live camera from the Department of Transportation. Still getting some pockets of rotation in this area, but nothing immediately concerning in terms of tornadic activity. Just checking on additional updates. National Weather Service issued this issued this severe thunderstorm warning after a 68-mile-per-hour wind report at the Aurora Airport. So a 68-mile-per-hour wind gust prompted this severe thunderstorm warning to go into effect. So still those isolated pockets of strong winds as well, but also getting some indications of a pretty potent hail core as well. And I know it's hard to make out on these cameras. They're not the best resolution, and so it's really hard to tell if there's actually any hail falling in this area. Traffic moving slow, not just because of the wind and the rain, but also I know this is an area that's seen a lot of construction along Interstate 80 as well, so that likely is playing a role in some of that slow-moving traffic. I'm going to back off of this shot here, and we're going to go back to the Henderson. We're going to pull up the Henderson camera here in just a moment. So let me take you back to live First Alert Radar, where we're keeping an eye on that hail core right now that is right over the interstate southeast of Aurora, and just a lot of concern for any motorists that could be caught underneath any hail-producing storm. And we may have lost our connection to the camera. See if we can get that back. In the meantime, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and this is going to be heading for the metro area if it holds together. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Dodge, Douglas, Saunders, and Washington counties. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Dodge, Douglas, Saunders, and Washington counties until 8:45 this evening. National Weather Service says a severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from 3 miles northeast of Nickerson to 5 miles northwest of Cedar Bluffs, moving east at 25 miles per hour, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and 1-inch diameter hail are the primary threats with this storm. So severe thunderstorm warning now in effect. This does not include the Omaha metro area, but if it does continue on its path and maintain its intensity, these thunderstorms will impact the Omaha metro area. But in the meantime, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Dodge, Douglas, Saunders, and Washington counties until 8:45 this evening. So we're going to go ahead and pull up some of our cameras here in the metro area, and I don't know which ones I have access to at the moment, but we're going to go ahead and put some up. So I believe that's the DOT camera down near Henderson in the first box, so we're going to swap that one out. We're going to switch that out with our... No, I just plugged the wrong thing in. I apologize. We'll get that fixed here for you. There we go. And now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. This is northeast of the new warning that we just showed you, now running at the bottom of your screen. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Harrison, Burt, and Washington counties until 9 o'clock this evening. Again, 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the primary threat. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for areas including Modale or Blair. Again, this storm is moving to the east at 20 miles per hour. So now all of a sudden we have warnings all over eastern Iowa, or excuse me, eastern Nebraska and western Iowa, as these storms are now pushing off to the southeast at about 20 miles per hour. On the right-hand portion of your screen, we're looking to the north from our Blackstone Plaza camera in the upper right. We're also looking to the north from the Epley Airfield cam, and in the lower right, I believe that is 144th and Dodge, or 90th and Dodge. I apologize if I'm getting that incorrect, but going to see if we can't move some of these cameras around and get a better vantage on all of this. Tyler over on Facebook says Aurora just had maybe penny-sized hail, very small. Thanks for that report, Tyler. Yeah, we've gotten a lot of hail and wind reports in the greater Aurora area, but hopefully that does not translate into damage. Obviously, penny-sized hail is not going to hurt anything, but we have had some strong wind gusts in that area, over 60 miles per hour reported at the airport a short time ago, so hopefully things will be calming down for you folks in Aurora here pretty soon. Seeing if there was any other updates from the Weather Service on these warnings that they've just issued, and I don't have anything for you yet. But we're going to start trying to move some of our cameras around here and get a better vantage as to what's going on. I know some of you are asking about rotation. No, we're not getting any indication of any concerning rotation right now, but these storms do have the potential of some strong gusty winds and maybe some large hail, but as I'm looking at the velocity scans, we're not really seeing anything in terms of rotation, but we are seeing indications of some pretty strong wind gusts as these storms are advancing to the southeast now. So no, you don't need to worry about rotation. You don't need to worry about tornadoes. Even if a tornado were to briefly spin up, the potential is greater for strong damaging winds than there are for a tornado. So really the bottom line is that if you find yourself in a severe thunderstorm warning right now for hail and wind, you need to just seek shelter. You know, these storms will pass. They're going to be noisy for a little bit. But again, the best advice is to just get in your safe space and regardless of the type of severe weather, the most important thing is to keep yourself and your friends and family safe. And so you do not want to be out in any of these storms. And again, these storms have been largely unpredictable. I mean, weakening quickly, re-strengthening quickly. They may not look that potent on radar, but they We had a weak storm on radar that produced 2-inch diameter hail. We had a weak storm on radar that produced a 61 mile per hour wind gust. So radar doesn't always tell the tale with these storms, and so that is where eyes and ears on the ground and cameras in the sky are really our best asset to really decipher what is going on. And we appreciate all the spotters and first responders who've shared their reports with us. Okay, I'm going to move the Eplicama over a little bit here, a little more towards the west as the storms are approaching. Well, we should get a view from that. And then also 144th and Dodge. I don't know if I can get that one looking to the north, but we'll try. Okay, so we got a good view now from our 144th and Dodge camera. As we can see some distant lightning as this storm is still well to the north and west of the metro area at this hour. But just something that if you're in the metro area, you need to make your plans and get ready for some strong to severe thunderstorms that may be moving through the area over the next couple of hours. But right now, there is no warning for the metro area at this time. However, there is a severe thunderstorm warning excuse me, for portions of Washington, Dodge, Douglas, and Saunders County. This does include the Fremont area. This does not include the Elkhorn area at this time, but the storm is moving to the east-southeast at 25 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour winds, and quarter-sized hail are the primary threats. There on the right-hand portion of your screen, you can see a trio of our city cams. In the upper right, that is our Blackstone Plaza camera. Below that, in the middle there, is our Epley Airfield camera, and then in the bottom right, 144th and Dodge, where we're keeping an eye out in the Boys Town area. We're looking to the north now at this approaching thunderstorm, which now has a severe thunderstorm warning attached to it. So let's go ahead and zoom in on some of these storms as they are inching closer. Right now, really likely impacting the Fremont area. And you can see there's a lot of mixing of the reds and greens there, but not in a way that would suggest rotation. This more to me suggests maybe some strong wind gusts in there. As for hail, whoops, that is not the right scan. There we go. As for hail, there is a small embedded hail core in there that could be producing maybe close to 1-inch diameter hail in the Fremont area. I would say maybe nickel-sized hail is possible with that. But again, that really just depends on if any of that is actually reaching the ground at this time. But again, there you see, actually, let's go ahead and throw that up. You can see how quickly these storms really get going just within the last hour or so. And if we switch over to the lightning tracker, these are extremely electrified storms. In fact, just these two severe thunderstorm warned storms now in the last 15 minutes producing well over or nearly 250 strokes of lightning. So very, very loud and bright severe thunderstorms now bearing down on the metro area. Again, the warning does not include the metro area at this time, but if these storms maintain their intensity, they are moving towards the metro area. And so if you are joining us here from the greater Omaha metro area, you need to get everything ready, get indoors, and get anything outside you don't want blowing around in any wind or being hit by any hail. Get those materials indoors now, as you still have a little bit of time here in the metros. Again, these storms are moving towards the metro, but they are moving slowly towards the metro at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. I'll go ahead and put the radar into motion again. You can kind of see the evolution of this line. Again, not very potent on radar, but just the dynamics are there that we're seeing a lot of gusty winds and some hail that has fallen. You can see in the latest scan getting a little bit of strengthening now northeast of Fremont. I don't believe that is a portion of the storm that's going to pass over the metro area. I think that's going to miss us to the north. But these storms have not really formed a solid line and maintain their intensity in a certain area. We see a lot of pulsing with these storms, and that's likely to continue. But we're getting towards the end of the day. The daytime heating is beginning to ease off, and so the conditions are getting a little bit more favorable for these storms. to begin to become more straight-lined wind producers than hail. And we've seen that as we received several hail reports in the first couple hours that we were streaming here live. And now just within the last hour, we're getting mainly wind reports. Upwards of 60 plus miles per hour was reported in just east of the Columbus area within the hour. So these storms are becoming more prolific wind producers as they continue their trek to the east-southeast. Right now, those are the two warnings in our immediate area. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for York and Hamilton County until 8:45. Severe thunderstorm was located over Hampton. This was the remnants of that tornado warning storm that we were covering, but now that concern has transitioned to more of a wind and hail threat, much like here in eastern Nebraska. As we are approaching sunset here in the metro, Nick Weig here with you, First Alert 6 in Omaha, as we are tracking a line of strong to severe thunderstorms making their way across the First Alert 6 viewing area. Our main concern right now is with a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for areas in and around Fremont. This storm is moving to the east-southeast at about 20 miles per hour, and if it maintains its intensity, could impact portions of the metro area in the next hour or two. You heard it from Chief Meteorologist Matt Surwey earlier tonight, as well as we've been talking. You know, we talked about the 8 to 9 o'clock time frame being kind of the prime time for thunderstorms in the metro area, and that is pretty much what is playing out right now. And these storms will continue to trek across the area. We've got our CityCam network up and running. We'll go through some of those here while we're monitoring these storms. So we'll start with our Blackstone Plaza camera here, high atop our studios, and you can see the kind of some of those bubbling clouds as these storms continue to develop in an area where the clouds have already rolled in from the storms earlier today. Let's go ahead and switch back out here. We're going to go to our Epley Airfield camera, looking at that same area as these storms are approaching. And as they get closer and as the skies get a little darker just because of the time of day, and we're undoubtedly going to be seeing a lot of lightning on some of these cameras. And then lastly, over in the Boys Town area, still looking up north towards from 144th and Dodge from our CityCam there, as we're keeping an eye out as these storms do approach, and we see the lightning and thunder kind of build up as they inch closer to the metro area this evening. So that's a look at the CityCam network. We'll keep those up on the right side of your screen with the radar on the left side of your screen. I want to move that down because we do still have that other severe thunderstorm warning in effect to the north of the metro area for portions of Harrison, Burt, and Washington counties. Severe thunderstorm warning until 9 o'clock this evening as these storms are moving to the east-southeast at about 20 miles per hour. If we put this in motion, you can see how these storms have kind of evolved, really kind of filling in that line and not, I wouldn't say looking all that impressive on radar, but again, this is one of those situations where radar isn't really telling the whole story. We had a rotating wall cloud down in Hamilton County earlier this evening that wasn't really detected by radar, but it was storm spotters, emergency managers that were on the ground and were able to confirm that. That's what led to a tornado warning. And so they don't always want to give up their secrets to the radar beam, unfortunately, and that is what we were seeing just with the dynamics of these storms, especially as they kind of pulse in and out at times, sometimes producing large hail very briefly and then almost completely falling apart. But we are beginning to see this trend towards stronger, gustier winds as opposed to large hail that we saw in some of these storms earlier this afternoon and evening. And so as these storms begin to push into more populated areas, as in Fremont right now and elsewhere, the concern would be is that those strong wind gusts are going to produce some more damage. And obviously we don't want to see that, and also because of the wind as well as some of the vivid lightning that we're seeing reaching the ground. We also have to keep an eye out for the potential of power outages in the area. National Weather Service says right now the strongest winds appear to be on the backside of the storm in the Fremont area. And I believe that's the same area we were looking at earlier. Yeah, there is a pocket of extremely strong winds that has just passed over the Fremont area. So if there's anybody joining us in the Fremont area, hopefully, well, first of all, hopefully you didn't see any damage in your area, but some very strong winds there now exiting the Fremont area, making its way to the east-southeast. So people in Arlington, Woodcliff, Mercer, this is your chance to seek shelter. Some very strong wind gusts are making their way towards your area. Right now, radar is detecting wind speeds of around 50 to 70 miles per hour. Again, that is not the wind speeds at the surface, but that is the winds that are being detected high above the surface by the radar. Again, Nick Weig here with you in the Alert Center here, First Alert 6 in Omaha, as we're tracking this severe thunderstorm now over the Fremont area, making its way to the east-southeast towards the metro area. We are not under a severe thunderstorm warning here in the metro area right now, but if these storms continue on the path that they're taking, at least portions of the metro area could be under the gun for some strong winds and possibly some large hail as well. On the right-hand side of your screen, you see our CityCam network. In the upper right, our image from the Blackstone Plaza. Below that, the Epley Airfield camera, and then below that, our Boys Town camera at 144th and Dodge, all pointed at this storm approaching from our north and west, keeping an eye out as if you're in the metro area, especially on the north side, you may be seeing some of those kind of smoother looking clouds at the bottom, certainly indicative of a shelf cloud, and also indicative of a storm capable of producing some pretty strong wind gusts. Real quickly, because we got an update, I don't want to forget about our friends in the York area. We do still have a severe thunderstorm warning in that area. We just got an update, as you can see on the bottom of your screen, from the National Weather Service, so we want to pass that along to our friends down there. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for portions of York and Hamilton counties until 8:45. Severe thunderstorm was located near Hampton, 14 miles west of York, moving to the east at 20 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the primary threat. Automated weather stations are reporting wind gusts of around 60 to 70 miles per hour at the Aurora Airport. So these storms really not getting out of the area at all and just kind of lingering over the area, producing strong wind gusts. And unfortunately, that may also lead to some localized flooding, as heavy rain has been falling over this area for some time. But severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for portions of York and Hamilton counties until 8:45 this evening. All right, let's head back now to the eastern Nebraska, northwest of the metro area here, where we have our two severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect, stretching from North Bend to Fremont over towards the Missouri Valley. As we switch over to the velocity scans, you can see it looks like the main concern right now is with these strong wind gusts that have just blown through the Fremont area. If you're in Mercer or in the Mercer area, you need to seek shelter immediately. There is the potential of 60+ mile-an-hour wind gusts approaching your location. Arlington, kind of on the eastern edge of this stronger wind gust, but this appears to be the primary concern for these storms, and we're getting awfully close to the radar site. So these winds that they're measuring are actually much closer to the surface than we usually see. In fact, actually just got an update from the National Weather Service. Increasing potential for severe winds pushing through the southeast side of Fremont, continuing to the southeast. So this is the area that they're concerned about, and the radar is backing it up. Again, we're getting real close to the radar site, so where the radar beam is dissecting the storm is much closer to the surface than we usually see. So instead of several thousand feet in the air, this may be several hundred feet in the air. And so these strong wind gusts that are being detected by radar may actually be verified on the ground. So again, this is our primary concern area is a pretty potent, and actually I need to try and get one of our cameras spun around here. because we may be getting close enough to that area that we may be seeing kind of the makings of a shelf cloud. So want to spin around our Boys Town camera here, and we're going to take this full for just a moment. And there you see the leading edge of that storm as we're looking to the north and west from Boise, 1/4 and Dodge, getting a lot more lightning now, seeing some of those rain shafts and that rain-free base kind of on the left-hand side of your screen. So those are the areas that you'd want to keep watch of. These are the areas that we'd be concerned with a shelf cloud, kind of indicative of some very strong wind gusts embedded in this storm. But again, this is from the Boys Town area looking to the northwest from 144th and Dodge at this approaching severe thunderstorm where we're getting indication of some very intense winds now approaching the Mercer area. Okay, I want to put the radar back up on the screen, but we're going to leave our city cams up there to continue to monitor this. We're also seeing some stronger wind gusts on the western side of this warning over in the Cedar Bluffs area. So if you're in this area kind of on the fringe of the warning, and even if you're not in the Colon area, you need to be prepared for some gusty winds to be moving through your area. But right now the main concern is with these strong wind gusts approaching, getting anywhere from 50 miles per hour to near 60 miles per hour being detected on radar. And that is a little bit more serious than we usually see because, again, we are extremely close to the radar beam here. We're just 6 miles from the radar site. And so the radar is really dissecting this at a much lower level than it usually does. And so these winds may actually be reaching the ground at that intensity of anywhere from 50 to 60 miles per hour. So again, keeping an eye on these strong wind gusts between Fremont and Mercer, and trying to see what kind of view we can get of them on our CityCam network. We're getting some pretty good shots here at sunset. In fact, I want to go back to our Boys Town camera here full, 144th and Dodge, if I can get that pulled up here. And we've zoomed in a little bit on kind of I hate to say picturesque, but kind of a shot of the leading edge of these storms as the sun is setting, and you're seeing that kind of silhouetted with the sunset there. Again, this is looking west-northwest from 144th and Dodge into the area where a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued northwest of the metro, and we're seeing that kind of leading edge activity that's indicative of a storm capable of producing some strong straight line winds. And the radar in this case is in a unique situation because this is very, very close to the radar site in Valley, and so it adds a little bit more gravity to the wind speeds that are being detected, because these wind speeds are a lot closer to the surface than we're used to seeing. And so that is why a little bit more concerning as this is entering a much more populated area. There you see just about 5 or 6 miles away from the radar site, Mercer likely experiencing some pretty strong wind gusts now. And hopefully everyone in there has been able to get to shelter. Hopefully things are beginning to calm down a little bit in the Fremont area. Also of concern is some stronger wind gusts over in the Cedar Bluffs area side of this severe thunderstorm warning. So obviously anyone in the warned area needs to seek shelter, but these are the primary areas of concern when it comes to strong damaging winds. I don't believe we've seen not really any significant hail. Could be some small hail falling out there, but the winds are the main threat right now, and it's pretty clear why. We're seeing these storms begin to move more southerly. We're seeing kind of that bowing structure beginning to take shape. That's kind of what is causing the cloud formations you're seeing from our Boys Town camera in the lower right portion of your screen as these storms are approaching the metro area. But again, the primary concern right now is the potential for some very strong wind gusts that may have just gone through the Fremont and now the Mercer area, and now approaching the radar site in Valley. Keeping an eye on updates from our friends at the National Weather Service as they're just issuing a new warning for western Iowa, and we'll get this information here for you, and it will scroll at the bottom of your screen here in just a moment. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for northern Harrison and northwestern Shelby counties until 9:15 this evening. A severe thunderstorm located 5 miles northwest of Woodbine or 21 miles east of Tacoma is now moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail are the primary threats. Do see a decent hail core here northwest of Woodbine. Could be producing hailstones up to 1 inch in diameter, but it appears that really we're beginning to transition to more of a strong wind threat. Seeing some pretty strong winds outside of the warned area north of Portsmouth and southwest of Erling. But also another area of potential gusty winds west of Woodbine. So new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for portions of Harrison and Shelby County, now in effect until 9:15 this evening. We also still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Harrison, Burt, and Washington counties until 9 o'clock. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, the primary threat. And then our large severe thunderstorm warning here for the Fremont and Arlington areas, as strong winds are now approaching to the north and west of the metro area as these storms begin to transition from being hail producers to wind producers. So as we have passed the 8:30 hour here, Nick Weig at the Alert Center, First Alert 6 in Omaha, we are monitoring a severe thunderstorm now bearing down on the moving towards the Elkhorn area. Now Elkhorn, the northwestern metro area, you're not under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning to your northwest that is headed your way. And right now, all indications are the primary threat for this is going to be strong damaging winds. And the primary threat area, although this is maybe because it's so close to the radar, Mercer, Elk City, Valley, obviously where the radar is located, you're looking at some very, very strong wind gusts that may be moving through your area shortly. We've been kind of keeping an eye on our city cams, which are not near these storms, but are high enough to get a good look at them at times. Let's go live to the camera high atop here at Blackstone Plaza, and you can see some of that lightning in the distance, as well as the kind of that gold. It's kind of the golden hour as the sun is setting. As you can see, kind of the silhouette of some of those clouds on the leading edge of this storm. I went ahead and zoomed in our Boys Town camera at 144th and Dodge to give you a better look at that area that we've been keeping an eye on. And there you see some of that leading edge activity. And then lastly, we do have our Epley Airfield camera up as well, keeping an eye on this same area as these storms are approaching the metro area. I'm going to keep all of these cameras up on the right side of your screen, but we do want to keep the radar up as well, just to give you an update as to where those strong winds are. But there you see that large severe thunderstorm warning. If we go ahead and back out and put things into motion here, whoops, there we go. You can see the warnings that we now have in effect across the area, mainly focused on areas north of Omaha right now in western Iowa, eastern Nebraska. We do still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for just a few more minutes for portions of Hamilton and York counties for the potential of some strong winds and large hail as well. And again, the severe thunderstorm watch does remain in effect until midnight tonight as these storms slowly move through our area. All right, let's go back now to live first alert radar. Really want to focus in on this trio of severe thunderstorm warnings that have taken shape and kind of lined up across western Iowa and eastern Nebraska. You can see where we're getting indications of some gustier winds. Not as much organization on the western Iowa side of this complex, but still getting some good signatures of possibly some 1-inch diameter hail west of the Woodbine area. If we switch over to the velocity scan, you can see as you look down towards between Fremont and Elkhorn, that is where we have a bigger concern, not so much of hail, but for strong gusty winds, where we've seen indications of winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. Okay. Looks like we're going to be getting a new warning from the National Weather Service that is likely going to include portions of the metro area here very shortly. It's unclear how much longer this storm will remain capable of severe winds, but close range radar, as we've been talking about, still indicating winds near the range of severe criteria just above the surface. So we are going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning, and there it is. This now includes almost the entire Omaha metro area. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for the Omaha metro area. This will continue until 9:15 this evening for portions of Sarpy, Washington, Dodge, Douglas, and Saunders counties. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for the risk of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts until 9:15 this evening. All right, in just a moment, we're going to be joined by Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe as this severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect for much, if not all, of the Omaha metro area, stretching from Omaha proper over towards Elkhorn, Gretna, and everything in between. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 9:15. Again, this is only for the threat of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as this storm moves through our area. So we will be joined by Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe in just a moment. As this severe thunderstorm now expected to impact the Omaha metro area shortly. So we are going to get our transition here ready to go, and then he will be with us as we begin our coverage both online and on air, as this severe thunderstorm now is going to be impacting much, if not all, of the metro area. So we'll go ahead and leave this up on the screen here for you with all of the latest information that we have. We're going to leave the city cams up as well, along with Matt's analysis here. As you see that new severe thunderstorm warning now scrolling at the bottom of your screen for Dodge, Douglas, Sarpy, Saunders, and Washington County, including the Omaha Metro, until 9:15 this evening. Again, this is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. With more now, let's turn it over to Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe.
Good evening. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe. We've been tracking this severe thunderstorm as it moved closer to the Omaha Metro, and now a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the majority of Douglas County, goes into Sarpy County as well. Goes until 9:15. This severe thunderstorm warning could have penny-sized hail, could have up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, and honestly, it's the 60-mile-an-hour winds that I'm a little more concerned with here as it's coming through the Fremont area. It did have a hail core with it, but if I zoom in, and especially here just to the west of Highway 275, so going through Inglewood, LaShera, if I click this blue area, you can see how we have winds. There's Woodcliff as well. That's 55 to 65 mile-an-hour winds in that little blue dot. We're starting to see at least a little more potential for severe winds with this instead of hail. If I go over to the hail mode, if you're along Highway 30, kind of north of Fremont proper, you saw a little hail core go through not that long ago. Now it's more on the south side of Fremont over the Platte River, but the hail potential out of this, it's not a ton. It's penny-sized hail at the absolute most. That's not severe hail. Yes, you'll definitely see it outside. You'll hear it outside hitting your windows, but it looks like this is starting to turn into more of a wind producer as it moves across the Omaha Metro. So you still have some time. This is only moving, if I get this information up here, and I'm going to take a look at the thunderstorm warning over here on my computer. I want to double check how fast this is moving. This is moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So that means you still have a good amount of time if you're in Douglas County, if you're in the Omaha area, you have time to, pull patio cushions, things that can blow around outside, pull them inside. If the kids left any toys outside from running around, maybe they had a sprinkler or some type of water toys that were out earlier today with the heat, you still have a good 20 minutes to go grab those and bring them inside. So let's put a track on this, and it's kind of turning into a big old line here. So I'm going to move that, and that's going southeast at about 30 miles an hour. That looks about right there. So here are the arrival times. And again, these are going to be for, I'll keep this over here, for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Valley, it's pretty much over you right now. Waterloo, it'll be there by about 8:50. Elkhorn, and that's the northwest side of Elkhorn. We're not talking south of Dodge there in Elkhorn. North side of Elkhorn by 8:53. Boys Town by about 9 o'clock. Midtown Omaha by 9:12, La Vista by 9:15, and it gets over the river. Council Bluffs not officially in the warning, but that leading edge will kind of get to you by about 9:15, getting outside of the warning. So you still have some time to go grab some things, bring them inside. If we can keep an eye on some of the city cam network across Omaha, what do we have pulled up, Sam? Okay. We're keeping an eye on this because you see a lot of clouds off to the west. Typically, this time of night, you'd be seeing some pretty colors, a nice sunset. Now, a lot of dark clouds are going to be moving in, and you're probably hearing a good amount of thunder, too, where we do have that hail core on the south side of Fremont, more toward the Inglewood area over the Platte River. Lots of lightning with that. So if you're in the valley area, you're hearing a lot of thunder right now. It could be maybe as vivid a lightning display as what you saw on July 3rd with that storm that came through over the holiday weekend. This looks fairly similar to that. That is where we have that little bit of a hail core and that core of really, really strong winds. If you see me looking down in this direction at all, that's where we have the National Weather Service chat. They're in Valley, and they're the cone of silence right there with the radar site. They're going to know what this storm is doing in a very short amount of time, and they'll tell us if they saw any hail, what the wind gusts were as it moved through. So that's why I'm going to keep an eye on that, because that information should be coming out here pretty shortly, just in the next couple of minutes as this continues to move off to the southeast. So that's what's happening in the Omaha Metro. If you're in the Missouri Valley area, you can see that we also have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for you. That goes until 9 o'clock there for parts of Burt, Harrison, and Washington County. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds there. And we also have one more severe thunderstorm warning up toward Harrison County, just getting into western Shelby County as well. That goes until 9:15. That's for, once again, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. There's the hail potential with these storms. Again, that's not a lot. You want to see the blue color before you get severe hail. So that's maybe penny-sized hail there heading toward Missouri Valley, dime-sized hail heading toward Woodbine. But we're starting to see these bowing segments, and there's one, it's not in a warning right now, but south of Blair heading toward Fort Calhoun. That looks like, switch back here. Yeah, it's 55, if I can grab a brighter pixel, maybe 50 to 60-mile-an-hour wind, so just below severe limits heading toward Fort Calhoun, south side of Missouri Valley, I-29 there, just north of Crescent, Iowa. All right, Sam, what do you got for me? We're at Highway 275 and Waterloo. Okay, wow, you can see the lightning and pretty nice sunset. If you want to take that full really quick, just really incredible stuff there where you can see that we have that thunderstorm kind of off in the distance and the really vivid sunset as well. And wow, you can see the sheets of rain kind of in between the sun. Wow, it's a really photogenic storm, I'll tell you that much. But you can see a lot of heavy rain coming in with this. That's another concern that we were talking about all night. The potential's there for some flash flooding as this moves across the Omaha Metro. And the 1-hour rainfall rates with this storm, it's going to take a second to get in. There we go. So the 1-hour rainfall totals. And keep in mind, I always say this caveat anytime we have severe weather with hail, the potential for this to kind of overshoot how much, there's the potential for this to kind of overshoot how much rain you're actually getting. So that might be a ½ inch. Well, that's the average. Let me take the point measurement here. Yeah, ½ inch of rain, maybe up to an inch across parts of Washington County. Then that bullseye right over I-29, just north of Missouri Valley, it's saying anywhere between 1 and 3 inches of rain already. So yeah, lots and lots of rain coming in with this thunderstorm, along with the potential for strong winds and a little bit of hail. So right now we have that severe thunderstorm warning for Douglas County. So it's really the northern half of the Omaha metro that has this thunderstorm warning that goes again until 9:15. And you can see it's coming out of Dodge County. So it's just really the far southeastern corner of Dodge County, Fremont and southward, where you have the severe potential there. South of Kennard, Arlington in Washington County, that's where we have the severe potential with this line. But that's going to move really across the majority of Douglas County here. And there's that wind. Let's see, 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts so far in Valley, and stronger gusts are just getting there. So it looks like this core, I'm going to put a track specifically on this core. It's been following kind of the Platte River, really due southeast, and it's going to move southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So this is specifically for the core of where we're seeing the strongest winds. It's going to be over getting into Valley kind of between now and 9 o'clock. You heard the National Weather Service saying, okay, we had some gusts below severe limits. The core of that with the strongest gusts are going to be following that, and that'll reach Valley by about 9 o'clock. Waterloo, 9:07. South side of Elkhorn, well, I'll say Elkhorn from about Maple southward. That's going to be 9:10 to 9:15. Millard by 9:26. You're still in that warning, and it gets outside of the warning coverage area. And then kind of the south side of Millard by the airport by 9:30. So that's what I'm going to be watching very closely with that little core that's coming right into the Valley area right now. There's the newest radar scan. Just so I can show you here, I'll zoom in so you can see it a little bit better. That bright blue dot there right over Highway 275. And there's Pawnee Road. So, yeah, you got the baseball fields over there, the soccer complex, the drive-in movie theater as well. That's the type of area that's going to be seeing the really, really strong winds here coming up. And, yeah, the radar's picking up. There's 65-mile-an-hour winds. So 55, 65-mile-an-hour winds with this thunderstorm coming out of Fremont, kind of the south side of Fremont, heading into Valley, heading into Waterloo right now, getting into western Douglas County. Looking at the whole of southeastern Nebraska and southwest Iowa, you can kind of see we've had this broken line moving down from the northwest to the east-southeast. And it's the leading edge of this where we're going to have the best severe weather potential. The storms that could produce some strong winds, storms that could produce a little bit of hail. There was one tornado warning around the Aurora area, but these really aren't tornado-producing storms. A lot of this is forming kind of on an elevated boundary. And usually in those situations, you only have storms that produce hail or storms that produce really gusty winds. But definitely the potential is there for some heavy rainfall. And I'll be watching back out here. If we were to see kind of a second round of storms develop that could produce additional heavy rainfall, we'd be watching back out here toward Columbus, Norfolk, and the West Point area. In the Omaha metro, probably time to, if you know someone who's outside, maybe they were enjoying dinner on a patio earlier today and you know that they're still out there, maybe having a couple beverages to wind down the day. Now's the time to go inside. Sarpy County, you have probably about, I'd say, 20 to 25 minutes. Douglas County, northern Douglas County, it's time to head inside right now. As you get closer to the Dodge corridor, got maybe about 10 minutes. Downtown Omaha, you're looking at about 10, maybe 15 minutes before not only the heavy rain, but the really gusty winds start to move in. You got a new camera, Sam? All right. All right, we're looking to the west from the Blackstone district. And yes, this is a pretty photogenic thunderstorm. As I was saying earlier, now we got kind of the wide view of it. Not seeing as many lightning flashes with this as we were seeing with that storm where we took the Highway 275 NDOT camera. You're seeing a flash every now and then, but you can really see where we have the lighter portion in the middle, very light rain falling, but there could be in the darker portions either on the right or the left. The one on the left is likely going to be the small hail core that's moving through Woodcliff right now, kind of going through Lashera, the west edge of the Platte River Valley there, along Saunders and Douglas County line. And then to the right, you got a lot of really heavy rain that's moving into Elkhorn, moving into Bennington right now. That'll eventually move toward the northern parts of Omaha here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. But when you get these big lines of clouds, exactly what you're seeing right there, that is going to be an indicator of possibly some strong winds. Still, the National Weather Service in Valley, that storm's right over Valley right now, they're saying several frequent gusts up to 45 miles an hour, and that's ahead of the main core of strong winds. You can kind of see how there's one line right here coming through Valley right now. That's what the Weather Service is reporting as 45 mile an hour wind gusts. And to be honest with you, there's one line right here, another line right here. Those are the kind of two leading edges where you're probably going to get some gusty winds. You'll notice the branches flying around on the trees, or at least bending back and forth a little bit, but those aren't going to be necessarily damaging winds. It could take down some really, really small sticks out of the tree. If you have a really weak limb, yeah, this might expose it. But that's getting into about the Irvington Bend. It's coming through Elkhorn right now. There's 204th and Maple, so the Indian Creek area probably getting some of those 45 mile an hour wind gusts, and then going anywhere from Utan, Meade, all the way down toward Memphis and far southeastern Saunders County. That's ahead of that main core that I was talking about that's just about to get into the cone of silence there around the radar site and Valley, and some of the last vestiges of velocity data we'll get for just a little bit. You can see between 55 and 60 miles an hour, and we'll be getting, even though we don't have the pretty pictures on the radar of that core, we'll have people, meteorologists from the National Weather Service office, telling us exactly what's happening down on the ground. So we just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued farther to the north, so let's go to that, because this storm is going to keep moving southeast into the Omaha metro at about 30 miles an hour. And now we just have a mess of warnings across parts of western Iowa right now. There's the newer one. That includes parts of Harrison, Potawatomi, and Washington County. So that was that bright spot I was telling you that's heading toward Fort Calhoun. Told you about that about 5 minutes ago. There's the warning for it. Penny-sized hail or less. Not a lot of hail out of this, but the wind speed of 60 miles an hour, that's what's possible with this storm as it's moving over Fort Calhoun, heading over to the south side of Missouri Valley. And yeah, we still have some of those brighter reds, the pinks. That's going to be about 50 to 55 mile an hour winds on the radar, but you saw just a few minutes ago, those were pushing 60. So that's what we could be seeing right now, heading toward the Beebeetown area, Neola, far northwestern Potawatomi County, and yeah, the south side of Missouri Valley. You see several warnings with that line. And honestly, anywhere along this line in parts of western Iowa as it moves to the southeast, we could have wind gusts anywhere between about 50 and 60 miles an hour, along with some really, really heavy rain. Hail out of this, it's not a lot. I'm not expecting a lot of hail. Even when I was talking about this during my forecast earlier, leading up to today, it looked like the freezing level was going to be really high. We don't have if I can nerd out for a second, the explosive lapse rates, the air rising really quickly inside of the thunderstorm that helps produce hail. So I'm not expecting us to see more than maybe brief 1-inch hail reports out of these storms. The white areas, a half-inch hail there, northwest of Missouri Valley, half-inch hail going through Woodbine. Now, these storms are not going to be hail or tornado producers. Not saying they can't, but the chances of that happening are incredibly low. These will likely be wind producers, and this wind data kind of getting a little messy here in parts of western Iowa, but that's one line of strong winds getting through Missouri Valley, coming toward the Harlan area right now. And then another one with that warning they just issued that's coming through Fort Calhoun and heading toward I-29. So let's get back to the metro here. Because that leading edge, there's the strongest winds right now. Strongest winds, or the gusty winds, I should say, not the strongest winds. The gusty winds, there's the Irvington Bend right there, Maple, so it's just getting to about 144th and Maple right now. The Dodge corridor, you'll be feeling those gusty winds probably in the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. But these are the winds out ahead of the real severe part, which is still, as I zoom out here, still in western parts of Douglas County. So don't let the gusty winds right now kind of lull you into, oh, this storm isn't that bad. There's still going to be some storms coming in, or some winds coming in behind that. A lot of heavy rain as well. So we're approaching the top of the hour here. This severe thunderstorm warning goes until 9:15, and really I've been waiting for this line to get over valley because I really want to see what they're experiencing at the ground. So they're saying up to 48 mile an hour wind gusts at the Weather Service office in Valley, and they're saying a lot of personal weather stations. So people who have those anemometers, those weather sensors in their backyards, they give the Weather Service access to their data so they can kind of see, okay, what's going on in every single neighborhood. They're seeing a lot of those gusting between the 50 and 60 mile an hour range. So getting up to that severe criteria of 58 mile an hour winds or greater. And those are the reports they're seeing in anywhere between Fremont and Blair. So those will be this part of the storm. These are where they're seeing wind gusts anywhere between 55 and 60 miles an hour. Radar's not showing that strong of winds coming through. If I try to click the brightest pixel, it says only 37 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. So the radar might be undersampling the winds a little bit because they're seeing reports anywhere between 50 and 60 miles an hour. But you can see the two little Boeing segments kind of coming into the Omaha Metro. The one going through Valley right now, that's pretty straight, but this one's got a little more of a curve to it. So I wouldn't be surprised if you're on the north side of Council Bluffs, if you're in North Omaha, Carter Lake, toward the airport, you could also be seeing some 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts in a short amount of time, as we're starting to see kind of two distinct little Boeing segments coming across the Omaha Metro. So yeah, the Weather Service says they're about to issue another warning for Pottawatomie County with the 60 mile an hour wind potential there. So we'll wait for that. But as I put this into motion, you can see everything's slowly trudging down to the southeast. And you're not seeing a lot of bright reds anymore on the southwest part of this line. Yeah, some darker reds heading toward Lincoln. But over Wahoo right now, just mainly some gusty winds and probably a little bit of light rain. Now they're starting to congeal a little more in the Omaha Metro. And we'll see this line of storms. So let's zoom in and get the latest warning. And this one's for Pottawatomie, Sarpy, Douglas County. And this one goes until, come on now, new metro warning for the southeast metro goes until 9:45. And you can see less than penny-sized hail. So we're not expecting severe hail out of these storms. And you'll hear me say that a lot over the next probably hour or so. Wind speed of 60 miles an hour. So gusty winds definitely with this as it comes across the Omaha Metro. Let me bring my computer back up here and let's see how fast these are moving. Let's see. Well, of course, that's not going to do it for me. So I got to go here. That's why you have redundancies. You always have redundancies built in. So southeast at 35 miles an hour. Let's put a track on here. You can bring me back full so I can get a track on this storm. Oh, pardon me. It's kind of hard to get the leading edge when you have a couple of different areas with this storm. It's moving to the southeast at 35 miles an hour. All right, so you're going to see a ton of names here. So it's 9:01 right now. 5 minutes. Gusty winds are going to be over Boys Town. It's over the Elkhorn area right now. 9:12 north side of Millard. 9:15 Midtown Omaha. 9:22 in Council Bluffs. 9:24 north side of Papillion. 9:36 in Bellevue. And 9:37 kind of underneath that box in Trainer. So like I said, these storms are going to be producing gusty winds. If there's anything that's on your porch, anything on your deck, anything on the patio that could blow around, just grab it, bring it inside. If you're watching it from anywhere in the city of Omaha, you got anywhere between 5 and 10 minutes to go run out and grab that stuff. I wouldn't worry about putting the car in the garage. This is mainly going to be a wind producer. So we're not going to be concerned about the car getting dimpled with hail. You don't have to rush that in. I will say, right over the Utan, the Meade area, dime-sized hail, penny-sized hail, that might do a very small amount of damage to your garden, but really probably not going to do much to your car. And then that could be just coming over the Washington-Douglas County line, getting into the north side of Bennington, less than half-inch hail. So we're starting to get like pea-sized hail with this storm. But this is definitely going to be some gusty winds coming in. Sam, how does it look outside? What camera do we have view of? So we're going back to Highway 275. Again, that's right where the heaviest rain is falling right now. What's the cross street on this again, Sam? Over Maple. Okay, so that's getting into the that lovely construction. As someone who drives Highway 275 every day to come into work, very familiar with that area. So lots of heavy rain coming over that bridge right now. And as a reminder, anyone who needs to be driving in this stuff, heavy rain makes the road slippery, and especially on those big bends there on the 28B spur, make sure you're taking it a little bit slow. The heaviest rain's coming right through Highway 275, right through Valley right now. Let's see. No additional reports with this storm as it came across the Weather Service office. That's fantastic. But now as we start to get on the other side of this, that's going to be some strong winds. That's the radar, and that's not far away from the radar site. That's saying 74-mile-an-hour winds. I'll be curious. I'll wait to see one more scan, but that could be some really, really strong winds just getting on the other side of Valley. Now, I say that with a little bit of skepticism because if this was producing 65, 75-mile-an-hour winds coming through Valley, the Weather Service office would have had that. They would have seen that. I bet we get that to drop a little bit on the next radar scan, but it shows that we have the potential for some pretty strong winds getting into Elkhorn. There's 204th and Maple, so if you're around St. Patrick's, if you're around Indian Creek there, yeah, I would get everyone inside. Yeah, it might have looked really cool as that storm kind of moved in with the shelf cloud, but now you don't want to mess with this as the winds are starting to ramp up. Some of the brightest pixels, yeah, that came down just a little bit, so the radar might have been oversampling a little bit there, and there I clicked a dead pixel. But you can see the winds anywhere between about 55 and 65 miles an hour with this, continuing to head down to the southeast. So if you are in Elkhorn, anywhere north of Dodge, you're probably going to have 55 to 65 mile an hour winds coming over you within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. You don't have to treat it like a tornado. You don't got to head to the basement, but I would strongly recommend at least getting away from windows, because just in case this is blowing around some type of, small branches or something that one of your neighbors might have left out, you don't want that blowing into the window right in front of you. So yeah, get away from windows with this. If you're in the Elkhorn area, just err on the side of caution with this storm as it comes through. Southern edge of this line, which does include Gretna's officially in the warning. If I look at this, you see it's just really this one core coming into Elkhorn where we have the brightest colors. That's where we're going to have the 55 to 65 mile an hour winds. The southern edge of this line, if I pick out a couple of spots here, right over about the edge, kind of the confluence of the Elkhorn and the Platte Rivers there in southwest Douglas County, it's 35, 40 miles an hour. It's not as strong of winds on the south side of this line. So that's what we're going to see. This storm is going to keep moving south and east over the entire Omaha metro. The strongest winds right now are moving toward Elkhorn, but this entire severe thunderstorm warning goes all the way into Pottawatomie County, clear through Council Bluffs. This goes until 9:45. 60-mile-an-hour winds are the main concern with this. And as you just saw on the radar, we could get some isolated gusts up to 65 miles an hour. That's enough to do maybe some minor tree damage in parts of the Omaha metro. Not a lot of hail. Pea-size, maybe up to penny-sized hail. Yep, there's the Weather Service mentioning exactly what I just saw, is that... Sorry, I can't read and talk at the same time. It's never something I've been able to do. But they're seeing those 65 to 75 mile an hour wind gusts with this storm, and they're saying it's possible that could continue as it goes into the central and eastern parts of the Omaha metro. And that once you start talking about 70 and 75 mile an hour winds, yeah, you start thinking about power outages. And you know, the Douglas County, all those big trees, very prone to knocking your power out for a couple of hours. So that's another thing that we could be looking at here over the next hour or so as this moves across the Omaha metro. Big picture here, if anyone's watching kind of along the I-80 corridor between York and Lincoln, heavy rain for sure, maybe some brief gusty winds and some tiny hail south of York, but no severe weather there. If you're watching us from the Harlan area, you're getting your second round of very heavy rain, but no severe weather. That last severe thunderstorm warning kind of goes right up to the Crawford County line. The nearest severe thunderstorm warning there is for Harrison County. That's the one anywhere between Woodbine and Missouri Valley over Logan, Modale. That goes until 9:45. That's mainly for the gusty winds, possibly some tiny little hail mixed in. So that's the north side of that line, and the center of it coming right through the Omaha metro right now. We have the severe thunderstorm warning. It goes until 9:45. That's the yellow box that you see there. I'll get it all in picture here. You can see pretty much anyone, if you consider yourself the Omaha metro, you're under this severe thunderstorm warning. The exceptions being extreme southwestern Sarpy County and down toward the Plattsmouth area. But anyone around the Omaha metro, I would say you have a good shot of experiencing 50 to 65 mile an hour winds, lots of lightning, and really heavy rainfall here coming up over the next 45 to 60 minutes. All right, Sam, what's new? We're going to 156th and Maple now. There we go. There a little more lightning with this. You can see the lower clouds. The trees really aren't moving all that much until I start talking, because that's the meteorologist's curse. But that is likely going to be the leading edge of some gusty winds coming into that northwest part of Omaha. So 156th and Maple. Let's zoom in on the map here. So where we just got that picture from was, got to count it out here, 136th, 44th, 56th, and Maple. That's where we just took that video from. And you can see just off to the west of there is where we have those brighter pinks, the reds, and that's where we have those wind gusts. Now the radar is picking up wind gusts between about 40 and 50 miles an hour, but this is the core of the strongest winds with the storm, just about getting to where we had that shot. So if you're anywhere, 180th from Maple to about Dodge, you're probably seeing those gusty winds right now. And if you're anywhere else north of Dodge, you're going to be seeing the gusty winds within the next 5 to 10 minutes. And a lot of very, very heavy rain with this as it comes in. Yes, Sam? All right, we got a lot of lightning. That Highway 275 camera, let's go back to that. Lots of lightning with these storms, especially that core. That was the one that was producing potentially a little bit of hail, and that's one of the ways that you can see a really, really strong updraft on a thunderstorm is you get not only hail, but the separation of charges with the air moving, or potentially the really heavy rainfall. You get a lot of lightning. Got a ton of lightning coming through, and that's what we're seeing with this. Very few drivers out there. Love to see that. Love to see people staying safe and staying inside as this thunderstorm moves through. Stronger wind reports. Okay, the Weather Service talking about those storms kind of southwest of Lincoln that I was telling you about between Lincoln and York. They're getting 40 to 45 mile an hour wind gusts with that. This storm over Omaha has the potential to produce wind gusts anywhere between 55 and 65 miles an hour. It's still moving down to the southeast at about 35 miles an hour. So let's put a new track on this. Oh, come on now. Let's put a new track on this. Once you start putting more like wonky little lines, it's tough for the computer to kind of pick up. So I'll do this very gracefully. Nope, not gonna let me do it. Anyway, so I'll do it by hand. See, there are many ways to do this here. There we go. Moving down to the southeast. So here are the arrival times of the strong winds. It'll be in Millard by about 9:15, Carter Lake, and you're going to see some interesting times here just with the way this line is oriented as it's coming across the Omaha Metro. So even though Millard and Carter Lake are nowhere near each other on the map, they're going to start to see the gusty winds roughly around the same time within the next 5 or 10 minutes. Warner Park and Gretna by 9:23, thankfully, chasers are out of town. Midtown Omaha by 9:24, Papillion just before 9:30, Council Bluffs, and that's specifically probably the Lake Manawa area of Council Bluffs. You're looking at about 9:30, down toward Bellevue, anywhere between 9:38 and 9:42, and then Trainer by about 9:45. So you can still see that we're going to be dealing with these gusty winds probably for another half hour or so across the Omaha Metro. Checking to see any reports. All right. Yeah, they're going to reissue this warning across parts of the Omaha Metro because it looks like the strongest winds are lingering just a little bit more behind that main line. You can kind of see there's a lot of different cores where we could be getting gusty winds. It's not one solid line. Of course, there's the leading edge out ahead here, where you get the red kind of, that's the leading edge of maybe some gusty winds. But then inside this storm, you have one little pocket here over Elkhorn in northwest Omaha, another one kind of over Benson, another one as you get closer to downtown Omaha. There's just little pockets of gusty winds embedded inside this line. All right, so they just reissued that severe thunderstorm warning. I'll give it a second to kind of populate here. I don't think anything is going to be different with this. Yeah, they're just kind of cleaning up their work a little bit. 9:45, this warning goes through. 60 mile an hour winds, less than penny-sized hail. Not a ton of hail with these storms, but you can see that this is going to be with us probably for the next 30 to 45 minutes at least in the Omaha Metro. No reports of damage. That's always good. And as if you're watching from Fremont, Valley, Waterloo, the U10 area, even the far northwest side of Elkhorn, you have any reports of damage, you can go to firstalerts6.com. You can submit a news tip there if you have any pictures or video of any damage or hail or just really, really heavy rain that's falling. Let us know what you're seeing with this line as it comes through, and we can pass that information on to the National Weather Service, and those reports just help protect people out ahead of this storm a little bit more, so they have a really good idea of what to expect as these storms move through. But we don't have much. I'll click the reports here. You can see that we did have a couple of wind gust reports. There's the 58 mile an hour wind report on the west or the east side of Fremont. There's another wind report that is, there we go. That's a 60 mile an hour wind gust report, and that was 8:20, so that's about an hour ago. And then with the storm, the northern part of this line that came through Blair, we do have, that's why. I clicked on a different product, that's why. 59 mile an hour wind gusts on the south side of Blair, 60 mile an hour. So you can see each one of these is about a 58 to 60 mile an hour wind gust, but those were about an hour ago. Look how much farther southeast that line has gotten, and we haven't gotten any additional reports of 55 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts on those personal weather stations or any reports of damage. That's really, really good news with this line of storms as it moves through. And it might be bedtime for some of the littler kids, even in summer. A lot of lightning especially on the west side of this storm, coming into Elkhorn down through Gretna right now. Not so much kind of where we have some of those gusty winds, those pockets of strong winds that I was showing you, really in the northern part of Douglas County right now. Don't have a lot in the way of lightning either. I just want to check hail. A little bit of a hail core, and yeah, that can happen if you have that much lightning, or vice versa. So we're creeping up toward that 1-inch hail threshold once again. 1 inch is the severe threshold for hail. 0.8 of an inch, so just smaller than quarter size. It's kind of between a quarter and a penny, and still enough that it might produce, you know, a slight dimple in the car. Nothing too dramatic there. And then farther to the northwest, take a look, or the northeast, take a look at that line. Yeah, it's kind of getting a little more feathered out toward Missouri Valley and Harlan. A little bit of a bow here coming through Beebeetown, right along 880 there in northwestern Pottawatomie County. So there might be some gusty winds on that part of the storm. But switching over, we're not seeing the bright reds or the really, really bright greens across parts of Iowa. It still could be 35 to 45 mile an hour wind gusts. And there goes a warning. Looks like that one got canceled a little earlier. So as of right now, there's only technically 2 thunderstorm warnings in the Omaha metro. I want to double check here. Yeah, there's one both of these go until 9:45. So this entire area has a severe thunderstorm warning for the next half hour. One that technically includes southern Washington County that's probably going to get edited out here very shortly. And this other one, you can see, kind of gets the metro both from the south and the west until 9:45. 60 mile an hour winds possible with this storm. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing more power outages coming in as the storm gets into the heavily treed parts of Douglas County. We do have power outages. 1,000 people without power in Fremont with this line as it moved through. And that is when it wasn't really producing strong winds. If let's see, I'll do it here. I'll go back an hour and kind of zoom out. This line, as it was coming into Fremont, this is just about an hour ago, hour on the nose, didn't really have a lot in the way of wind. It had a hail core on the north side of Fremont, but the wind didn't really start cranking up until after it moved through Fremont. And trust me, don't get me wrong, I'll be driving back to Fremont tonight. So if you're in Fremont and you're like, wait, I saw all the branches and the leaves flying everywhere, yeah, you probably saw 45 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts, absolutely. Once it got on the other side of you, toward Valley, Waterloo, and Elkhorn, the radar was picking up winds anywhere between 55 and 65 miles an hour. That's just another level up where it can do a little more damage, possibly bring down some bigger branches, and potentially increase the power outage. So if there's 1,000 people without power in Fremont, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to start to see more in the Omaha metro. Yes, Sam? All right, let's take a look at 144th and Dodge from our city camera network. Lots of lightning with this storm. Yeah, that's some healthy lightning coming through right there. Notice how we really lost that shelf cloud look, because even with the lightning and a thunderstorm like this, sometimes you can still see that really solid line, the leading edge of the gusty winds as it comes through. We've lost that, so now we're into the heavy rain part of the storm and possibly some embedded strong wind gusts. Again, this is looking to the west from 144th and Dodge. The leading edge of the strong winds, and you're probably seeing this shape right now. This is the outflow getting out ahead of the thunderstorm. That could be some gusty winds coming into just getting through South Omaha right now, getting into Papillion, getting into Bellevue, coming through the Lake Manawa area and Council Bluffs, heading toward Glenwood and Silver City. That could be some maybe 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts, but with the outflow, what that'll do is it kind of chokes off all the energy coming into the bigger thunderstorm. So this could mean that we're going to start to see a weakening trend with this as it moves down to the south and east. And that's always a good sign to see. Here's the latest radar scan coming through, just completed. Let's take a look at the winds. So there's just south of Irvington. That's going to be up toward kind of 72nd and Crown Point there. That's 48 to 50 mile an hour winds. Let's click around here, 50, 55. So that would be probably the severe core of the winds right now. Let's take a look at this. So it's going to be coming right down Maple, getting into Benson right now. There's, so you can kind of see the streets here. There's Western, there's 72nd and Western, so it's getting toward kind of the Creighton Prep area, anywhere north of 72nd and Dodge as well. The wind speeds with this, 54, 55, and even up toward Military. So you can see this entire area here. It's all going to be moving over you eventually. If you're in this part of the Omaha Metro, you're still going to be dealing with these wind gusts probably for another 10 minutes or so. So if it just started where you are around Benson, they'll be doing that for about the next 10 minutes. So probably until about 9:30 or so, you're going to have those gusty winds. Let's keep zooming out here. Yeah, there's the full picture, and it looks like there's a small hail core kind of developing in Elkhorn. Yeah, I saw the bright reflectivity there, but that hail, southwest Elkhorn again, penny size. So yeah, we're still dealing with mainly just a wind and rain producer. Let's take a look at the 1 hour rain totals with this as it came through. So that's going to be 10th, quarter, half, up to about an inch of rain in some parts of Douglas County, southern Washington County with this as it came through. That's a healthy soaking. And if you were watching the forecast earlier, if you've been watching the weather anytime over the last couple of days, you know what's coming after the storms tonight. It's a very, very long, dry stretch and a very hot stretch at that. So be thankful that you're getting the rain tonight. We absolutely need to see a very good soaking rain because it's possible we don't see any accumulating rain or even thunderstorms after tonight. We don't see that for about another 10 days. So soak it up what you can get right now. You got rain barrels, put them out. Try to collect as much free water for the garden as you can. So there's the lines that's moving across the Omaha Metro. Not seeing a lot of back building. That was one of the possibilities here where we could see maybe some heavier rain with this, repeated rainfall overnight. We're not seeing much back building behind this initial line. So once this comes through, it's probably going to be a little more scattered through the rest of the night. It's not going to be a consistent widespread rain. But that also means we're not going to be experiencing probably any more severe weather once this line comes through. That's some good news there. So the heaviest rain right now, here's a live radar. Let's bring you up to real time. And the heaviest rain right now just getting into Council Bluffs, getting into downtown Omaha. Keep zooming in here. It's getting into Ralston. It's getting into La Vista. Millard, you've been waiting for this. Yeah, just about when we said, about 9:25 or so, 9:20 to 9:25 when that heavy rain and the wind would get into Millard. The wind's on the south side of this line, though. What's coming into Millard, it's not much. You can kind of see, I'll circle it here if you can't quite pick it out. But that's the core of the strongest winds right now. And that's really over the core of the city of Omaha. And really the middle of Douglas County, where we have anywhere between 45 and 55 mile an hour winds. One little pixel there that could be getting close to 60. And that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning. It goes until 9:45. And we've been with you on the air for the last about half hour, 45 minutes here, taking you through this storm as it comes across the Omaha Metro. It's not the strongest storm we will ever see, but certainly disruptive. You don't want to be caught out in this storm as it moved through. And it hasn't quite gotten there yet. If you're in Papillion, if you're in Bellevue, you might be getting that little bit of a gust front, that leading edge, causing the winds to get a little bit gusty. But then behind that, about 15 minutes later, you're going to get stronger winds and some heavy rainfall and a heck of a lot of lightning. All right, Sam, what do you got? We're going to go back to 144th and Dodge looking off to the west, and that's the core of the heaviest rain right now. Lots of lightning with it. You can kind of see the camera getting blurry on you every once in a while. And that could also be maybe tiny bit of hail mixing in. Anytime you get the blurriness like that, it's just something scattering out the view on the camera. Could be hail, could be rain. At this point, it would be either very heavy rain or very small hail. Where are we going now? Okay. So we're down to 21. So that was a quick, we had about 15 minutes ago. It was, and specifically, is that in Fremont? Yep. Yes, thank you, Brian. Brian Mastery at the desk there as well, helping out. So yeah, Fremont, about 15 minutes ago, they had 1,000 customers, give or take, without power. Now they're down to just 21. So that restored very quickly. Always love to hear that with storms like this. There's the wind. Looks like we got one bad radar scan in there. So I'll switch back to the main radar mode. Switch over to lightning. Lightning's getting a little less concentrated. If you remember, here, I'll drag this back just about 10 to 15 minutes. And the lightning was really concentrated with this storm as it came through Elkhorn. You can see that big cluster right there. And now it's starting to spread out a little bit more. It's not all in one spot. Also an indicator of a weakening thunderstorm. So looks like that outflow is doing its job, kind of cutting off the main energy flow back into this big thunderstorm. And we're only going to be getting heavy rain and maybe some brief gusty winds with this. Switch over to hail here really quick. Yeah, small hail course. That's going to be, keep an eye on that 144th and Dodge camera because it looks like that's going to be coming pretty close to that if we were to see any type of hail with this storm. Getting back to radar, let's see. Weather Service just put, yep, they're mentioning the outflow boundary with this as it's pushing into, so let's zoom in. I'm going to get some of the cities that are dealing with this outflow. Just went through McClelland right now, just went south of I-29 in Council Bluffs, getting into Bellevue right now. That entire green line, drawn it on here a few times, I'll do it one more. That's where we're seeing maybe 35 to 45 mile an hour wind gusts, but the strongest winds are back in central Douglas County right now. So we got a big gust of wind coming through with the outflow, and then a little bit after that, you get the stronger severe criteria winds coming into parts of Sarpy County. And this continues to move southeast at about 35 miles an hour. So I'm going to move over here because the track feature wasn't working the best with the touchscreen. So I want to be sure I'm doing it right. And this is going to be, there we go. Again, moving down to the southeast at about 35 miles an hour. So here are some arrival times for you. Hey, it's picking up a go-kart track. I'm going to have to look up and see what that is. That's something. Papillion at 9:33. Bellevue by 9:50. Oakland and Taylor, that's getting outside of the warning technically, but it looks like we'll still be seeing the leading edge of at least some 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts with this. It'll get into southeastern Potawatomi County by about 9:50 to 10 o'clock. So that's kind of the timeline here. It should be over kind of the Bellevue area within the next 10 minutes or so. Another 10 minutes on the south side of the warning polygon there. And we are still seeing a weakening trend. We are still seeing this kind of fizzle out as it moves toward the Omaha metro. The rain's getting a little more expansive. More people are picking up as much as they can with our one rain chance here, so that's some good news there. But the Boeing segments, not seeing as much. Not seeing as much. That's a pretty straight line right there. This one coming into the I-80 bend in western Potawatomi County. This is the one that might be showing a little better signs of producing some strong winds. So that would be heading toward Neola, toward Oakland there within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So kind of getting toward about 9:45. But when you get the straight lines like that, it's tough to get really, really strong winds. You want some sort of a bow, because the bow indicates there's some sort of backing wind just kind of really rushing out inside this thunderstorm. So as I look at that, I think that maybe we're going to start to see just a lot of gusty, heavy rain with this storm as it's coming across the Omaha metro. There's the new radar scan. We didn't have the best data before. So it's still picking up anywhere between 55 and 60 mile an hour winds, but specifically just kind of in the middle of this thunderstorm warning. Sam, if we could take a look at our camera, look at the Blackstone camera if we have it, kind of pointed off to the west, because that'll be the leading edge All right, thanks. That'll be the leading edge of these really, really strong winds. And then after that, keep an eye on the first national camera. Really anything in Midtown and downtown pointed off to the west is going to be our best shot of these strong winds that are coming into the core of Omaha right now. And along with some very, very heavy rain. It might not, even though I'm wondering what it looks like, there's going to be some really strong or really heavy rain with this as well. So it could be that we don't see a lot. Let's see. All right, here's the Blackstone camera. So you can see that sheet of white not too far in the distance. That's going to be the heaviest rain probably just about to the UNO campus right there. It's usually about the middle ground of that shot. So UNO campus, Memorial Park, kind of getting into Dundee. That's where we're seeing the wall of white on there. A lot of lightning still, a lot of gusty winds. With this severe thunderstorm warning that does go for another 13 minutes here in the Omaha metro. There's the wider view of the warning. Again, here's the data for the warning, the reason why we're cutting in here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning coming into the core of the Omaha metro, goes until 9:45, and it's for mainly 60-mile-an-hour winds. And it's still just radar indicated. We haven't gotten any additional reports of strong winds with any backyard weather stations as it came across Douglas County, which is good. Always love to hear it. Always love to. The northeastern part of this, I'm going to zoom in. Yeah, I told you how the Boeing segment that we're seeing, I'll switch back to the radar. Anytime where you have a little bit of a bend here, as opposed to a straight line, that's where we will be seeing the gustiest winds, the strongest winds. Coming right into Minden right now, right along I-80. Let's see what the wind speeds are. There's 51, 51, 57. So yeah, just right into Minden, heading toward Avoca as well, right along I-80. So even down toward Walnut, even though you're not technically in a warning, you could be seeing in northern Pottawatomie County, this is your first alert to some strong winds coming right down I-80 outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like that part of this, the Boeing segment, this line of storms, that's going to be holding together and producing some stronger winds. So that's some really heavy rain in the Omaha metro right now. As a reminder, if you've been kind of waiting for this storm to pass through, you got to run out, you got to grab something from the store before bed tonight so you have it in the morning. Just remember that some streets could hold a little bit more water. There could be some bigger puddles. There was a flood advisory just issued for parts of Harrison and Shelby County. And flood advisories are essentially just saying, hey, if you're in an area that collects a lot of water, that floods really, really easily, 37th and Harney, I'm looking at you. One of those areas, you could be seeing some water collecting right now. So let's go back to we'll do 6 hour, and that should slowly populate here. There it is. Nope, gotta wait for, it's being slow on me tonight. So this is what they just issued that flood advisory for. If I pick out the values here, again, radar estimates, 5 might be overshooting it a little bit, because remember, there was a little bit of hail with that thunderstorm earlier. So I would say anywhere between kind of 2 and 4 inches of rain possible, anywhere between Woodbine and Harlan. Harlan might be seeing, especially just north of the city, maybe a little bit of isolated flooding. And then just north of Missouri Valley there, getting up toward Logan. Let's see if I can zoom in and pick up a couple more cities as it pops in. Yeah, Mondamon, Modale, Logan there, north of Missouri Valley. That could be anywhere between 1 and 3 inches of rain. So those are the areas that possibly have some water on the roads right now. Again, flood advisory is kind of the lowest level of, hey, heads up, we've gotten a lot of heavy rainfall, could be impacting roads. That's for parts of Harrison and Shelby County there in northwest Iowa. And you can see there's still some more scattered thunderstorms with some heavy rain that'll be moving over that part of Iowa. Let's get back into the metro. The latest in Omaha, again, I'm going to complete my thought here with the rain totals. Starting to see some of the darker greens pop up. So it might be an inch and a half of rain toward Irvington, northern parts of Omaha once you get north of about State Street. Probably just a little bit heavier rain there. There's this heavy rain right now. The strongest winds, starting to see those strong winds, the pinks, pardon me, getting into the Iowa side of, getting into Council Bluffs, coming through Epley, coming through downtown Omaha. Just now, those strongest winds getting into Bellevue. We've been dealing with the outflow winds that were a little bit lighter earlier on. Now we're starting to see those wind gusts down in Bellevue, closer to 50 miles an hour. Midtown Omaha still close to 60 miles an hour, and even up toward Epley. So that'll be something to watch. The next official Weather Service observation point in between, you got Christensen Field and Fremont, the Weather Service in Valley. You have the Millard Airport as well, and then you have Epley. Those are kind of the scattered dots where we have really good, trustworthy anemometer wind collection data. And I'll be curious what this triggers at Epley as it moves through. So the back edge of this, if you're in Elkhorn, you're starting to see the winds quiet down right now. If you are in, let's zoom into the back edge of the wind. So it's just getting over 680. So if you're anywhere west of 680, Boys Town, Millard, Elkhorn, Bennington, you're likely going to see much quieter conditions here. Anywhere east of 680, kind of inside that 680, 480 loop, yep, you're seeing some pretty strong winds right now on the order of 50 to 60 miles an hour, as well as some very heavy rain. Are we seeing hail out of this? Not so much. As we get down here toward Millard, maybe some small hail. That blue core, penny-sized hail, so noticeable hail, noisy hail, absolutely. Damaging hail, not quite. Not quite as it's coming into Millard, but you're probably seeing just a couple of hailstones right now coming through the Millard area. Leading edge of that, I'm a little surprised that they're not issuing another warning for this, because it's starting to bow out a little bit more there as it moves into western Iowa. And you can really see, this is what I was trying to draw before. I was drawing the bow a lot, but you can see how we have some type of wind coming in on the back side of it. It's called the rear inflow jet, but essentially it's really, really strong winds that help bow out the thunderstorm and produce stronger winds down at the surface. And that's what we're still seeing here coming into Minden. Again, this is outside of the severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. Still some wind gusts 55 to 60 miles an hour, so that's going to be heading into Avoca. It's going to be heading toward Hancock, heading toward Oakland there within the next 5 minutes or so. You're going to be seeing some pretty gusty winds with this coming into northern Potawatomi County. We are seeing the strong winds right now coming through the Omaha Metro, along with some very, very heavy rainfall. Approaching 9:40 right now. This severe thunderstorm warning goes until 9:45, and we'll stay with you as long as we have a thunderstorm warning over the Omaha Metro, and it looks like it's probably going to be extended just a little bit more. They've kind of had to slowly kind of trim them back, if you will. The first, you can see that went until 9:45, and then they pulled it back a little bit more. That also goes until 9:45. So that's kind of the game the Weather Service is playing here, kind of catching up to the speed of this storm as it continues to drag off to the southeast at about 35 miles an hour. But a lot of really, really heavy rain over Omaha at the moment. Let's see. And they said they're going to allow these to expire. All right, so I'll stay here until 9:45 or these boxes disappear, and then I'll quickly wrap up. It looks like things are starting to slowly wind down in Omaha. I told you I was picking up a lot of 50 to 55 mile an hour wind gusts with this. Now look at the latest wind data here, and you can see, yeah, just below severe thresholds. And if we're not getting a lot of reports of, branches coming down in northwest parts of Omaha, or power outage reports, or we're not getting those weather stations to report severe wind gusts, then yeah, then I understand why the Weather Service is letting these expire. One more time, Sam, what do you got? All right, let's take a look from about 13 stories above my head in the Blackstone District, Midtown Omaha, looking off to the west. Camera shaking around a little bit. If I can keep this shot up, I'm just going to play around on the map here so I can kind of see what the wind speeds are kind of over us right now. Those wind speeds are going to be anywhere between about, oh, it just jumped on me, anywhere between about 45 and 55 miles an hour. That's what those winds kind of shaking around a Blackstone camera are doing. And we're also seeing a lot of lightning still with these storms. That'll definitely continue, even though the warnings might be dropping here in the Omaha metro. Even though the warnings are dropping, you're still going to have a lot of heavy rain, possibly some brief gusty winds, lots of lightning, lots of thunder here over the next hour or so. The Weather Service did mention some rotation they're looking at. I can see that. Okay. We've been keeping it kind of Omaha focused. But I want to get into this. This is still the northern edge of that storm I've been talking about. And this could be anywhere from Hancock to Avoca to Harlan coming up here in the next 10 minutes or so. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation there coming toward Persia, just north of Minden. So the Weather Service is keeping a close eye on that. And that's kind of the northern end of this little bowing line. So it kind of could be producing it's called a bookend vortex. And essentially what that means is you have the main gusty winds coming in right now, and you get rotation on the north side of the line, and you get rotation kind of on the south side of the line as well, a little bit weaker. It looks like the northern end of this is going to be the stronger one. So this is typical for bowing lines like this, but just something that we'll keep a close eye on for parts of, and there's the new thunderstorm warning for that, for parts of Harrison and extreme northern Potawatomi County. So while I've been talking about it, let's get that information, and then we'll kind of wrap up here with our coverage with the Omaha thunderstorm warning. So new severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. This is right along the I-80 corridor in northern Potawatomi County, so it straddles that Harrison, Potawatomi, Shelby County area. But this is mainly going to be from Minden through Avoca, north of Atlantic, and kind of south of Harlan. But these are the areas the Weather Service kind of monitoring, maybe a little bit of rotation happening. Not imminent that it's going to produce a tornado, but your first alert to the potential for a little bit more intense of a thunderstorm there. So it's 9:43. I have a minute more before these warnings disappear, and then we'll wrap up and set up for the 10 o'clock show. So we've had this severe thunderstorm warning coming across the Omaha metro. It did produce a lot of strong winds anywhere between Fremont and about the Bennington area. Radar was picking up on anywhere between 55 and 65 mile-an-hour winds. Now, kind of weakening out a little bit. I was talking about that outflow getting out ahead of it, kind of chokes off the main thunderstorm energy, but we still have the potential for maybe just below severe limits, so anywhere between 50 and 55 mile-an-hour winds still across the middle of the Omaha metro. We're not expecting hail out of this. I know a lot of people get nervous about hail kind of doing damage to maybe your cars and your plants. One little hail core coming into Millard, just below kind of nickel-sized hail there, and then just getting on the east side of Council Bluffs toward the airport, about half-inch sized hail there. This is mainly going to be heavy rain, gusty winds coming through Omaha, coming through parts of southwest Iowa, and there go the severe thunderstorm warning. So all that's left is the one severe thunderstorm warning right along I-80, and I'll be keeping a close eye on that. If it starts to show a little more signs of rotation, or if we start getting stronger winds, we'll jump back on for that. But right now, we are done with severe weather in Omaha. Just a lot of heavy rain. Might be a little bit before it quiets down before you get to sleep, but let's send you back to regular programming, and we'll see you at the top of the hour for First Alert 6 at 10.
Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 Weather Day.
And good evening once again. Nick Weig here with you on our streaming platform for extended coverage of this severe weather event impacting portions of Iowa and Nebraska. The severe thunderstorm warnings that had been in effect for the Omaha metro area have now expired, and they have not been extended at this time. We do still, however, have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for portions of the First Alert 6 viewing area. Now we have a tornado warning. This was the area that Matt was saying the Weather Service was watching very closely. Tornado warning now in effect. Let me pull up the information here. Tornado warning is now in effect for portions of Pottawatomie, Harrison, and Shelby counties until 10:30 this evening. Tornado warning now in effect for portions of Shelby, Pottawatomie, and Harrison counties until 10:30 this evening. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 3 miles southeast of Persia. Now, there you see the information now scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Or 12 miles southwest of Harlan, moving to the east at 15 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and switch over to the velocity scan on this now. This is the area of rotation that they're concerned about right here over the Persia area. This is kind of on the top northern edge of this Boeing line. And this is where there has been some concern about, as the northern side of this kind of wraps around everything, we're getting this kind of spin up of a rotation that could, and I repeat, could produce a tornado. The bigger issue, even though this is a tornado warning, is the overall strong winds potential in this area, Minden, Persia, Walnut. But right now, the Weather Service focusing in on this tornado warning, where they also did just receive a wind gust report near Shelby of 67 miles per hour. So a 67 mile an hour wind gust just reported in the Shelby area. The rotation now over the Tennant area. The concern is that there could be a brief spin up of a tornado. For more, let's go back now to Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwy.
A severe thunder, or if they issued a tornado warning for that storm, lo and behold, that's exactly what the Weather Service did as I ended our coverage there. So there is a tornado warning now for basically I-80 right between Minden, Avoca, south of Harlan. This goes until 10:30. It's still radar indicated tornado warning. And I was telling you what was happening is it's kind of the north end of a little bookend vortex that's developing with this thunderstorm. If I switch over to the wind speeds, certainly some strong winds coming through Avoca right now. Those wind gusts could be 65, maybe 70 miles an hour at times, but the rotation is more toward the south side of Persia and over I-80. So kind of between Persia and Minden. But nevertheless, if you're in the Avoca area, if you're around Avoca, especially north of there into extreme southern Shelby County, get into your basement for a little bit. Take us along. We'll continue streaming coverage on firstalerts6.com, our streaming app. This is still a radar-indicated tornado, and I understand why they issued this warning. And you absolutely should take this seriously. We don't have any reports of confirmed wall cloud, a confirmed funnel cloud, or any type of a tornado with it. But if you are in, especially Avoca and anywhere along I-80 between Minden and Avoca, probably just get into the basement for about the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. We have the news coming up in about 10 minutes, so we'll keep you absolutely updated with this. Again, we also have our streaming coverage online, but as of right now, this doesn't look like it's producing a lot of really strong rotation, possibly some really strong winds coming across I-80. So I'll keep an eye on this. We have First Alert 6 coming up at 10 o'clock, and I'll keep you up to date with the latest on this new tornado warning for parts of western Iowa, specifically the I-80 corridor between Minden and Avoca. That goes until 10:30 tonight. So we'll send you back to programming. We'll kind of reset here for the news at 10. And if we get any reports of confirmed lowerings, confirmed funnel clouds, or tornadoes with this, we'll jump back on. But we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes.
Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 weather day.
And Matt, thank you very much. Nick Weig here with you again from the Alert Center as we're going to continue our expanded coverage of this now tornado warning in effect for portions of western Iowa. Again, this is a tornado warning for Harrison, Pottawatomie, and Shelby counties until 10:30 this evening. This is for the potential of a brief spin up right along the I-80 corridor between Persia and Minden, heading for the Avoca area. We've been trying to pull up some of the DOT cameras in that area, and they are not functioning right now. Not uncommon in this situation, as oftentimes when there are storms in the area, they lose connectivity to some of these cameras. But we're working to get some images from that area where these storms are. We're going to go ahead and zoom in a little bit tighter here on this tornado warning now. And really the main area of concern is going to be where those reds and greens are trying to come together. So right here west of Shelby is where there's some indication of where there could be a brief spin up of a tornado. Let me see if we can get this up and running. We do have a camera near Shelby where this storm is headed. I'm going to try and get this up as quickly as I can. Okay, there we go. So this is the Iowa DOT camera along Interstate 80 near Shelby, just east of where that rotation is being reported right now. I'm going to try and keep this on the screen for you here, so just bear with me as just kind of rearrange some of our settings here with all of these images and sources that are coming in. But we're going to leave this camera up along I-80 and bring the radar in here in just a moment. There we go, and I'm going to go ahead and try and adjust that camera so it's a little bit easier to see. I know it's kind of shrouded a little bit in there. And it doesn't want to cooperate a whole heck of a lot with me, unfortunately, so we may not be able to do that. But I'm going to go ahead and make that a little bit bigger so it's a little bit easier to see. I know we're getting cut off a little bit there on the bottom side of it, but again, this is a... There we go. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. You can see a lot of hazard lights there as undoubtedly those truckers along I-80 are getting alerts on their phone that they are driving into a tornado-warned storm. So we may see some traffic there slow down or come to a stop. Now ahead of this rotation in the Avoca and Hancock area, that's where we're seeing some extremely strong winds. Again, this is from the Omaha radar. The colors in green are winds traveling towards the radar, and the colors in red are the winds traveling away from the radar. So here we have a very strong outflow moving out of the storm. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get on that here real quickly here. This is out ahead of the tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Cass and Audubon counties until 10:45 this evening. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Tennant to Avoca to Oakland, moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. 60 mile per hour winds are the primary threat. So that new severe thunderstorm warning now in effect being issued for Cass and Audubon counties until 10:45 this evening. All right, let's go back now to our tornado warning that's right along the I-80 corridor. Unfortunately, we're going to switch back over to our velocity scan here, and you can kind of see where the concern for a brief spin up would be. Just north of Minden, right near the I-80 corridor, and we may have lost our camera here. Let's see if we can't get it back. There we go. So just keeping an eye, that camera is near Shelby. You see it on your screen here. And we're keeping an eye on that because this is awfully close to where this possible rotation is on the radar. This is kind of the notch that they're worried about right here, with winds traveling towards and away from the radar. And just because of the sheer position, and I apologize, I got to move that out of the way here. But that is the area that they are concerned about here with possible rotation, and it's awfully close to the I-80 corridor in the Shelby area. So that is the camera you're seeing in the upper right portion of your screen. I'm trying to make it as big as possible because it is in the path of this potential rotating storm that could produce a brief tornado. Even if it doesn't, there is still a much larger area surrounding this from Persia and places south and east that are likely to see some extremely strong wind gusts. You can see the, again, as we're saying, this is the Omaha radar, and we're looking at the velocity scan. Reds are the winds moving away from the radar, greens are the winds moving towards the radar, and you can see a lot of red moving away from the radar site in Omaha, and that is essentially an outflow, I guess you could call it a gust front. If it was daylight outside and you took a look at this from just east of this line, where these arrows are that I put in, you probably see a pretty prominent shelf cloud where these outflow dominant winds are. But again, right now the main concern is with this just tiny little notch of a potential rotation that could be reaching the ground, and that is a little bit concerning. That is right on the I-80 corridor. There's a little notch there. This is on debris detection. And when we see a little anomaly like this, that raises some concern. So if there is a tornado on the ground, it is certainly very close to the Interstate 80 corridor, very close to the camera you see in the upper right portion of your screen. We're going to try and keep that up as best we can, but obviously it is difficult with such a powerful storm in that area. But this camera very, very close to where there is a potential tornado that may be on the ground in and around the Shelby area near Interstate 80. So that is the main concern right now. Now that doesn't indicate that there is a tornado on the ground. We have not gotten confirmation of that just yet. Update from the National Weather Service, still concerned about a quick spin up, strongest rotation southeast of Persia. So this is right where the camera is, and in this latest scan, I apologize, I didn't pull up the exact location of this camera, but it is very, very close to the area of circulation that they're concerned about. That is the area of circulation. You can see I-80 on the south side of this. We're going to keep a very close watch of this camera. Not clear if this is pointed to the east or the west. I suspect it may be pointed to the west as the winds are traveling towards the camera, and that would suggest outflow. So I believe this is looking west into the area of rotation along Interstate 80. Just off to the left edge of the image is there's an off-ramp there, I believe to Shelby. So the camera, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be just east of this circle, just east of where this rotation is on radar. And so this is the area of immediate concern that we have to keep an eye on right now as this storm continues to push off to the east at about 15-20 miles per hour. Again, just trying to keep the camera going here. Fortunately, the signal is holding on, which is great news because we want to keep an eye on what's going on there. Again, this camera is very close to that area of circulation you see circled on your screen. I'm going to try and keep the radar here. I don't want to neglect people in the Avoca, Hancock, Walnut areas. Very, very strong winds are coming off of this storm, and so you're likely experiencing some very strong wind gusts in that area. So we're going to go ahead. I'm going to try and keep the radar here up on the screen along with this image from the Iowa Department of Transportation along Interstate 80 near this area of circulation. But I also want to keep on the screen here these strong winds in the Avoca and Hancock areas. Again, if you're just joining, a tornado warning is now in effect for portions of Harrison, Pottawatomie, and Shelby counties in western Iowa until 10:30 this evening. Checking with the National Weather Service now to see if we've got another update at all. We are getting a report from Fremont Police. This is a report from Fremont Police that traffic is not advised in Fremont because of downed trees in the area. We do have a crew en route, but there is a report of several trees downed in Fremont. The Fremont Police Department urging people in the community to not take to the roads. There are a lot of trees down, blocking area roadways, and they need to keep the roads clear so they can get those roadways clear tonight. But again, that report coming from the Fremont Police Department urging people in that area not to drive because of trees down in the area. Now, Fremont was an area of concern where some very strong outflow winds were detected on radar. That is what prompted the severe thunderstorm warnings that were issued ultimately for the metro area earlier this evening. So some concerning reports now coming out of Fremont that some strong wind gusts may have brought down several areas of several trees in the community, and as a result of all of the damage, Fremont police now urging nobody to travel in Fremont as crews are working to get that cleared up. So we're going to keep checking in with that. We do have a crew on the way to Fremont, so we if we don't have an update for you before we wrap up coverage tonight, we will have the very latest for you coming up on First Alert 6 tomorrow morning. Again, you're looking at a live picture along Interstate 80 near Shelby, where this area of rotation is persisting. The National Weather Service in Omaha concerned that there could be a brief spin-up. Just in from the Weather Service, we're still seeing decent rotation aloft, but it's struggling to tighten and translate towards the surface. The Weather Service is going to continue the tornado warning at least for a little while, but we'll be monitoring it. So they are considering perhaps canceling this tornado warning. But even if they do, the severe thunderstorm watch severe thunderstorm warning continues as there's a large area of some particularly strong outflow winds out ahead of this, particularly east of the Avoca and Hancock areas. So while maybe concerns lifting, a little bit on this. I'm going to go ahead and zoom this back out just a touch so it's a little bit easier to see. But I want to leave that on the screen here. As we are getting a new severe thunderstorm warning now being issued. There you see there. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Lancaster, Seward, Saline, and Gage counties until 10:45 this evening. Severe thunderstorm located 4 miles east of Crete or 15 miles southwest of Lincoln, moving to the east at 30 miles per hour. So this is on the southern edge of, or the southern portion of this line that is moving through our area. So a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Lancaster, Seward, Saline, and Gage counties until 10:45 this evening. Let's go back now to the greater metro area here in western Iowa, where we do still have those severe thunderstorm warnings in effect and that tornado warning in effect on the northern side of this this bowing out line. And you can kind of see this transition happening here. If we put it into motion, you can see that curling effect up in the Harlan area. That's what's leading to the concern for a brief spin up of a tornado. And then on the south side, we're seeing this accelerate a little bit, and also we're seeing this kind of bowing out as Matt was talking about as well. And part of this is because if you look down here, you see these little lines here. That is the outflow kind of ejecting out of these storms and kind of pushing them faster to the southeast. And as that happens, the storms become what we call outflow dominant. And that is where we can get those strong winds, especially on the leading edge, blowing away from the storm. So the winds you see here on your screen, the greens are moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away from the radar. And so we see right here in the greater Oakland area, we see these winds moving away from the Omaha radar. This is where there are some very strong winds on the leading edge of this thunderstorm complex. And so even Oakland, not currently under a severe thunderstorm warning, still the potential for some very strong wind gusts in that area right now. And again, here you see kind of that outflow that's ejecting out ahead of the storm. And so once that gets too far ahead of the storm, hopefully we'll begin to see some weakening within this. But right now there's still a great potential in this area for some very strong winds as it pushes through the Oakland up to Harlan over towards the Atlantic area, where the National Weather Service in Des Moines has already gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning for these storms approaching their area. Trying to get our camera back here. There we go. So things looking a lot better along I-80 in the Shelby area. Now that area still is under a severe tornado warning, but National Weather Service does say that it appears that the wind threat is beginning to the tornado threat is beginning to subside. You can see if we switch over to velocity scan here, we're not really seeing any of that hooking action that we saw earlier on the radar. You can still see rotation clearly on the north edge of this thunderstorm complex, but much more broader and weaker than what we saw just a few minutes ago, in fact. And that is common. I mean, if there is going to be or was a tornado in this area, it is likely a very brief, short-lived one. But we still have this broad area of rotation surrounding the Avoca area, where we could still see a brief spin up of a tornado, but the Weather Service does admit that threat is beginning to subside, and so they will reevaluate whether or not this tornado warning needs to continue until 10:30. So some good news there. However, that area still remains under a severe thunderstorm warning as well, so something to keep in mind as these storms continue to push off to the east-southeast now at about 30 miles per hour. All right, let's back out a little bit here and give you a wider view of what's going on, as kind of have this broken line of showers and thunderstorms moving through the area as they have been now for several hours. And right now, the biggest area of concern for strong winds is right here between Oakland and Atlantic. And this is why you've seen the National Weather Service in Des Moines go ahead and fire off this warning quite early, because they want people to get plenty of alert before they may have gone to bed. And right here, I would say, is probably where you're going to see the greatest risk for strong damaging winds in that area. Again, the breaking news coming in at this hour is there is a request from Fremont Police that nobody travel on area roadways due to a large amount of trees that have been downed over the city. Now that would suggest there may have been some type of downdraft or microburst as the storm passed over Fremont, because it does not appear that there were any indications of winds capable of producing such widespread damage over an area like that. But as these storms have shown us all evening long, that they kind of pulse up and down, and ultimately that at the end of the day can lead to some of this, some of these sudden bursts of wind, and that may be what has taken place in the Fremont area. Either way, strong winds certainly causing some problems there. We did have earlier about 1,000 people without power, according to OPPD, in the Fremont area, but most of those outages had been restored. I want to go back and check and see if that's still the case. And yeah, just a small number of power outages, about 48 people without power in the Fremont area. It was more than 1,000 earlier this evening. And there you see, we're getting an update on our Pottawatomie, Shelby County severe thunderstorm warning. So let's get an update on that. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 10:45 for northeastern Pottawatomie and southern Shelby counties. Severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from 6 miles northeast of Avoca to near Walnut, moving east at 25 miles per hour. The only threat listed by the National Weather Service is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So the hail threat subsiding considerably now, and this is largely becoming a strong wind event threat for this area. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings continue. We also have that new severe thunderstorm warning southwest of Lincoln for Gage, Lancaster, Saline, and Seward counties. That will continue until 10:45 this evening. But right now, the main concern is with this tornado warning. The National Weather Service in Omaha does say they're monitoring the threat, the ongoing threat for a possible tornado in the warned area of Shelby County and Pottawatomie County. But did admit that threat does appear to have eased off a little bit, and we're kind of seeing that on the velocity scans. Still some broad rotation up along the I-80 corridor between Harlan and Oakland, but again, much broader than what we saw about 10 or 15 minutes ago when this tornado warning was triggered in the Minden area. Much tighter circulation at that time. Just checking in, looks like we're getting an update from the Storm Prediction Center. Scattered thunderstorms will likely continue through the overnight hours across portions of southeast Nebraska, northeastern Kansas. Large hail, strong winds still possible, but the threat will be sufficiently limited Therefore, they will not be issuing a new severe thunderstorm watch. So if we back out here, this is the severe thunderstorm watch that remains in effect until midnight tonight. Obviously, there's some concern as these storms in the Lincoln area begin to push out of that watch area. For now, we could see perhaps the Weather Service extend the existing watch for a little bit, but otherwise the Storm Prediction Center does not expect to issue a new watch, as they expect these storms to continue to weaken the further they push off to the south and east. And it does make sense with what we're seeing on radar tonight as we zoom in on, again, our severe thunderstorm warned areas in western Iowa. We're certainly seeing outflow ejecting off of the leading edge of this, and that is what is producing the potential for some strong winds. But that's also the energy getting out ahead of the storm system, and ultimately then those storms begin to weaken, the winds begin to subside, and the threat for severe weather begins to ease off as well. There you see the tornado warning that was in effect has been canceled. The tornado warning has been canceled early, so some good news there. As again, we said that area of rotation, which is still there, much broader right now, and doesn't pose a threat of producing a tornado at this time. No word on if there were any brief spin-ups reported in that area. Again, it was all radar indicated when that tornado warning was issued just about 20 minutes ago. But that tornado warning for Shelby and Pottawatomie counties has now been canceled. And a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for that area, I believe, until 10:30 this evening. 10:45 this evening, and then we also have that severe thunderstorm warning for Cass and Audubon counties in western Iowa, also until 10:45. You may be wondering why the discrepancy in the watch boxes here. Well, part of that is because we're transitioning from warning offices. So the Shelby Pottawatomie County warning is coming from the National Weather Service in Omaha, and the Cass Audubon County warning is coming from the National Weather Service in Des Moines. So kind of transitioning between offices, varying opinions on where that warning should go, and so that's why you're seeing the Weather Service in Des Moines issuing a warning further to the south because they're concerned about strong winds on that leading edge right now, traveling along the Highway 6 corridor in southwest Iowa. So we're approaching 10:15. Those are the warnings that we now have in effect in western Iowa. Let's go ahead and take a look at our warning southwest of the Lincoln area. This is the severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for portions of Lancaster, Seward, Saline, and Gage County until 10:45. Again, right now, large hail and strong winds remain the primary threats here. I want to check and see. No, we're not really seeing much in the way of hail concerns there, but still seeing, again, some, if I'm reading this correctly, and yeah, we're kind of seeing this is becoming outflow dominant as well. So again, red is winds traveling away from the radar, green are the winds traveling towards the radar, and we're seeing some of this outflow on the leading edge. And if we switch back over to the live radar, you can just barely make out what is likely that outflow ejecting from the cell, which is probably why we're getting some indications of some strong winds without the impressive returns here on the radar. So as that outflow boundary kind of ejects away from this storm, hopefully that will again lead to further weakening of the storm, and the wind threat will subside. And again, that is exactly why the Storm Prediction Center right now says they don't anticipate issuing a new watch further to the south and east from the thunderstorm watch that is in effect right now until midnight tonight for the counties you see shaded in yellow. As we put the radar into motion, there you can see as the storms exited the metro area here, the line is kind of filled in, but there's still a lot of boundaries out there that have touched off some new not severe thunderstorms, but new thunderstorms in far southern Nebraska. And so we may see the threat begin to shift a little bit, but the Storm Prediction Center also doesn't believe that threat is going to be able to maintain intensity for much longer as these storms continue to push off to the south and east. So for now, minus maybe a local extension by the National Weather Service office, the Storm Prediction Center does not anticipate issuing an all-new thunderstorm warning, as they expect the threat for severe weather to reduce greatly here over the next hour or so. Okay, I'm going to have to bear with me here as my batteries have died in my IFB, and I am going to have to replace those. So I will do that and be back with you here in just a moment. Okay, Nick Wageback here with you as the storms continue to slowly make their way through the First Alert 6 viewing area tonight. And slow has been kind of the mode of these storms, largely moving between 15 and 20 miles per hour, just beginning to accelerate a little bit here in the last hour as this has shifted from a large hail event to a strong damaging wind event. Fortunately, it appears most of these storms are not going to maintain their intensity for much longer. At least the Storm Prediction Center thinks so, and that's why they've opted against issuing a new severe thunderstorm watch to the south and east. One bit of concern we have right now is we've received reports from Fremont police that several trees were downed in the community of Fremont, and so travel is not advised at this time in the city of Fremont as they are working to get crews where they need to go to clear area roadways. And so that Fremont was kind of the area where we first saw the development of the thunderstorms that ultimately moved through the metro area tonight, producing several severe thunderstorm warnings. We saw a lot of strong winds, maybe not severe winds here in the metro area, but plenty of reports of 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. We did get a report from the Fremont area. Just want to see if we can pull those up here. We did get a couple of strong wind reports from Fremont before word of the downed trees. First one was 60 miles per hour on the northwest side of Fremont, and then east of Fremont, a 58 mile per hour wind gust measured by a personal weather station in that area. So no overly serious wind reports came in. A couple of reports that kind of reached that threshold of possibly producing damage. But a lot of the indicators we had on radar was there was a very tight area of strong winds, strong outflow winds as it passed over the Fremont area. And what may have happened is there may have been some type of downdraft or a microburst, unfortunately, right over the community. And that can just cause one or two big gusts of wind. And unfortunately, with a lot of wet ground after all the heavy rain that's been falling with these storms, may have caused a widespread downing of trees that has led to a mess for crews to pick up. Now, the good news is, despite all of that, the more than 1,000 people that were reportedly without power in the Fremont area earlier, just about everyone is back online. So that's at least a little bit of good news. As we zoom out here on First Alert radar, you can see some storms trying to get going again north of Grand Island. Again, we could see some scattered showers and thunderstorms through the evening and overnight hours, but we don't expect any severe weather beyond this line that is slowly but surely making its way through the area. If we go back over to southwest Iowa, you can see that these storms right now are beginning to push out of the severe thunderstorm watch area. We do have a warning still in effect for Atlantic and Griswold for this Boeing setup on the north side of this complex that the Weather Service was concerned could still pose a strong wind threat, but I don't know if we're getting quite the returns we were getting earlier on radar. And we're really not. So you can see right here we were getting much stronger returns as it was passing over the Avoca and Hancock areas, and as it is pushed to the east, we're seeing those brighter reds and pinks begin to ease off a little bit. And so and actually here on the velocity scan you can see why, as this outflow has ejected out of the thunderstorms and is now getting out ahead of them. And when that happens, it's really hard for these thunderstorms to maintain their intensity as they kind of lose their steam, and we see that threat for strong winds begin to ease off. So hopefully we are getting towards the end of this. We do still have the severe thunderstorm watch in effect until midnight tonight. We have seen counties to the west be taken out of that. We'll have to see if they keep paring that down But as these storms begin to exit the area, at least for now, the Storm Prediction Center is not planning on issuing a new severe thunderstorm watch. I want to show you some video from earlier tonight. This was what triggered the first tornado warning we had down in Hamilton County earlier this evening, and I wanted to show this to you earlier. I just wanted to make sure that we had permission to show it to you because this came in from a local emergency manager. Actually, this came in from Hamilton County Emergency Manager Benjamin Crabtree, and I want to thank Benjamin for giving us permission to show this to you. I want to make sure that this is the right thing that's loaded up. Yes. So this was one of the storms that triggered a tornado warning, and bring the audio down here. But there you can see that even though there wasn't a lot of rotation being detected on radar, emergency managers down in Hamilton County earlier tonight clearly getting a good look at a rotating wall cloud there. Not sure if it did produce a tornado, but at least was enough confirmation based on what they were seeing on radar and obviously what they were seeing on the ground that the National Weather Service went ahead and issued that tornado warning earlier tonight for Hamilton County. But just wanted to show you what led to that. This was an image we showed you earlier from that same area shortly after that tornado warning was issued. Clearly a rain-free base there, and it's too far away to determine how much, if at all, it was rotating. But certainly there were some indications there that that storm briefly had the potential of producing a tornado, and a similar situation we just saw play out over in Shelby County and Pottawatomie County in western Iowa. Just these brief spin-ups that occasionally can occur as these storms had fired up earlier in the Hamilton County area. All right, let's go back live now to First Alert Radar, and we'll continue our look at these storms as they are hopefully easing off and heading out of our area. We do still have this severe thunderstorm warning southwest of Lincoln, but the storms there continue to show signs of weakening, which is good news. Not really seeing a lot of the strong indicators of some stronger wind gusts embedded in these storms. But again, still the potential there for some strong gusty winds and hail. Not a concern at all at this point, as any strong thunderstorms at this point, the primary concern is going to be for some isolated, strong, damaging wind gusts. So as we continue our coverage now in our 6th hour of coverage here, Nick Weig with you at the Alert Center as we continue to monitor the trek of these strong to severe thunderstorms across the area. Right now, the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings we have in effect in the First Alert 6 area is the severe thunderstorm warning, which continues for portions of Lancaster, Seward, Saline, and Gage counties until 10:45 this evening. The severe thunderstorm was located near Sprague, or 14 miles south of Lincoln, moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. Right now, 60 mile per hour wind gusts and some small hail are the primary threats. And then we also have remaining our severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Shelby and Pottawatomie counties until 10:45, although I would not be surprised to see that warning be canceled here, as that has largely moved out of the warned area. National Weather Service reporting personal weather stations in Saline and Lancaster counties gusting to around 40 to 45 miles per hour. So that would certainly confirm that we're not seeing any indicators anymore of strong wind gusts in this storm, as things are becoming very outflow dominant. And as these storms kind of lose access to their momentum, they are slowing down and weakening quite a bit. We do still have probably the primary concern right now in our area, severe thunderstorm warning for western Cass and southwestern Audubon counties until 10:45 this evening for the potential of some strong wind gusts there. But even in this area, we're seeing the area of concern really shrink down. Right now, south of Atlantic on the southern portion of this is where we're seeing the potential for the strongest winds. And to be frank, they're not very strong, at least here on radar. So the greatest concern is wind gusts of about 40 to 50 miles per hour, which we are getting confirmation of from personal weather stations relayed to the National Weather Service. But again, no indication of the severe winds in any part of these storms, and hopefully that is a further confirmation that the bulk of the severe weather is now behind us, and conditions will begin to improve across the area as these storms are entering a slow but steady pattern of weakening over the last hour or so. So again, those are the two warnings that we still have in effect for portions of our area. Right now, though, the radar as well as weather stations in both of these areas indicating that winds are not coming close to severe limits, which is good news. And as these storms begin to hopefully accelerate a little bit more, that's going to cut down on any flood potential. We did get some flood alerts over the last couple of hours. None for the metro area. Again, good news, because we don't want to see any of that any flooding issues in the area, but we did have a flood advisory that was posted until 2 o'clock this morning for portions of Hamilton, Merrick, and York counties. Minor flooding and low-lying and poor drainage areas are the primary threat, because as much as 3 inches is estimated to have fallen in this area, and they are still receiving some rain in that area. So a flood advisory in effect for portions of Hamilton, Merrick, and York counties until 2 o'clock this morning, and then also another flood advisory in effect for portions of Harrison and Shelby counties until 12:30 this morning, for the same indicator of between 3 and 4 inches of rain that has already fallen in this area, with another inch or two possible. And so in this very specific area between Woodbine and Harlan, so we can zoom in here a little bit, this was the area where we saw some very intense rainfall, and we did see that area of rotation on the north side of the severe thunderstorm earlier this evening, but of course that has now passed, but still remains some concern for some isolated localized flooding in this area until about 12:30 this morning. All right, let's go ahead and put the radar into motion. As you see, our severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect now, as well as that severe thunderstorm watch. You can see the storms are coming awfully close to exiting the watch area. Right now, it does not appear that the Storm Prediction Center is going to continue or issue a new watch in relation to this storm. We could see a brief extension by some of the National Weather Service offices, but I think everybody so far agrees that the pattern is weakening considerably. And so that they can't rule out an isolated severe thunderstorm for southwest Iowa, far southeast Nebraska, but that overall threat is waning quite a bit now, as we are now reaching the 10:30 hour here in Omaha. All right, so the severe thunderstorm warnings are set to begin expiring here in about 15 minutes or so. I believe all of these were going until 10:45. However, I still think this warning still hanging on for just a small portion of Pottawatomie County, likely to go away sooner rather than later, as the storm is exiting that area, and really not getting any indication of ongoing threat of severe winds. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that, and we'll take a look at the velocity scan here. And again, there's that broad rotation that's just kind of synonymous with the northern edge of these bowing segments of showers and thunderstorms. Nothing that would indicate that a tornado is going to be spun up in that area. And just the potential of some strong wind gusts, primarily in the area on this kind of, I don't even want to call it a bowing section, because it looks rather disorganized. But this is the area we're still seeing some indications of some stronger wind gusts that could get up to 50 miles per hour. But again, not really seeing anything suggesting that these are approaching severe limits any longer. And there you see the National Weather Service in Des Moines has gone ahead and canceled the severe thunderstorm warning in the area that this storm was actually entering. So we do still have that severe thunderstorm warning for a small portion of Pottawatomie County until 10:45, but I still suspect that that will likely be canceled here sooner rather than later as the threat has all but subsided. As we back out the radar, we do still have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Gage and Lancaster counties until 10:45 as well. But again, the storms there have weakened considerably, and I would not be surprised to see that also be canceled early, but they may just decide to ride it out. But again, right now the indications are winds are gusting in that area to around 40, maybe 50 miles per hour, but still well below severe limits at this time. And we may have just... Yes, so the severe thunderstorm warning, as expected for Pottawatomie County, has been canceled. The last severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect is for portions of Gage and Lancaster counties until 10:45 this evening for the concern of 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. The National Weather Service, however, says that weather stations in that area are only reporting wind gusts up to 40 to 45 miles per hour. The energy is really beginning to outpace these storms, and as a result, they have weakened considerably. So officially, we do still have the severe thunderstorm warning in place until 10:45 this evening. But again, I would not be surprised to see this one canceled early as well. And if not, I don't expect this warning to be extended further to the south and east. And boy, this is just about right on cue, because if we zoom back out here and put the watch here on the screen, just as these storms are exiting the watch area, we're seeing these storms weaken considerably and hopefully eliminating any potential for additional warnings to have to be issued. There is some additional development taking place in far southern Nebraska, entering northern Kansas, that does bear some watching. Could see some isolated severe weather in that. But the Weather Service not overly concerned with that, as well as the Storm Prediction Center, as they've opted against issuing a new severe thunderstorm watch for any of those areas. So as things begin to wrap up here, the hopeful news is that no major damage was caused by these storms, with the exception of we do have a crew on the way to the Fremont area where police are urging people not to travel because there are trees down. According to Fremont police, there are a number of trees down across town. We're waiting to get additional information from authorities there. But at last report, Fremont police urging people there not to travel because of the amount of tree damage caused by what may have been some type of downdraft or microburst within one of these storms that may have hit that area pretty hard tonight. Checking to see if there's any other reports coming in on the situation there in Fremont. Again, if you're still joining us tonight and you are in the Fremont area, feel free to let us know if what you saw, what you're seeing right now. We would love to get any additional reports on where you may be hearing the worst damage is at this hour. But hopefully this is something that can be cleaned up relatively quickly here before the morning commute tomorrow morning. But again, the biggest damage report we've received so far is of multiple trees down in the Fremont area. Police there urging people to stay off the roads in Fremont as they work to clear tree damage in that area. That is where the bulk of the warnings began as the storm entered the Fremont area on its way through the metro area. As you see there, conditions really beginning to ease off here as the last remnants of showers and thunderstorms are now exiting the metro area. I want to go ahead and put this into motion. And you can see that really quickly moving out of the area now after kind of lingering earlier this evening, not moving very quickly. And hopefully we will not hear of any additional damage reports in that area. We are getting an update from the National Weather Service on the severe thunderstorm warning for Gage in Lancaster County. Just that for now, that warning is going to continue, I believe. But that warning is set to expire here in just about 8.5 minutes. And that may be the last warning of the night. One can only hope. But again, we are working to get an update from our crew on the way to Fremont, where there was a report of several trees downed, forcing police to urge people to stay off area roadways. So when all of this is said and done, we're going to wrap up with just a handful of wind and hail reports. That's the good news. I'm not sure where that tornado report in our counter is coming from. I believe that may be accidentally picking up a tornado report from earlier today in Colorado. I don't believe that was a tornado report in Nebraska or Iowa, but we will double check that. Right now, to my knowledge, the only tornado report in the country was in Colorado, so that may just be a bit of an error. As we did have some tornado warnings, but nothing, as far as we have heard of, any touchdowns associated with those warnings. But the good news is things continue to weaken, and that trend is continuing. And as we said, right now there does not appear to be any indication that the watches and warnings will be extended. We do still have this warning until 10:45 for portions of Gage and Lancaster counties, but you can see there on the radar loop those storms have weakened considerably, and so far the only reports that the National Weather Service in Omaha has received is of wind gusts of around 40 to 45 miles per hour, basically well below severe limits in the warned area. And so hopefully the good news is that we will be wrapping up the threat for severe weather tonight. Looking ahead very quickly, we don't expect any other major concerns for severe weather in the near term. That's the good news. But unfortunately, we're going to be dealing with a pretty long duration and potent heat wave across the area that's really going to be settling in as we move into next week. Triple digits certainly going to be possible for portions of the First Alert 6 viewing area, and just awfully hot and humid conditions expected for quite some time. We'll get a little bit of a break later this week, but once we get into the weekend again, things are going to be ramping up once again across eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. I know somebody over in our YouTube chat was asking about the Lincoln area. No, there's some showers and thunderstorms in the Lincoln area right now. None of them are severe. None of them are going to be severe. There's no concern for a tornado for the Lincoln area. The severe weather threat is very quickly subsiding for the night for everybody. And it looks like we're just getting an update on that Gage and Lancaster County warning. So let me pull up that information here. Should be scrolling at the bottom of your screen shortly. And we may be having a bit of an issue with the data coming in here, but I can read this to you. Severe thunderstorm located 3 miles north of Cortland or 17 miles south of Lincoln, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. This came in. This may actually be a problem with our ticker, so I may need to take this down for a little bit, as it looks like that warning update may be kind of stuck in a loop because that warning update came in about 10 minutes ago. So that would be why you're not seeing anything scroll across. It looks like we may have lost our connection here. Let me see if I can get this back. Yeah, there may just be a coding error there, but nonetheless, that warning is set to expire here in about 4 minutes. It looks like the Weather Service is just going to write it out just to be safe. But by all accounts, it looks like the threat for severe weather is all but over for our area, and we should not see this warning for Gage and Lancaster County extended or reissued in any way, shape, or form. I know we are getting some questions about specific areas. To try and answer everybody at the same time here, we do still have our 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one here in Nebraska for Gage and Lancaster County, and then our other severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, I take that back. That one was already canceled. We just have the 1 severe thunderstorm warning here in south of Lincoln, and by all accounts, that severe weather threat has all but subsided already, but they're going to go ahead and just let this warning time itself out. For those of you in southeast Nebraska, southwest Iowa that may still be in the path of these storms, you're going to see some showers and thunderstorms most likely, but these storms are weakening and weakening quickly. The severe threat is also fading away quickly with it. So we do still have this severe thunderstorm watch. I will put that back up on the screen. Severe thunderstorm watch does technically remain in effect until midnight tonight. The Storm Prediction Center has already said if you're in one of those counties southeast of the watch and you're wondering what they're going to do, right now there are no plans to issue a severe thunderstorm watch for any of those counties. The threat is beginning to ease off considerably. You could see some strong wind gusts, 30 to 40 miles per hour out ahead of the storms. You could see plenty of lightning and maybe some gusty winds, some small hail, but right now there is no concern for additional severe weather as these storms continue to push off to the south and east, with maybe the exception of right along the Nebraska-Kansas border. But even in that area right now, if any severe weather is going to occur, the Storm Prediction Center believes it's going to be very isolated and not worthy of a severe thunderstorm watch. So if you are in the First Alert 6 viewing area in southwest Iowa, southeast Nebraska, and you haven't gone through these storms yet that are headed your way, none of them right now are at the threshold capable of producing severe weather. As you can see at the bottom of your screen, that 1 remaining severe thunderstorm warning is set to expire here in about 1 minute and 50 seconds. And that storm that triggered that warning has already weakened quite considerably, and we're not really seeing any indication of them re-strengthening. What's more likely is these storms will continue to weaken. We may see new thunderstorms develop in the general vicinity, but right now no indication any of those thunderstorms will continue to produce anything close to severe weather. Again, the main headline from tonight is some significant tree damage in the Fremont area. Authorities there asking everyone to stay off the roadways so they can try and get that area cleaned up. But no other information beyond that. We've been kind of scanning social media to see if there's any updates from the Fremont area and not seeing any updates within the last hour or so. We do have a crew on the way there to get an update on the situation in Fremont, but just getting some sporadic pictures of some downed tree branches in the area. But obviously there's much more serious damage in that area that has prompted them to urge people to stay off the roads tonight so that crews can get those trees cleared away. So as we said, our severe thunderstorm warning that it remains in effect for Gage and Lancaster County. That storm has easily weakened well below severe limits. And as you can see in the bottom left portion of your screen, in 10 seconds that warning will officially expire, and we will see that polygon disappear from our map here. And there it goes. So that was the last of the severe thunderstorm warnings in our area. We do still have a severe thunderstorm watch, which remains in effect until midnight tonight. As you can see, though, the thunderstorms have really pushed out of that area, with the exception of the I-80 Highway 30 corridor in central Iowa. And right now, the Storm Prediction Center does not expect there to be a need for an additional severe thunderstorm watch. So if you are watching from southeast Nebraska, southwest Iowa, and the storms are headed your way, they have weakened considerably, and we do not expect any additional severe weather from these storms for the rest of the night. So we are going to continue to monitor the situation as obviously the weather offices are going to be evaluating what they're going to do with this watch. I can tell you that their National Weather Service in Des Moines is monitoring a new development. And we'll go ahead and put this up on the screen because we just mentioned it. Some new development along the Highway 30 corridor in central Iowa. And there you see that from Denison, Carroll, Boxholm, over almost to Ames, where we've seen these new thunderstorms kind of crop up. So anybody watching us over in the Des Moines area, just want to let you know, the Weather Service in Des Moines says that there is still some instability in that region that could lead to some heavy rain. But right now they don't expect any reason to continue to monitor for a widespread severe weather. The main concern for this area is, as these new storms pop up in central and western Iowa, is that this is an area that's already seen a lot of heavy rain in the last few days, and they may be experiencing more heavy rain overnight tonight. That would be the primary concern, as opposed to strong winds and large hail. So if you happen to be watching us and you're over in central or western Iowa, and now you're seeing more storms develop behind this, right now there's no indication that they expect any major severe weather from this, but the main concern with this overnight would be additional heavy rains in an area that just does not need it right now. All right, so as we come back over to our area here, you can see more potent storms trying to get going again in south central Nebraska, but the energy, the fuel just isn't there anymore, and these storms are not going to be reaching severe limits. So we are at this point just waiting to get an update from the National Weather Service. But right now, all that is in effect for our area is a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until midnight. But as you can see, those storms are now beginning to push out of the watch area. None of them are severe, and none of them are expected to be severe, with the exception of maybe an isolated wind or hail report. But the likelihood of that happening is decreasing by the minute, as these storms just don't really have the energy available to tap into. One exception to that would be right along the Nebraska-Kansas border, as we are seeing some strengthening there. Clearly there's an outflow boundary triggering those storms as it's moving to the south. But right now, their indication from the National Weather Service is they don't see anything that would trigger them to want to issue a new severe thunderstorm watch. If there is any possible severe weather with those storms, it's going to be very isolated, very short-lived, and so just a warning or two may handle that. But again, if you're watching it from anywhere from our area, it appears the threat for severe weather is all but over, as the severe thunderstorm watch is set to expire in about 73 minutes, let's say. And would not be surprised if more counties are dropped from this watch before midnight, as these storms have moved to the east and have weakened considerably. So I think what we're going to do now is we are going to take a quick break. I'm going to go ahead and leave the radar up on the screen so you can keep an eye on things. If you are in one of the areas that these storms have not reached and you just want to know where the thunderstorms are right now, we're going to go ahead and leave this up on the screen for you. But again, I do want to stress that these showers and thunderstorms are not severe, and we do not expect them to become severe, but just some nuisance showers and thunderstorms that are passing through the area at this time. So again, we're going to take a break. If the conditions warrant, we'll be back with you. Otherwise, we will let you know when that severe thunderstorm watch expires, and hopefully we'll be able to get ready to wrap things up here. You're watching extended severe weather coverage from the Alert Center, First Alert 6 in Omaha.
Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 weather day.
And good evening once again. Nick Weig here with you at the Alert Center as things are beginning to ease off across the area as showers and thunderstorms have continued to weaken. I want to go ahead and make sure I get our ticker back here on the screen as we do have one isolated severe thunderstorm. This is well outside of our area, but we'll go ahead and show this to you live on First Alert Radar. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for far southern Thayer County. This only includes the community of Hubble along the Nebraska-Kansas border for a storm just really diving to the south here along a new boundary. That severe thunderstorm warning will run until midnight for Thayer County, far southern Thayer County. 1-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, the primary threat with that storm. Now, as we zoom back out here, we do still have a severe thunderstorm watch in place until midnight tonight. However, all of these storms, with the exception of the one exiting far southern Nebraska, are well below severe limits. Just general showers and thunderstorms popping up across the area at this time. We'll go ahead and put that into motion. You can see most of these thunderstorms now out of the watch area. We do still expect to see some additional development here and there in eastern Nebraska, western Iowa, but we do not expect any additional thunderstorms to reach severe limits in the First Alert 6 viewing area. So that severe thunderstorm watch right now is still scheduled to expire here at midnight tonight, if not sooner. The Storm Prediction Center has already said that they do not anticipate extending this watch or issuing a new watch as these storms have now largely fallen well below severe limits. So with that in mind, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap things up here as far as our coverage is concerned, as things have weakened considerably here in our area. As always, I want to thank everyone who's been joining us throughout the day as part of our severe weather coverage, our extended coverage here online. I want to thank everyone that has liked our YouTube and Facebook pages and has subscribed to our YouTube channel. That's the best way you can support us, of course, as we provide this extended coverage to our audience here in Nebraska and Iowa. But that'll wrap things up for tonight. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for far southern Thayer County until midnight in south central Nebraska. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect until midnight. However, that is expected to expire as the severe threat for the First Alert 6 area has come to a close. So with that, we will go ahead and wrap up our coverage for another night from the Alert Center. I'm Nick Weig, First Alert 6 in Omaha.